Chapter 150. In Sector H's Sector A, there was a planet more than 5 times larger than planet Xianxia, planet Auroch. In Sector H's sector language, Auroch meant eternal. 50% of the planet's surface was made up of ocean, its habitability was at rank A, and its terrestrial environment was extremely good. Planet Auroch was also the capital of Sector H, and it controlled the politics, business, education, media, and so on of Sector H. The great families all had branches there. It was obvious how important the planet was in Sector H. In a certain 1,000-meter-tall tower in one of the cities on planet Auroch. The height of this tower really wasn't much on this planet. There were a lot of buildings taller than this tower in the city cluster, but no one on this planet would ignore this tower. In fact, this not-so-great tower definitely ranked in the top 3 in terms of influence on the entire planet Auroch. The tower took up a lot of space, and it looked very grand. From time to time, flying cars, transport planes, and so on would stop and go here. It was a busy sight. Right now, inside a certain upper floor of this tower, a little old man, who was less than 160 centimeters tall, with a head full of gray hair that was combed into a thin braid at the back of his head, walked forward calmly, step by step, with his hands clasped behind his back. There was a door in front of him, and there were a few guards by the door. They were fooling around there. When they saw the little old man, the few of them immediately retracted their smiles and stood at attention. Their previously smiling faces tightened into a look of paralysis. The aura around them also quickly changed from the casual attitude they had earlier to one of solemnity. "Is the young master inside?" the little old man asked. The little old man's tone was calm, and one could even feel the friendliness and casualness in it. However, the guards at the door did not look relaxed at all. They still stood as straight as before and faintly exuded an intimidating aura. "Yes, the young master is taking an afternoon nap," one of them answered in a sonorous and forceful voice. The little old man looked at the color of the sky outside. "It's almost evening now, isn't it? An afternoon nap?" However, the little old man did not dwell on this issue. He looked at the few people whose muscles were stretched taut, and his eyes swept over them from top to bottom like a scanner, as if he could see inside. The shape of your facial muscles is very well tightened. Make your eyes sharper and adjust your posture slightly. You can't be stiff. Good, very good. In the future, when someone comes over, you should maintain this posture. Be full of vigor and pull up some superficial points. If you continue to follow young master like that, all your superficial points will be deducted. Also, take out the things in your pockets. The suit isn't for you to keep snacks in. One had to know that one's salary was directly proportional to their points. The more points they deducted, the less their salary would be. When they heard this, their gazes became even sharper. After all, it was this little old man who was paying the salary. The little old man nodded in satisfaction. After entering the password and verification information, he pushed the door open and walked in. After the little old man went in, the few people outside the door resumed their previous playful state. However, they still listened to the little old man's words and took out the snacks in their pockets and placed them in a cabinet not far away. It was a spacious office. Upon entering, one could see a large office desk, bookshelves, a filing desk, and a floor-to-ceiling aquarium next to it. Inside, there were all kinds of strange-looking fish swimming around, adding quite a bit of liveliness to the office. The little old man did not even look at the situation inside the office and walked straight to a small door at the side of the office. There was a resting room there. Unlike the resting rooms in other offices, this resting room was very large, even larger than the offices outside. There were wine cabinets, a bar counter, video cameras, game consoles, storage cabinets, and more. There was even a large bed. It was obvious that the owner of this place was someone who knew how to enjoy life. However, the most eye-catching thing in this resting room was definitely the sofa. It was a shell-shaped sofa, a sofa that had been hollowed out and then processed. The value of this sofa alone was comparable to that of a spaceship. If a beautiful woman was lying inside this shell-shaped sofa, it would naturally be more aesthetically pleasing. However, the truth was that it was a man lying on it, and this man was wearing a singlet. His hair was messy like a chicken's nest, and he was wearing large underpants. There was even a slipper with a suspicious substance stuck to his foot. He was napping on the high-end shell-shaped sofa without any sleeping posture to speak of. His saliva flowed along the soft cushion of the sofa all the way to the floor, forming a large puddle. The little old man was already used to the situation in front of him. He was even satisfied that this person was not snoring today. However, when his gaze fell on the slipper hanging from this person's foot, his eyebrows could not help but twitch. He remembered that he had just thrown this pair of slippers into the sea hundreds of kilometers away yesterday. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, the little old man walked over. He did not call out, but instead pressed a button on the shell cover of the shell-shaped sofa. Ha! The two petal-like shells of the shell-shaped sofa that were originally open suddenly closed, but due to the irregular sleeping posture of the person on the sofa, the legs and one arm that were resting on the edge of the sofa were clamped. If it was a normal person, they would have been clamped into several pieces. However, the person on the sofa was still perfectly fine and did not react at all. Pressing again, the shell opened and closed again. Still no reaction. Pressing again. Pressing again. It was not until the 10th time that the person on the sofa finally moved. Only then did the little old man retract his finger from the button. The person on the sofa slowly sat up, blinked in confusion, scratched his hair that was like a chicken's nest, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and wiped it on his singlet. His gaze turned to the little old man, and when he saw who it was, he curled his lips and raised his foot to kick a button next to the sofa. Other people used their hands to press the button, but this young master habitually kicked it with his foot. Because his legs were longer than his arms, it saved him a lot of trouble. He did not need to move his, but within a short distance, so he was too lazy to even move a single step. Warm soup, freshly roasted meat products, and mineral nutrient solution that had already been poured into a cup were placed neatly on a plate by the robot and brought to the dining table that had popped up in front of the sofa. Looking at the person who raised his hand lazily to pick up the cutlery to eat, the little old man did not make a sound, because he knew that this young master would want to eat once he woke up. If they were to talk before he finished eating, he would toss out one word after another, not bothering to remember anything that was said. After he finished eating, this young master raised his eyelids to look at the person who had come. What is it now? The people from planet Xianxia sent news that Vision's men failed. There's no need to say anything about it. The person on the sofa put down the cup and looked at the little old man. I say, Mr. Brzett, can I call you Bear Grylls? You woke me up from my sweet dreams just because of this? I don't deserve to be called Bear Grylls. The old man will throw me into the deep sea to feed the giant beasts. Brzett laughed, but then he withdrew his smile. Pescado has been discovered, and the others are also inclined to be exposed. At the very least, Fenrir's men already know that a fourth force has intervened. Of course, they don't know that it's our side. Oh, the person on the sofa spun his wine cup. This is unexpected. To think that Pescado would be exposed with his abilities. The name Pescado meant swimming fish in the sector language of Sector H. When Pescado was hidden in a shoal of fish, even a scanner would have a hard time distinguishing him from the shoal of fish. If Costella and Kirk had guessed that there was another tamer after the fact, then it wouldn't be strange. After all, neither of them were simple characters, and they would be able to figure it out after a careful analysis. But the problem was that Pescado had been discovered, and his early exposure had disrupted some of their original plans. Do you want them to return? The little old man asked. Of course. Since they were discovered so quickly, there's not much use for them to stay on planet Xianxia. Cancel the follow-up operations and let them return. All right. After a pause, Brzett said again, according to the information they sent back in the mission summary report, the one who discovered Pescado wasn't a member of the Fenrir's family, but a young man called Silen Puft. The person who was originally lying lazily on the sofa and listening to Brzett's report spat out a mouthful of water. He was so excited that he kicked over the dining table in front of him. After a series of clanking sounds, the person ignored the stains splashed on his body and jumped off the sofa. He ran in front of Brzett and looked him straight in the eye. He said almost word by word, Tell me again. What is the name of the person who discovered Pescado? Young master, according to the information we received, his name is Silin, and he's about 20 years old. Fuck his grandpa. Young master Lung, please pay attention to your manners. Brizette had no choice but to remind him. However, it seemed like how long had it been since his young master had cursed like this ever since he took over the work here? That's right, this person wearing a singlet and large underpants with absolutely no image to speak of was young master Andrira Lung. When they left Seven Lights back then, the ones who wanted to drag Silin out and give him a good beating the most were Lung and Knight. They hadn't heard from Silin for almost 3 years, so it would be strange if they weren't excited when they suddenly heard his name. In young Master Lung's eyes, etiquette, demeanor, and whatnot were all for outsiders to see. Since there were no outsiders now, then what was the point of etiquette? Lung spun a few times on the spot and asked again, "Are there any images?" "Yes, but there aren't many. Also, the time is too short, so we couldn't find any detailed information about that Silin. We only know that he met Costella at Fenier's family's little garden at Sector X." Brizette brought up the image and said, "The fact that Silin and Tang Xiaoqiu were Vanguard Division 6 was only known by Costella and a few other core figures. No one else knew about it." Lung frowned and stared for a long while before pointing at the person on the image Brizette brought up. "Who's that dumb-looking idiot over there?" "He's Silin," Brizette answered. Lung's expression was odd. Did that guy go for a full plastic surgery? What a waste. His appearance is getting worse and worse, and he looks a lot more robust. I can't tell just from the image, but I can recognize him in person. However, the only person who had the ability to discover Pescado, also known as Silin, was probably the one in his memory. After a moment of silence, Lung said to Brizette, "Didn't you say a few days ago that there's a planet in Sector T that you're going to develop jointly with another family? Call Fenier's people over and discuss the terms of the partnership." "But young master, you've already confirmed the House of Evigo as the partner yesterday." "Swap it out. We haven't signed a contract yet, right? There's another partnership in 10 days. At most, we'll give priority to Evigo as compensation." Lung said unconcernedly. "All right, I'll contact Kirk immediately." After Brizette left, Lung started rummaging through one of the storage cabinets in the room. He remembered that he bought a pair of boxing gloves last year. When they left Seven Lights, Lung and Nate had agreed that the next time they saw Silin, they would first kick him like this, then that, and then give him a good beating. Chapter 151. Inside the manor on planet Xianxia, Kirk finally had some free time after he was done with his business. He lay down and took a short nap. This incident gave Kirk a wake-up call. He had always underestimated a tamer's abilities. No matter how limited a single tamer's abilities were, at the very least, they had put the Fenier's family in a very passive position. The prawns and crabs that should have been served to the dining table could paralyze their protective shield for a dozen or so minutes. A dozen or so minutes was enough to accomplish a lot of things. For those people who were fighting against the shoals, even a second was torture, much less a dozen or so minutes. There was also the 3 crabs in Tobo's room. No one knew how far they could go. Fortunately, the little hunter girl had killed them at the first sign of trouble. Another thing worth rejoicing over was that the Binger family had sent over this time was the mermaid Princess Warsaw. Otherwise, they would probably have to resort to weapons of mass destruction to end the battle against that many shoals and a dozen or so giant deep-sea beasts. Normally, a family would be very reluctant to use weapons of mass destruction on a planet that had been set up as a base in a large sector. Who would be willing to set off cannons in front of their home unless it was absolutely necessary? Sector H was a sector dominated by the sea and could not be measured by the standards of other sectors. All of planet Xianxia's defense systems must be upgraded and redeployed strategically. Kirk thought as he relaxed and rested. Who knew that his communicator would ring just as he entered the state, and it was the communicator exclusive for official business. "What is it?" "Boss, Andrira's Brizette is requesting a call." Kirk's heart skipped a beat. Brizette? Kirk knew of that inconspicuous little old man. There was no one on planet Auroch who did not know of that little old man. He was the smiling tiger of the Andrira family. God knows how many people had died under the fangs of this smiling tiger. To be honest, Kirk really did not want to tangle with the Andryra family right now. The Andryra family's influence in Sector H was ranked in the top 3 of the large sector, and they were even more influential than the Feniers family and the Binger family, who had made their fortune here in the first place. However, their previous few collaborations had all fallen through without any good results. But why did this old man Brizet come looking for him of his own accord? Speaking of which, Sillin hadn't woken up since he returned to his guest room and fell asleep. In his dream, his consciousness controlled the analysis of the data, and he dissected the tamer's control methods and spectra in depth. He had to admit that the tamer was not simple. Every change in frequency was a command, and this command had to be accepted and understood by the school of fishes, or it could lead to a tendency in their thinking. The audio spectrum was like a password that transmitted information. It was quite complicated. At least, Sillin could not decipher the password with the information he had collected. Sillin opened his eyes and stretched. He looked at Hui Mao, who was curled into a ball and sleeping soundly, and got out of bed. "I'm hungry. Let's find something to eat." After comforting his stomach, Sillin went to look for Tang Xiaoqiu. However, Tang Xiaoqiu did not seem to be stressed at all. She was still playing her game. She ignored Tobo and the others who took the initiative to talk to her. He was in the middle of clearing the stage, so how could he have the time to care about unrelated people? When he returned to the guest room, Sillin noticed that Costella was already waiting inside. Hui Mao was still asleep, completely ignoring Costella. "What's the matter that requires your presence?" Sillin smiled. "There's something I need to explain. We're going to Sector H's capital planet, Auroch, first. Kirk is going there to discuss a contract, and I need to go there to take a look. When the contract is done, we'll depart for Sector F directly from planet Auroch." "Sure, I have no objections. We can also visit Sector H's capital Auroch while we're at it." "That's good. It's a bit of an emergency, so we'll depart tomorrow." All right. Sillin had nothing to pack anyway. He could leave whenever he was notified. He had heard of Auroch Sector's great name since a long time ago, but he had never gone there personally. This was a good opportunity, and the Feniers family would take care of his food and lodging. Why not? After Costella left, Hui Mao opened his eyes, stuck out his butt, and stretched his waist. He shook his fur and jumped onto the table. There was a dried fish that Sillin had just brought back. Sillin, I overheard Kirk's conversation on the communicator just now," Hui Mao said while chewing on the dried fish. "What's the important matter?" Sillin sat down on the recliner, opened a book, and said, "Cooperation, nothing important. But I heard another family name. This time the Feniers family is going to discuss cooperation with the Andryra family. Kirk called them Brizet, and, judging from his voice, he sounds like an old man." Hui Mao was calm, but Sillin almost flipped off the recliner. His face twitched again and again. The Andryra family. Although he didn't want to meet them right now, Sillin couldn't just leave Tang Xiaoqiu alone. Moreover, he had already agreed to go with them. Never mind. I'll have to face them sooner or later. But I might not run into them. After all, the Andryra family had so many properties. If they did meet, I wonder if they would fight. There was no way Sillin could imagine that young Master Lung had already started preparing his boxing gloves. Seeing Sillin's silence, Hui Mao asked, "What are you thinking about?" Sillin smiled slightly. "I'm thinking of a few friends." Friends? Which hunter regiment? Are they as famous as Vanguard?" Hui Mao tilted his head and asked. Hui Mao couldn't be blamed for thinking like this. After all, the people Hui Mao had met since he left hunting planet T, H036, were all hunters. Families like the Feniers family were financiers, and people like Poison Fong were prey to be hunted. Therefore, those who could be considered friends should all be hunters. "No, they're not hunters." "Not hunters?" Sillin nodded. "Although I haven't known them for long, they are very worthy of deep friendship." He scratched Hui Mao's chin and slowly told him some of the things that happened in Seven Lights. Early the next morning, the group boarded the starship and headed towards planet Auroch. Looking at the information regarding planet Auroch in his hands, Sillin felt a little complicated. The big business families Andryra, Doance, Binger, Feniers, Furlan, and so on all had branches on this planet. There were a lot of familiar families. However, the current Sillin had changed greatly compared to 3 years ago. They might not be able to recognize him, even if he were to stand in front of them. There were a few huge spaceports outside of planet Auroch, and all starships were docked inside. All spaceships that entered the planet also had to go through strict inspection to prevent them from bringing in infectious viruses and parasites. Spaceships without a spaceship pass were not allowed to enter the planet. Big families like the Phoenier's family had all applied for the relevant pass. Those who did not have the qualifications to apply for a pass could only enter the planet on a transport plane arranged by the government. There was also a military garrison on the planet, so, relatively speaking, the planet's public security was pretty good on the surface. But in the dark, there were bound to be many turbulent waves. Who on this planet didn't have a few tricks up their sleeves? If they couldn't do it in the light, they would try to do it in the dark. There were definitely a lot of people who were thrown into the sea to feed the fish every day. After the starship was docked at the spaceport, it was handed over to the Phoenier's family's guards at the spaceport to manage and protect it. The others then transferred to spaceships and entered the planet. The Phoenier's family's branch here had a spaceship's landing area. Before Kirk and the other spaceships arrived, the other spaceships and planes on the field had already made way for them. There were already some high-ranking managers in the tall building belonging to the Phoenier's family who came out to greet them, and the bodyguards and guards took their respective positions. Under the grand welcome, Kirk, Costella, and the others entered the tall building. Just like before, Costella had someone arrange a guest room for Sillin. After a simple tidying up, under Hue Mao's urging, Sillin bade farewell to Steele and left the building. Costella was probably busy right now and could not find anyone, so he had Steele pass the message on his behalf. Truth be told, Tang Kikikiu really wanted to come out and play as well, but because she had a mission to complete and Tobo had been told that he was not allowed to leave the building, she could only play games inside. However, it was only when Sillin promised to bring her sweets that Tang Kikikiu felt a little more balanced. Where are we going first? Sillin opened the map of planet Auroch. Let's go to the Eternal Square. That place is the biggest. Hui Mao patted a spot on the map with his paw and said, "All right, let's go to the Eternal Square first." They hailed a flying car and entered the high-speed passage. One man and one cat headed towards the Eternal Square. The Eternal Square was the biggest square on planet Auroch. It was not located in the business district, and it was not in the territory of the big business families. The closest building to the Eternal Square was the towering twin towers of Sector H's United Government. If one had to name the most attractive thing in the Eternal Square, then it would definitely be the statue of Sea God. Beneath the giant statue, everyone was as small as an ant. Standing on the square and looking at the giant statue at the center of the square, Hui Mao asked, "Why does Sea God look like a human?" "Because this statue was made by a human, and humans have always been self-centered," Sillin answered. "The dolphins around him are so dumb. Because it's a statue, not a living one. Why is he holding a fork? Is it to stab a fish? That's called a trident. Let's go to the statue. I'm going to climb on his Sea God's head." Sillin felt a gaze lingering on him. He looked back. There was a person sitting under the statue. He wore a singlet, beach pants, flip-flops, a pair of brown glasses that almost covered half his face, and a pair of boxing gloves the size of pumpkins on each of his hands. Actually, they were meant for King Kong, weren't they? The two large boxing gloves he wore on his hands collided with each other, producing banging sounds. Lung watched the approaching person through the brown glasses. He wasn't sure before, but when Sillin looked over, Lung knew that this was the guy who played dead. Sillin was a little surprised. He didn't expect to run into Lung here. He thought that even if he did, it would be in the business district. "Sillin?" Lung said. Although it was a questioning tone, there was certainty in his voice. Sillin didn't deny it. He knew that Lung had recognized him. So he nodded with a smile. "Long time no see." Lung stood up and cracked his neck. Without another word, he kicked Sillin and punched him with two big fists. Sillin, on behalf of Knight, on behalf of CI Jinsheng, on behalf of BPT, on behalf of Hard, on behalf of Surd, on behalf of Pride, on behalf of Sir Mo, on behalf of everyone in Seven Lights, I'm going to beat you up. Chapter 152. Logically speaking, a fight in Eternal Square was a serious matter. Moreover, Sector H's government's iconic building, the Twin Towers, was not far away from Eternal Square. Fighting in front of the government building was pure contempt for the sector's government, wasn't it? It was noon right now, and there weren't many people in the square. However, people would walk by from time to time, but they kept their distance from the duo. No one would do something as stupid as mediating a fight, and most people prefer to find a shady place to watch the show. It wouldn't be long before the security team would come to arrest them. However, these people were destined to be disappointed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, more than 5 minutes passed, and the fight was still as intense and spirited as ever. However, not even a shadow of the security team was seen, and not even the environmental protection robots that people called one-track minded moved. In the past, anyone who made a few moves or cursed a few times in Eternal Square would be fined by the environmental protection robots, and those who refused to pay would be punished with electric shocks and forced to pay. But what was going on right now? 200 meters away, an environmental protection robot had just given a person who had cursed, refused to pay a ticket, and even pointed at Silin Helong and defended himself. The deep blue lightning caused the bystanders to shiver uncontrollably. Most people here had similar experiences, and they could empathize with the situation. Inside the security building at the edge of the square, a team of soldiers was watching the situation on the screen. "Captain, are we really not going to deal with this? Will there be negative consequences?" "No need." The captain pointed at Lung, who was wearing beach shorts, flip-flops, and 2 pumpkin-sized boxing gloves on the screen, and said to his subordinate, "As long as he doesn't bomb the Twin Towers of the coalition government, let him do as he pleases." Oh, the other team members understood. Plan outsider. The reason the environmental protection robots seemed to know nothing about Silin Helong's fight was because Lung belonged to the plan outsider. The environmental protection robots had a few alternative settings in their programming. On planet Auroch, there was a small group of people who belonged to the plan outsider. As long as they didn't do anything that threatened the planet, their actions could be ignored. This was the Outer Circle plan. This small group of people did not belong to the normal management of planet Auroch, so they were called the Outer Circle plan. They were people who enjoyed special privileges outside of the normal management. Andrila Lung was clearly one of the people who were part of the outsider plan. I've been in the public security team for so long, but this is the first time I've seen people from the outsider plan fight in Eternal Square. They're really arrogant, a member of the public security team said. Generally, the people who participated in the outsider plan were all people with high positions and great influence. Who would be so bored as to fight in public? Moreover, he was dressed like this. What self-restraint, demeanor, and etiquette? Who would associate such a person with someone from the outsider plan? Silin Helong fought with all his might, as if he wanted to fight back all the fights of the past 3 years. Huimao ignored them. It jumped onto the statue and began to climb. While later, it would sit on the head of the sea god and look down on all living beings. An hour later, on the steps beside the fountain in the square, Silin Helong and Silin sat. Each of them was holding a large glass of red wine ice cream. Silin had paid for it. Both of their faces were black and blue, and their hair was a mess. Lung's brown glasses had been smashed to pieces a long time ago, and right now he was lying inside the cleaning robot's stomach. 2 pumpkin-sized boxing gloves were lying next to him. They were incredibly tattered, and Lung's slippers were also wadded up. "You, how dare you fight back?" Lung said while licking his ice cream in a very ungraceful manner. "You're the one who said that you would represent Knight, CI, Jinsheng, BPT, Hard, Sir, Pride, Sir Mo, and everyone in Seven Lights. I counted with my fingers, and there are exactly 8 representatives, and I gave you 8 of them. Fuck, you're as scum as ever. Thank you for the compliment." "Same here." Lung raised his foot and shook the wadded things hanging from it. He said, "Let me tell you, this pair of slippers is my treasure. I bought it from a great beauty with a hot body, and when I bought it, that beauty even left a fiery red lipstick mark on it. Even when Brizette threw it into the sea, I had to go to great lengths to retrieve it. Now that you've turned it into this state, tell me, how should I compensate you? Sillin thinks for a moment before finishing the rest of the ice cream in the cup. Then, he tore the box made of biodegradable fibers into a slipper shape and tossed it to Lung. Here, it still carries the fragrance of red wine. Lung. Crack, crack, crack. Another round of fighting sounds. How are Knight and Xianxia? Sillin washed his face with the water beside the fountain and asked, "You still have a nerve to ask?" At the time, Knight almost tore down the hospital. Lung slowly told Sillin everything that had happened in the past 3 years. Back then, after Sillin faked his death and left Seven Lights, Lung and Knight had completed all their credits in half a year and applied to graduate straight away. Knight was dragged back by his old man. After joining the military, he would often participate in some missions. Lung had no idea how he was doing. The military's confidentiality was too high, but from the last conversation he had with Knight, Lung learned that the guy had been promoted to the rank of first lieutenant this year. However, Knight was not satisfied. Pride's brother Ji Feihong had already been promoted to the rank of captain. It wasn't easy to increase one's military rank in the League of Stars, and it was obvious that Knight had put in a lot of effort to get to the rank of first lieutenant this quickly. Knight's plan was to become a field officer within 2 years. This plan was extremely difficult in the eyes of a normal person, but Sillin believed that Knight would definitely be able to achieve this goal with his abilities. Xianxia's achievements were even more impressive. He was a specially recruited student to begin with, and he had his own research project the moment he entered Seven Lights. He often traveled between various research bases. A specially recruited student like him had a different standard and was not limited by credits. In comparison, he had more freedom. Although his background was deep, Xianxia had completed several research results with contribution points above 70 with his own abilities. Xianxia's image could be seen in academic journals with contribution points above 70. Moreover, due to his brilliant achievements, Xianxia was recommended by several academicians to take up a post in the League of Stars' Research Institute. Lung did not know what he was researching right now, but he heard that if he could produce results successfully, then the results could be published in the journal code. In other words, this result's contribution to the League of Stars would be at least 90. With Xianxia's current age, he could be called a genius among geniuses if he could appear in code. Seven Lights' great instructors and the higher-ups practically treated Xianxia like a treasure. Whatever Xianxia needed, he only needed to say the word, and the higher-ups would approve it immediately without any application. Research funds, experimental equipment, the opening of the base. As long as Xianxia said the word, there was no obstruction. If he can produce results successfully, then that guy could be directly promoted to a 1-star academician in the field of science and technology. In my impression, academicians are usually little old men. That guy is an exception. Lung said with a smile. Academician, as the most outstanding scientific elite and academic authority, only the League of Stars Research Institute had the right to confer the title of academician in the entire Galactic Alliance. The League of Stars Research Institute was the highest academic institution in the field of science and technology and the engineering field of the League of Stars. It was the comprehensive research and development center of high and new technology in the entire Galactic Alliance. It was also the highest honorary and consulting academic institution. When it came to academics, they were the absolute authority, the absolute titans. Imohong was one of them. As a veteran academic authority who had immersed himself in engineering for many years, Imohong was already a 4-star academician. This was also one of the reasons why so many people respected and feared Imohong. The title of academician granted by the League of Stars Research Institute was divided into 5 levels, from the initial 1-star to the 5-star academician. The star level would increase according to the person's contribution to the League of Stars and the accumulated contribution points. Only those who had the title of academician could be considered to have truly stepped into this circle of authority. It was extremely rare for Xianxia to challenge the title of academician when he was in his 20s. That guy really is something. Sillin agreed. Tisk, just because Knight and Xianxia made comparisons in front of me, I was forcefully dragged back by my old man to manage my affairs. He even froze my personal accounts. I'm poor right now. Can't you see that I can only dress like this? Bullshit. Dressing like this is purely your own twisted taste. Sillin knew that this was just Lung's complaint. If he really didn't allow for the accounts to be frozen, who would be able to freeze all of Lung's personal accounts so easily? What about you? Sillin, how does it feel to be a hunter? Lung had no intention of hiding the investigation at all. It's all right. What did you find out? Too little time. All I know is that you're a hunter who accepted a job from the Fenier's family. I didn't accept a job from the Fenier's family. The one who accepted the job was that kid who was with me. I was just getting some spare cash along the way. You're quite nice to that little girl. I wonder what Ling Long would do if she saw this. Lung said while rubbing his chin. Sillin raised his foot and kicked him. Get out of here. You're just spouting nonsense. Lung chuckled and dodged. Hey, speaking of which, your strength has improved again. You're A rank now, aren't you? Immense, Sillin nodded. No wonder you were able to discover Pescado. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I was the one who sent the one who stirred up trouble on planet Xianxia. The person you discovered is called Pescado. No one had ever discovered him when he made a move before. I didn't think that he would fail right in front of you this time. Hee. Lung didn't feel embarrassed at all and took the initiative to say it out loud. So that's how it is. Sillin abruptly recalled what that familiar feeling was when he saw his tamer back then. Back when they participated in the sector championship, Lung had once caught Bowen of the 2nd Military Academy in the lake after knocking him unconscious. When Lung had brought Bowen to Sillin, he had given Sillin a feeling similar to a tamer. However, Lung had probably just come out of the lake at the time, and he hadn't completely withdrawn his aura yet. It was just a flash, and the impression it left on Sillin was brief and hazy. So, you're the legendary tamer. Surprised, right? This young master is the legendary tamer who received the sea god's inheritance. Lung said proudly. A pause later, Lung asked mysteriously, which hunter regiment are you in right now? Vanguard 6th Division, Vice Commander. Holy shit, one of the big four, huh? No, wait, 6th Division. Lung's mouth formed an O shape. You mean the one who destroyed the biggest terrorist organization in Sector V, Poison Fong? Sillin nodded. Lung gave him a thumbs up. He had been optimistic about the 6th Division since the moment he heard the news. Perhaps, in the near future, the 6th Division would become the leading B squadron of Vanguard. He stretched his waist and moved his arms. When he looked up, he saw a certain cat standing on top of the sea god statue's head and looking down at the world with a narcissistic look. What's up with that cat? It's improving itself. There's a reason why Lung and Celine were talking so brazenly in this place. There was a technological product developed by the Andryra family in Lung's trouser pocket. People 2 meters away from them would not be able to hear anything. This was because the sound waves had been distorted beyond 2 meters, and they would only hear some rustling sounds. Come sit in my place. I'll show you my dearest sofa. Lung stood up and pulled Sillin towards the outside of the square. Sillin beckoned Huimao to come back. While Lung was pulling Sillin towards the outside of the square, a long flying car with its back facing them slowly drove towards the twin buildings of the sector government. However, it suddenly came to a halt. Inside the flying car, a girl wearing fashionable sunglasses looked out of the window. What's wrong, miss? A bodyguard beside the girl asked. Nothing, I just saw an old friend. The corner of the girl's lips curled upwards. She did not need to look at the person's face. She only needed to look at the person's back. Even if the back was completely different from her impression, she knew that it was that person. Lung pulled Sillin to the hovering parking lot at the side of the square and brought out his sea blue flashy car with phoenix-shaped headlights. After driving out of the square, Sillin asked, "Why were you in such a hurry to leave just now?" "Oh, you noticed?" Lung shrugged. "You want to meet up with Ling Long?" Sillin smiled wryly. "I'm not really prepared for that." After Sillin faked his death and left 7 lights, the Gallo family had been harassed a little. Aflon told him that it was Ling Long's doing. That's why you should stay away for a while. That being said, Silin, Ling Long is really not a simple woman. However, she seems to be interested in you. Lung winked. Silin gave him a slap. Drive your car. Lung's flying car drove straight into the floor where Lung's office was located in the Andrira building. It was not far away from the office door, and a couple of bodyguard-like people were standing outside the door with serious expressions on their faces. Their eyes were sharp and intimidating. Crouching on Silin's shoulder, Huimao looked at the people, tilted his head, raised his hind legs, and calmly scratched his ears. Then he sighed emotionally, dumber than the dolphin statue at sea god's side. Lung felt the same way. Yeah, dumber than shit. The people's faces twisted, and they wanted to flip the table in their hearts. We know this is stupid, but what can we do? It's Bear Grylls who pays our salaries. Lung showed Silin his beloved shell sofa, and Silin despised it to the extreme. Huimao, on the other hand, had his eyes set on the floor-to-ceiling aquarium in Lung's office. He crouched on top of the aquarium and scooped the fish. Feeling that it was not enough, he jumped straight into the aquarium and molested it, causing all the fish inside to hide in a corner and tremble. Lung sighed repeatedly. This cat is a masterpiece. Now that he knew that Silin was in Vanguard Division 6, it would be much easier to find him later on. Before you return to the 6th team, if you want to contact me or need help, just look for the supervisor at any of Andrira's companies and pass this to him. Lung took out a card and passed it to Silin. The card had the word Lung written on it in more than 20 languages. Silin accepted the card. With this card alone, Silin could seek help at any place the Andrira family was involved in. For a hunter who often ran around and wandered between life and death, this was a great help. This is for you. Silin raised his hand and tossed a green ball to Lung. It was one of the 5 big green pearls he obtained at Sector Z. This is good stuff, Lung exclaimed as he held it in his hand. With his eyesight, he naturally knew the value of this green pearl. I'm so sorry. That may be what he said, but the expression on Lung's face was, don't even think about going back on your word. I'd rather die than return it. Silin couldn't help but give the idiot another kick. After Silin and Huimao had left Andrira's home tower, Brzett walked in and looked at his young master who was lying on the sofa and staring at the green pearl in his hand like it was a treasure. He frowned and asked why. Brzett was asking why Lung would fight with Silin in a public place like Eternal Square. With Lung's intelligence, he shouldn't have lost face and caused a ruckus so brazenly. It's nothing. I just wanted to tell some people that I know this person, and we have a pretty good relationship. I'm just telling those who are planning to play dirty tricks to restrain themselves a little. You're not afraid that he'll tell the Fenier's family about this? No, he won't. Seeing that Brzett was still frowning, Lung smiled. Brzett, did you know that our hostel was known as the best hostel in Seven Lights University? Andrira Lung, Fiegler Knight, C.I. Jinsheng, and Silin. How could someone who was favored by the first 3 be weak? Is it worth it? Brzett asked. It's worth it. Lung turned to look at Brzett. What? You don't believe me? Brzett smiled and shook his head. I do. You Andrira people are all a bunch of weirdos. However, it's been 3 years since you last saw each other. Don't you need to have a good chat? If you're willing, young master, you can also invite him to be a guest here more often. Our negotiation with the Fenier's family will continue for another 2 days. No need. He has his own business to attend to, and I don't want that woman Ling Long to come knocking on my door. Besides, I believe that we will be working together very soon after this. Brzett's eyes flashed. Young master, are you talking about the matter at Sector S? Yeah, it's been 50 years. It's about time we started. Chapter 153. While Lung and Brzett were talking, the communicator in the office outside the lounge rang, and it seemed to be going out of control. Lung covered his ears and rolled around on the seashell sofa. It must be that woman, Yu Ling Long. I'm not going to pick her up even if you beat me to death. If you don't pick her up, I'm guessing that little princess you will come for you directly, Brzett said with certainty. I don't care. I won't meet her even if she comes for me. If she had even a tenth of her courage to meet Sillin, would I have to be like this? When he thought about how Yu Linglong had turned from a highly intelligent and dangerous woman into a gentle and harmless little lamb when she talked about Sillin, Lung felt goosebumps all over his body. Brizette sighed, but the Andryra family's business will be affected. If that's the case, I don't know how long you'll have to stay here, young master. The old master had given him a mission to be forcefully thrown to planet Auric to manage the affairs of the Andryra family. If he did not meet the old master standards, then Lung would have to stay here forever. Hearing Brizette's words, Lung, who was rolling around on the sofa, froze. He straightened his back and rushed toward the office. You can take the opportunity to fight for the development rights of that planet in the HU district, Brizette reminded him from behind. That's a must. If he did not talk about conditions, he would be a fool among fools. Sillin was completely unaware of Linglong and Lung's troubles. After leaving the Andryra family's building, he went to buy some candies along the way. This was what he promised Tang Xianxia. Planet Auric was filled with money, power, and desire. High-end flying cars could be seen everywhere, and people more beautiful than the last ostentatiously flaunted their wealth. Walking on the streets, the workers who came and went in a hurry seemed to be wearing a layer of mask on their faces, and their hearts could not be seen. The rapid pace of life left people with no time to relax, and they gradually became numb to it. They had unknowingly gotten used to putting on a disguise. When he returned to Fenir's place, Costella and Kirk looked at Sillin with a strange expression. Vice Captain Sillin, you and the young master of the Andryra family have a good relationship? Costella asked. Yeah, we knew each other a long time ago. We haven't seen each other for a few years. Today, we got to get to know each other. Sillin didn't try to hide it either. He knew that the Fenir's family had sent someone to follow them, so they must have known about the situation in the square. However, Sillin did not intend to say anything more. Sillin did not care what Costella and Kirk thought. Tang Kikikiu's mission this time was more or less completed. After talking for a while, Sillin went to find Tang Xianxia and gave her the colored candy and toothpaste he had bought on the way here. However, Sillin didn't know that his position in Costella and Kirk's hearts had risen by yet another level. Not just anyone could have such a good relationship with young Master Lung. In fact, Lung had only given the quota to the Fenir's family because of Sillin's face. In this case, it would seem that the cooperation negotiation this time would go relatively smoothly. In terms of influence in Sector H, the Fenir's family and the Bin family combined might not necessarily compare to the Andryra family. This was also the reason why Costella thought more highly of Sillin. They probably didn't expect that the thing that caused them such great trouble in Xianxia not long ago was young Master Lung's handiwork. In the next 2 days, just as Costella thought, their cooperation negotiation with Andryra went quite smoothly. 2 days later, both parties signed a contract, and the rest was Kirk's responsibility. Costella still had to escort Tobo back. Huimao was quite happy to leave this planet. He didn't like this planet. Of course, that aquarium in Lung's office was the exception. They boarded the starship once more, left the most gorgeous planet in Sector H, and flew straight to Sector F. The flight was very smooth. They didn't run into any obstructions or other troubles. And when they approached Sector F, they ran into the Fenir's family's corvettes that had been ordered to wait for them. With these corvettes, it could be said that Tang Kikikiu's mission had come to an end. Sillin and Tang Xianxia did not follow Costella and the others to the Fenir's family's headquarters. When they passed by the transfer planet at Sector F, Sillin and Tang Xianxia boarded the space plane Costella had arranged for them and landed on the transfer planet. Tang Xianxia received the 2 million reward for this mission, and she was so excited that she couldn't sleep well for a few days. She kept thinking about where to go next. Inside a restaurant on the FC-100 Transit Star, Tang Xianxia flipped through the documents in her hands. These documents were about some of Sector F's tourist attractions. Even Tang Xianxia felt dizzy just looking at them. If it was possible, she really wished that she could visit every single one of them. Unable to make a choice, Tang Xianxia pushed the documents to Sillin. You choose, Big Brother Sillin. I don't know where to go. Sillin received Tang Xiaoqiu's information and gave it a look. He was mainly looking at the characteristic planets of Division FC because they were closer to this place, and there would be fewer incidents involving the Fenier's family if they were in Division FC. How about this one? Sillin pointed at one of the introductions and said, it was one of the more famous planets of Sector FC, Acerella. Acerella meant flying car in Sector F sector language, and just like its name, Acerella was famous for its flying car race. Every year, a lot of people would travel to Acerella to watch the flying car race, and there were many places in Sector F that broadcast the race. But if the conditions were right, more people would be willing to watch the race in person. However, Acerella's championship race had not arrived yet. If they went now, they would only be able to watch the elimination race. This was a pity to Sillin. Not bad. But, Big Brother Sillin, what does 3 in the Triceratops flying car race mean? Tang Xiaoqiu asked interestedly. Beside her, Hui Mao, who was struggling with grilled fish on his plate, also pricked up his ears. A flying car that can travel normally in all 3 conditions, water, land, and air, is called a Triceratops flying car race, and a race that only uses Triceratops flying car race is called a Triceratops flying car race. The race venue should also be suitable for all 3 environmental conditions. Sillin explained. The Triceratops flying car race was a favorite sport of many people in the galaxy. More commercial activities were launched because of the Triceratops flying car race. Among them was car gambling. Back at Planet Brown Earth in Sector X, old Devon often gambled cars, and Sillin had helped him win some prize money from car gambling to improve his life. It sounds interesting. Let's go to Acerella then. Right now, Acerella's championship race is far from here. If we go, we will only be able to watch the elimination race. That's fine too. I want to see what the Triceratops flying car race is like. Tang Xiaoqiu's eyes were bright with yearning. The Triceratops flying car race sounded very exciting. There was even a spectator group specifically going to Acerella's race under Acerella's introduction. However, neither Sillin nor Tang Xiaoqiu were willing to join the group. They preferred to move around freely. After the meal, 2 people and 1 cat casually strolled around the transit planet before boarding the passenger plane to Acerella. Hui Mao seemed to have gotten used to it. He immediately switched to sleep mode after entering the pet cabin. When they came out of Acerella's port, the first reaction people had was, there were so many cars. There were all kinds of flying cars of all shapes and sizes. There was also a big electronic sign at the port's exit that displayed the recent Triceratops flying car race and replays of classic clips. It attracted a lot of people to stop and stare. After they had prepared their food and some equipment, Sillin, Tang Xiaoqiu, and Hui Mao boarded a passenger car headed to a city that was closer to them. Planet Acerella did not have a large population. Compared to other planets of the same size, the population was pitifully small. Many of the people who came to compete were from other planets, and the people who ruled the planet were also transferred over from other planets. Therefore, Acerella's native population was basically on the low side. The main reason for Acerella's low population was its geography. Of course, it was also famous for its geography. The planet's unique geography made the Triceratops flying car race famous. More and more flying car enthusiasts came here to participate in the race. Due to the large number of foreigners every year, people from Sector F and the few sectors around Sector F would come here out of admiration. Therefore, people spoke the common language of the League of Stars on Acerella. However, many of them spoke with their own sector's accent. As for the Acerella natives, they also spoke the common language of the League of Stars. Although it wasn't standard, it was still understandable. The windows of the passenger car were closed because the wind was strong. People said that people who came to Acerella for the first time should not miss the wind of Wind City other than watching the Triceratops flying car race. Wind City wasn't a city, but a large area made up of more than 10 cities. It covered millions of square kilometers and was called the Wind City region, or Wind City for short. The cities in the Wind City region often used Wind City as the prefix of their city name. Therefore, it was common to hear people say Wind City XX and so on. They were referring to a certain city in the Wind City region. Wind was a special characteristic of this place. It didn't have a fixed direction. It might blow from the front one moment and from the back the next. Acerella's flying cars would go through special modifications so that they could find a sense of balance amidst the irregular airflow. The uninhabited areas of Wind City had a special landform similar to dry areas. Wind erosion played a role, and due to the constant erosion of the strong winds, the eroded valleys and depressions gradually separated into island-shaped platforms and hills. Then, they evolved into stone pillars or stone blocks. From afar, it looked like they had arrived at a decadent ancient city. The crisscrossing, eroded valleys, stone pillars, and stone blocks looked like a group of buildings built along the streets. Every time a gale came, yellow sand would cover the sky, and the wind would surge and swirl inside these groups of buildings, howling shrilly like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves. It was a hair-raising sight. Therefore, there were people who described this area as Devil City. Due to millions of years of wind and sun, the flat sandstone layer in this area had formed various landforms, such as eroded walls, eroded mushrooms, eroded pillars, eroded furrows, eroded depressions, ruined hills, castles, and so on. The scenery was spectacular and amazing. There were also some oddly shaped mounds and mounds of different sizes. The mounds were dry and hard, row upon row. Whenever the shadow of a cloud floated past, or the wind stirred up the light sand, the mounds and mounds seemed to drift slowly, like a ship setting sail and a big fish swimming around. It was confusing and gave people endless imagination. If the rock layer was nearly horizontal and hard and soft rock layers alternated, the soft rock layer would be easily eroded and the hard rock layer would be relatively prominent, just like the eaves. Here, it could be seen everywhere. Wow, Brother Silin, look, it looks like a snake is crawling. Tang Xianxia, who was leaning against the window and looking outside, exclaimed excitedly. Silin looked in the direction that Tang Xianxia was pointing at. The sand had been scraped by the wind, leaving a long, twisted mark on the sand. One end was slowly being covered by the sand, and the other end was facing the wind and continuing to cut through the sand layer in front of it. At first glance, it looked like a big snake crawling on the sand. Hui Mao squatted on Silin's shoulder, staring at the scene on the sand outside the window with his eyes wide open. His claws moved unconsciously, looking like he really wanted to go down and have fun. Hey, there's a stone ball there. It's so big, Tang Xianxia said. The camera in her hand never rested. Who carved that? No, it's naturally formed. Silin explained. When a rock is exposed to the surface, it will be weathered. Because of its protruding edges, it is more susceptible to weathering. Its corners will be weathered in 3 directions, its edges will be weathered in 2 directions, and its surface will only be weathered in 1 direction. So, over time, under the effect of weathering, the edges of the big rock will gradually shrink and eventually tend to become spherical, just like that big stone ball. Oh, I see. Tang Xianxia noted down Silin's explanation in her mind. This was also a form of knowledge. Up ahead is one of the competition routes. Someone shouted. Everyone looked over and saw that there were 2 towering rock mountains. Between the 2 mountains was a narrow passageway that looked like a pipe. That passageway was one of the competition routes during the competition period. When air flowed in, the narrow passageway would accelerate the airflow, so it often formed a strong wind. In addition, the wind in Windy City was irregular, and the narrow passageway was crooked, so if one was not careful, they would crash into the rock mountains. It could be said to be extremely thrilling. Although this narrow passageway was very thrilling, it was only a small part of the Tri-Amphibian Flying Car Competition's route. According to the information, the Tri-Amphibian Flying Car Competition's route was almost all around the world, and this route involved dangerous areas on the planet. One of the most commonly used routes was the Windy City Chilean Lake Stone Forest route. Although the wind in Windy City was strong, if one was forced to fall, they could temporarily drive on the sand. However, they had to avoid the instantaneous gales because those instantaneous gales would blow the car away. Experienced drivers would use the subtle changes in the sand to determine where the instantaneous gales existed and when they formed the strongest gales, so they could avoid them. The second major route was Chilean Lake. Chilean Lake was an underwater route formed by 7 large lakes that were connected by a passageway underwater. The lake was very deep, and there was basically no light passing through the passageway. It was very dark, and there were some aquatic animals and plants that could cause interference. If there was a problem with the power system, the car would sink to the bottom of the lake and sink into the mud. Coupled with the entanglement of aquatic plants, one could only use up the oxygen reserves before the rescue team arrived. If the oxygen reserves were insufficient or the oxygen supply system was abnormal, one would not be far from death. There were some other obstacles in the lake, but the public information in Silen's hands did not mention them, so it was obvious that it would be even more difficult. This was just the environmental factor. If the drivers tripped up each other, then there was no need to mention it. The third major route was the Stone Forest. The Stone Forest was a place where peaks stood tall and straight. The peaks were conical, tower-shaped, cylindrical, and other sharp peaks with stone buds and karst ditches growing on the surface. The stone forest was very hard. In the stone forest area, once a car fell, it would basically not be able to fly again, or the car would be destroyed and the better ones would be stuck in the stone forest. Even if they could fly, the car would be damaged, which would have a huge impact on the later part of the race. Such a route was a test of the driver. Not only the driver's skills, but also their psychological and adaptability. Of course, experience was also essential. It was precisely because of the dangerous terrain, the high fatality rate, and the high rate of car damage that the racing enthusiasts were even more excited. However, Silen also wondered what the chances of a person who could drive a flying car so well in such a race would be like in a battle. There was no time to continue thinking about it. He had arrived at his destination. Silen was ready to get off at the Wind City Winto stop. Although the native population of Acerella was small, there were many foreigners, and all the hotels were full all year round. In Acerella, if you saw a towering and gorgeous building in the city, it was definitely a hotel. The cost of those hotels was frighteningly expensive, but they were always full, and you might not be able to book one even if you booked 3 months in advance. Therefore, for Silen, who had temporarily decided to come to Wind City, there was no doubt that Wind City Winto, which had the most backward living conditions, had more accommodation opportunities. They were not afraid of a little hardship, but the important thing was to have a place to live. It must be said that in a place like Wind City, sleeping in the wild was purely asking for trouble. Not to mention the low temperature at night. There were also strong winds and dust. If you were to stay in a tent, you might be swept away along with the tent. In Acerella's Wind City, many local residents lived in stone houses made of sand or rock. Compared to the towering and gorgeous buildings in the central area, these residential houses looked ancient and vicissitudes, and Wind City Winto undoubtedly played out this vicissitude even more strongly. The high-class hotels and the surrounding areas in the central area of Wind City Winto were all full. Because of the limited number of hotel rooms, some private houses would also vacate their rooms for rent. In fact, many local residents relied on rent to survive. If one day the Triamphibian flying car competition was not held, and there were no more foreigners to stay, it was estimated that they would not be able to make a living. However, along the way, there were no more private houses. Hui Mao was lying on Silen's shoulder, looking powerless. What the fuck? This shabby place was so expensive, and the most infuriating thing was that it was so expensive, and yet it was full. Was this a scam? The sky gradually darkened, and just as Silen and Tang Kikikyu were looking for accommodation along the street, a rattling sound was heard from behind them, slowly approaching and stopping next to them. It was a flying car. The car was very old and belonged to the kind of old, broken car that made no sound except for the horn. Hui Mao raised its eyes to glance at the broken thing and lowered its eyelids again. There was really nothing to look at, and looking at it one more time would only make it have the urge to let this broken car die of old age. Are you looking for accommodation? The hood of the old, broken car opened, revealing a young face covered in dust. Chapter 154. Silen looked at him. The young man in front of him was only 17 or 18 years old, but he exuded a maturity beyond his age. He had the same vicissitudes of the city, but the good thing was that he did not seem malicious. "Yes, we're looking for a place to stay. Do you have a recommendation?" The young man looked at them, raised his gloved hand, and put up a finger. 100 a day, galactic dollars. If you agree, I'll take you to see a house." "Okay." Sillin nodded. Compared to the houses in the center of the city, this price was more reasonable. The young man pointed to the seats behind them, which were made of faded old cloth. There was only one driver's seat in the front seat, and said, "Come on up." The two old flying cars looked shabby, and when they flew, it was terrifying. They shook back and forth, as if they wanted to shake out the little things left in their stomachs, and it gave the feeling that they would be blown away by the wind at any time. When they arrived at their destination, Tang Kikikyu was carried out by Sillin. She was in a trance from the shaking and could not find her balance for a short period of time. Sillin was not so serious, but Hui Mao on his shoulder looked at the shabby car with even more disdain. This confirmed his view. It was just a pile of junk. The place the young man was talking about was his home. It was located at the edge of Wind City, and it was a small 2-story house made of rock. Looking at the stone, it was probably not too old, probably built in the last 5 years. There was a small courtyard, and in the corner of the courtyard were some old parts of the flying car, covered with a cover to prevent them from being blown away by the wind. After parking the car in the courtyard, the young man came out and pointed to the second floor of the house. "You can go take a look first. If there's no problem, pay the rent and sign an agreement." Sillin nodded and carried Tang Kikikyu to the second floor. There was a single staircase in the courtyard that led to the second floor, and Hui Mao had already jumped onto the stairs and rushed into the house. The house was not big, but the layout was clear. There was a bedroom, a living room, and a simple bathroom. The bed in the bedroom could be divided into 2 small beds. Sillin first let Tang Xianxia lie down on the bed to rest. Hui Mao had already finished patrolling the site and had also taken a shower in the simple bathroom. He was squatting on the windowsill, looking at the sand in the distance with a solemn expression. In the courtyard, a woman with a headscarf stood next to the young man. She should be the young man's mother. She was wiping the young man's face with a wet towel. Seeing Sillin come down, the young man asked, "How is it?" "Not bad." Hearing Celine's words, the woman's eyes revealed joy. The young man passed the agreement he had drafted a long time ago to Sillin. After Sillin read through it and found that there were no problems, both parties signed the agreement. Sillin paid the rent for 5 days straight away and said that he would pay the rest if he continued to stay in the house. In addition, the water bill had to be calculated separately according to the volume. Night had fallen. Sillin and Tang Xianxia simply ate something and then lay down to rest. Tang Xianxia soon fell asleep. Sillin listened to the howling wind with high and low pitch, and finally realized what the devil's voice of Wind City was. Suddenly, Hui Mao's ears twitched, and he jumped up. His eyes shone with a dim light. "Sillin, there's something coming out of the desert. I'm going to look for food. Go, don't make too much noise." "Got it." Hui Mao couldn't wait to jump up, unlock the door, and rush out. When the door closed automatically, Sillin opened his eyes and sighed. This place was even more polarized than Planet Brown Earth. The luxurious central city and the old residential area were worlds apart. Although the wind and sand outside were strong, Sillin slept well at night. However, in the middle of the night, Sillin heard some noise in the courtyard. It was mixed with the chaotic sound of the wind, so it didn't seem so out of place. When it was almost dawn, Hui Mao came back with a satisfied look on his face. He even brought back a 2-meter-long snake for Sillin and Tang Xianxia to enrich their diet. "Right, Sillin, I saw that kid in the sandstone area," Hui Mao said while lying on his side on the bed, licking his paws. "It's the same old broken car. Driving over there, and he's not afraid of death. He's picking places with more stone eaves. He's probably practicing driving. He's a racing driver." Sillin had noticed that the young man's arms and wrists were very strong, and his physique was quite good. At the same time, the young man wasn't as impulsive as other people his age. When he met Sillin, he looked at him calmly, probably analyzing whether or not someone like Sillin would be a good tenant. It was important to know that controlling the rudder at high speed under the influence of air pressure was quite strenuous, especially when cornering. Strong arms were needed to maintain the flying car on the desired route. Therefore, strong arms and wrists were a must in a long-distance race. In a racing car race, the strong horizontal centrifugal force during cornering would cause the driver's blood to flow to one side. However, at this time, the driver still needed to think calmly to face the next corner and the possible dangers that might arise. Moreover, the difference between the heartbeat at the start and during the race was relatively large, so the driver's cardiopulmonary function had to be abnormally strong. Not only that, but the body's endurance was also very important for a racing driver. In a race, even the shortest race would last more than 10 hours. However, after more than 10 hours of racing, the body's fat consumption and dehydration would total more than 10 kilograms. They needed to rehydrate, but they also had to take care of the dangers around them. Excessive dehydration could cause shock, and if they were distracted, it could be devastating for the driver. Apart from that, although there was a thermostat in the cockpit, damage was inevitable during a race. If the thermostat malfunctioned, the temperature in the cockpit would rise to more than 20 degrees higher than normal body temperature. Therefore, a driver without good endurance and endurance would be in trouble. Therefore, a driver's strong physique was one of their insurance. Huimao didn't take a good look at the young man. He only paid attention to the broken car. "That broken car is a racing driver," he said disdainfully. Sillin patted Huimao's head. "Hurry up and go to sleep. It'll be dawn soon." 2 days before they arrived at Wind City, Sillin and Tang Xianxia didn't go too far. They just wandered around Wind City Winto. Wind City's race was in 3 days, and the races in other regions were too far away. Tang Xianxia didn't want to go too far. Besides, no matter which region the race was, it was the same. They would watch Wind City's race first. After staying here for 2 days, Sillin got to know the landlord a little better. The young man's name was Yudo's Wentz. Wentz was his surname. Generally speaking, in the League of Stars, some big families with multiple names like to put their surnames first to show respect for the family. Therefore, people like Yudo's didn't need to see him in person. They only needed to see his name to classify him as a commoner. Yudo's meant Chase in the sector language of Sector F. It seemed that Yudo's liked his name a lot. It was said that Mrs. Wentz wanted to change his name for him, but he refused. Mr. Wentz passed away when Yudo's was very young. Mr. Wentz was often sick from birth due to physical reasons, so when he was 16 years old, his parents married Mrs. Wentz, who was 10 years older than him. She was the woman Sillin saw in the courtyard. However, after Mr. Wentz passed away, his brother drove Mrs. Wentz and the 2-year-old Yudo's out of the house. The orphan and the widow lived at the edge of the city. I forgot to mention that the Wentz family owned a relatively large flying car model shop at the center of Wind City Wentz. It was later purchased by outsiders, and the shop's name was changed. However, it was growing better and better, and the other Wentz family members were earning a considerable amount of money. In comparison, Yudo's and Mrs. Wentz were much more miserable. Yudo's worked for Wentz's convoy at Wind City. Although his income wasn't much, it was enough to support his mother and son's lives. He also collected rent. The house wasn't like this in the past. It was basically made of sand. Later on, Yudo's earned some money from the convoy, so he demolished the sand house and rebuilt the stone house. Since Yudo spent most of his time outside, he didn't feel safe leaving his mother at home alone if he rented out the house. After all, not all the tenants who came to this place were easy to get along with. Therefore, every time, Yudo's personally looked for tenants. He looked for people who seemed easy to get along with and had a high reputation. If he couldn't find a suitable person, he would rather not rent out. Mrs. Wentz had no other job. She took care of the tenants, washed clothes, and so on. In her spare time, she made some handicrafts and sold them for a little money. After all, in the era of high-tech domination, handicrafts were too cheap. A machine made things more accurate and beautiful, and it took less time, low cost, and high efficiency. However, handicrafts were more creative. As long as the producer had a good idea, there would still be people who would buy it. Although it couldn't be sold at an ideal price, it could still make up for the needs of life. This wasn't what Yudos and Mrs. Wentz said, but it was what the residents around them said. The people around them basically lived by collecting rent. When there was no flying car race, they spent most of their time chatting all day. Therefore, for them, Silin and Tang Xianxia, who had just moved into Yudo's house, were the best people to talk to. At night, Tang Xianxia was lying on the bed, looking at the introduction of the team. Brother Silin, which team does Yudos belong to? The old man at the corner of the street last time said that he was in the Gale team. Gale, Tang Xianxia searched the information. Oh, not bad. Rank 4th on the planet. Okay, don't read too much at night and go to bed early. Silin knocked on Tang Xianxia's head. Okay, I know. 5 more minutes, no, 15 more minutes, and then I'll go to bed. Silin smiled and shook his head. He looked out of the dark window, thinking about something. Wuxia had gone out to look for food again. The little fellow had been living quite comfortably for the past 2 days, and the main reason was because it had seen a couple of high-level pets that had been trained to the point of being able to talk. Although they had seen rich people raising high-level pets that could talk back in Auroch, they didn't think that there would be high-level pets in this place as well. It was obvious that this was a place where the rich spent their time. Ever since he saw the high-level pets that could talk, Hui Mao was much more relaxed. He would say a few words on the road from time to time, enjoying the attention of passers-by. At the same time, he was also proud of the fact that the high-level pets that could talk had a thick accent in the language of the League of Stars. Regarding this, Hui Mao had improved himself again. After Tang Xianxia fell asleep, Silin turned off the energy storage light and lay on the bed with his eyes closed. However, he didn't fall asleep. In the middle of the night, there was a knocking sound in the yard. Yudos was in the cockpit, preparing to take off when he heard the knocking sound. He turned his head to look and was so shocked that he almost jumped up. He didn't know when Silin was standing next to the dilapidated flying car and was fastening the hood. Making a gesture, Silin motioned for Yudos to open the hood. Although he was reluctant, he was still a renter and a provider of rent. Moreover, it seemed that Silin and Tang Xianxia were good people these 2 days, so Yudos opened the hood and let Silin come in and sit in the back seat. I can't sleep, so I want to go out for a walk. I know you're practicing driving, but you don't mind if I hitch a ride, right? Silin wasn't embarrassed at all. You're already sitting in, what's the use of minding? Okay, as long as you can hold on. Yudos gritted his teeth. In the darkness of the night, Yudos didn't even turn on the lights, but very familiarly drove the old car out of the yard, away from Wind City, Winshuo, and into the uninhabited area outside. The old car was still bumpy, and coupled with Yudo's intention, it was so bumpy that it almost threw people out. But Yudos noticed that the person in the back seat, without fastening a seatbelt, was still sitting there with his eyes closed as if he was asleep. Yudos was surprised. What kind of freak is this guy? Shaking his head, Yudos no longer paid attention to Silin and officially entered his training time. Sand dunes, stone eaves, narrow passages. The old car could always pass through these places smoothly in a bumpy state, and its speed wasn't slow. Of course, it was impossible to reach the speed of the flying car in the competition. After all, this old car used a storage battery. In this area, solar energy and wind energy were the main sources of energy. These 2 types of energy were converted into stored energy and stored in the storage battery to provide other power supplies, such as storage lamps, some household appliances, flying cars, and so on. The effect of the storage battery was obviously far inferior to the effect of the energy block, but the energy block was a luxury here, and only the team's competition cars used energy blocks. People like Yudos simply couldn't afford to use energy blocks, and could only rely on the storage battery to power the flying car. Although it used a storage battery, the speed of the old car Yudos was driving was much faster than other battery-powered flying cars, because he made full use of the wind, and in these challenging and dangerous places, he was calm and composed. Yudo's whole body seemed to have become one with the flying car, and he didn't need to rely too much on the airflow balancer. He was able to judge his next move just by the subtle impact of the airflow on the car body. This person seemed to be born to live in the wind, and he could fly freely. In the uninhabited area, people had a fearful attitude toward the wind here and avoided it. But Yudos felt unusually close to it, and he could feel the motivation brought by the wind. The wind seemed to be telling him, "You could do it faster, better, faster, faster." At this moment, Yudos forgot about Scylla in the back seat and was completely immersed in the world of himself, the flying car, and the wind. When turning a corner, Yudos skillfully controlled the car, making use of the airflow around the corner and the whistling wind to allow him to complete the turn more perfectly. But he didn't consider Scylla in the back seat. An extra person meant an extra weight, an element he couldn't control here. So when he controlled the car according to the thousands of times he had done before, he suddenly discovered his negligence. The rock protruding from the side of the mountain was getting closer and closer to the car. But Yudos reacted quickly, adjusting the control panel at an even faster speed, turning the rudder, and then tilting his body to a certain angle to coordinate with the car's movements. This series of actions was completed in an extreme amount of time, and the car almost brushed the edge of the rock. After turning the corner, Yudos didn't continue to drive in this narrow pipe, but instead drove the flying car out of the narrow pipe and landed behind the big rock mountain. He popped out the nails and tightly held onto the big rock mountain to prevent the flying car from being blown away by the wind. After the flying car stopped, Yudos leaned on the rudder, panting. "Oh, I made a mistake." Scylla opened his eyes and said, "You shut up if you weren't in the car. How could this happen to me?" Yudos roared, his forehead covered in sweat, and his back was also covered in cold sweat. That was really too thrilling, and it was beyond his expectations, but fortunately it was still under control, or else the two of them would have died here today. You can't blame the fault caused by your own negligence on others. After all, you knew before I was in the car, but at that time you forgot about it. Instead, you habitually followed the previous operation and used the habitual thinking to control the car. This is your own fault. You can't deny it. Yudos didn't speak again. He also knew where his mistake was, and indeed, this was a lesson. He was too confident, so confident that he ignored the critical factors. But the operation just now was very good. At least you didn't panic. If your reaction time was 0.1 seconds late, then we could only come into contact with the rock explosion. Yudos suddenly realized that the person sitting in the back seat was too calm, so calm that he was like a bystander. "Are you also a flying car driver?" Yudos asked solemnly. It should be known that in Wind City, there were many taboos between the drivers, and the contestants didn't like their driving habits to be noticed by others. If that was the case, it would be very disadvantageous to them. "No, I spend more time driving a fighter jet than a flying car," Scylla said. In the 6th team, fighter jet piloting was a compulsory course for the combatants. If you don't even know how to drive a fighter jet, how can you still fight? When he heard about fighter jets, Yudo's eyes lit up, but then they darkened. "Do you want to drive a fighter jet?" Scylla asked. "I'd be lying if I said I don't, but that idea is too vague." Yudos buried his head in his arms and said gloomily, "Do you know what my job is? I only know that you work in the team." "Oh, work?" Yudos laughed at himself. "Do you know, in the team, there's a kind of person called a substitute." Chapter 155. The so-called stand-ins are the ones who help the racing stars run the races. It's a well-known secret among the racing teams. The stand-in's name will never be on the trophy, let alone the prize money. The stand-in's winnings will be completely handed over to the team, and the team leader will reward them according to his mood. It's like charity. Those who win will at least get charity, but those unlucky ones who lose their lives will get nothing. They can only be turned into ashes by the jeers of the spectators. Yudos said gloomily as he leaned against the steering wheel. People like them, who clearly had exquisite driving skills, could only live in the dark. When they went out, they wore helmets, so people couldn't see their true faces. They were like the shadows of those glamorous stars. People could always see and cheer for Xing, who could always stand on the podium holding the trophy, waving to the audience and fans, laughing and blowing kisses. They would never know that the ones who finished the race just a moment ago were the local residents, who were regarded as inferior and poor and could only live in stone houses. Many local racers had died in the race for fame and glory that didn't belong to them. Compared to the official racers of the racing teams, these stand-ins didn't have their own cars, didn't have their own races, and could only contribute to other people's lives. They were all human beings, but their lives were so lowly. In the Acerella racing competition, there had been a stand-in who died in an accident, but in the media reports, it was only said that Xianxia was seriously injured and luckily kept his life. Not long after, Xianxia made a high-profile appearance again, but his stand-in was replaced. As for his previous stand-in, if he was lucky, he would get a sympathetic funeral fee, but if he was not, he would get nothing. Udo laughed hoarsely, which was not much better than crying. The funniest thing is, these unequal contracts are all signed by us, and many of us are trying our best to show off our skills to those people, hoping to get a contract to sell our bodies. Because even with such an unequal contract, the money we get is several times more than some of the coolies. I heard that the profit from a race can reach hundreds of millions, Xilan said. Yes, hundreds of millions. Even if we lose, the team will still get tens of millions. If we win, we will get even more. Hundreds of millions is a common thing. The racers will get hundreds of thousands, and the good ones will get close to 1 million, while the star racers will get tens of millions. But for us, a few thousand, 10,000 on a good day. Yudos looked out of the car. Who knew how many corpses were buried under the sand? All scapegoats. Have you ever thought of leaving? Xilan asked. Of course, but I can't. If I were to leave, I would definitely take my mother with me. However, according to Acerella's laws, every resident who left would have to pay a fee of 500,000 renminbi. 500,000? That's 1 million for 2 people. It's nothing to the official racers, but it's basically impossible for doubles like us. We might even lose our lives. I've heard that there's a betting system for car racing. Have you guys tried it? That's for the alien warriors. If locals are caught gambling, they will be fined. However, we will secretly use fake identities to bet some money. Do you know about hunters? Xilan asked. I know. Yudo's eyes lit up. I've seen a bounty hunter before. He's very strong. There are also some hunter regiments. 2 years ago, a hunter regiment came to Acerella to watch the championship of the amphibious flying car race. Even the team manager, who is usually arrogant, had to be careful in front of them. The investor of the Cyclone team is acquainted with that hunter regiment, and they are a very famous hunter regiment. I heard that they are ranked in the top 5 of Sector F. You must have heard of them before. Oh, what's it called? Xilan asked with great interest. It's called Golden Rose. Xilan rummaged through the information in his mind. He even read through the new top 100 GL ranking list published by the authoritative publication Brave. Then, he said with certainty, I've never heard of it before. No way. You're too ignorant and ill-informed. Udo shouted with a look of disdain. That's one of the top 5 hunter regiments of Sector F. I heard that every single one of them is a seasoned veteran who has been to countless planets, seen countless strange things, and killed a lot of giant alien beasts. They even provided us with a huge statue that shines with dazzling multicolored light at night. Multicolored light. Aren't they afraid of excessive radioactive elements? Xilan laughed involuntarily. The moment Yudos mentioned the hunter regiment, his dispiritedness from before was nowhere to be found. He even described them with body language, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws in excitement. By the time Yudos was done talking to himself and stopped, he discovered that Xilan had fallen asleep on the back seat with his eyes closed. Yudos looked at the person on the back seat and felt like he was playing the lute to a cow. He curled his lips and said, "What a weirdo." Then he started the flying car and bounced back to the yard. When Xilan got out of the car, the sky was already beginning to brighten. Patting Yudo's shoulder, Xilan said, "Work hard. We'll be watching the race the day after tomorrow and cheer for you." The corner of Yudo's mouth twitched, but he did not say anything. He closed the car cover and locked it before walking into the house. For shadows like them who lived in the dark, the cheers of the audience would never include their names. Back inside the house, Tang Xiaoqiu stared at Xilan with wide eyes and complained, "Big brother Xilan, I can't believe you went out to play alone. It can't be helped. Don't tell me you want to sit in that kid's crappy car." Tang Xiaoqiu shook her head strongly. "That guy's driving skills are too bad. Too bad? No way. On the contrary, that guy's driving skills are pretty good. Have you ever seen anyone drive a crappy car like that back and forth safely? That's true. Let's go watch that guy's race the day after tomorrow. Okay. Tang Xianxia yawned, rolled up the quilt, and went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Silin was gargling when he heard a sweet voice downstairs. Mrs. Wince. Mrs. Wince. Silin spat out the mouthwash in his mouth and shook off the goosebumps on his body. What's wrong with that stupid cat again? When Silin went downstairs, he saw that Mrs. Wince was busy with her handiwork, and the stupid cat was squatting next to her, watching without blinking. Mrs. Wince was indeed a person with many years of experience. A piece of cloth, a pile of fine sand, a needle, and a thread could quickly make a good thing. Now, a cat doll filled with fine sand was quickly formed in Mrs. Wince's hands. It looked like Hui Mao, and even the cloth was gray. This kind of gray cloth was very common here. It was a low-quality cloth, and every family had a lot of it. In the past, Mrs. Wince's handiwork was made of colorful or brightly colored cloth, because that kind of color could attract buyers. There were very few puppets made of gray cloth, and even if they were made, no one would buy them. But today, when Hui Mao came back from foraging, he happened to see Mrs. Wince's handiwork. Suddenly, the cat had an idea. He pretended to be cute in front of Mrs. Wince and asked her to help him make a cat doll. No wonder it was so sweet just now. But the doll looked really good. Although the cloth was coarse, it was very strong. Windy City also had a special kind of fine sand, which felt soft. The doll filled with fine sand was very three-dimensional, and it was made in a 1:1 ratio. Mrs. Wince also very patiently hand-embroidered the eyes, mouth, and so on. It should be known that this kind of handmade doll was usually directly attached to an object to act as the eyes, or directly drawn. Compared to the machine sewing, it was much rougher. But this cat doll was obviously embroidered by Mrs. Wince. Knowing that it was not easy for Mrs. Wince, Silin paid 100 star coins. Mrs. Wince's other dolls only cost 10 star coins. Mrs. Wince refused to accept the money, so Silin directly put the money in the basket. Please accept it. This cat is very troublesome. Thank you for your patience. Mrs. Wince smiled and waved her hand. No, it's very smart. It's the first time I've seen such a smart and talking cat. Mrs. Wince took out a small cloth ball the size of a fist. It was filled with fine sand, and the outside was sewn with several layers of cloth. It would not hurt if hit. Mrs. Wince gave the cloth ball to Hui Mao to play with. Hui Mao directly swept the ball with his tail, picked it up, and played with it directly with his tail. Mrs. Wince applauded. In the past few days, the relationship between the upstairs and downstairs had obviously improved a lot. At first, Hui Mao often came downstairs to eat, but later, Mrs. Wince directly let Silin and Tang Xianxia eat downstairs, so that they would not have to cook separately. Silin also did not eat for free. He took out some dried meat, and Tang Xianxia gave some candy to Mrs. Wince, which was not sold here. As for the local food of the Wind City, Silin and Tang Xianxia also tasted it. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the competition. The Xianxia flying car competition was based on a point system. First, there was a knockout round. Within a specified number of races, the top 10 would be able to enter the championship. Those who did not have enough points would have to wait for the next season. Only the top 5 of each race could get points. First place had 5 points, second place had 4 points, third place had 3 points, fourth place had 2 points, and fifth place had 1 point. On this day, Silin and Tang Xianxia came to the grandstand area early. The tickets had been bought long ago. Silin also bet part of it, and also helped Udo's bet part of it. Udo, on the other hand, had more than 100,000 RMB in his bank account. It was a rare opportunity for him to meet a trustworthy person like Celine, so Udo gritted his teeth and took out 100,000 RMB. If he won this match, he would be able to triple the amount. Udo's was more confident in himself, so this time he was really ready to go all out. The grandstand was circular with 2 entrances, one for the starting point and the other for the finishing point. The 2 entrances extended upwards in an inverted trapezoid shape. In the middle of the grandstand, there would be a huge holographic projection of the match, and the media would also broadcast the match live. Some people would wonder why so many people would buy expensive tickets to enter the grandstand, since it could be broadcast live, and they could only watch the projection from the grandstand. The first reason was the atmosphere. In the grandstand, the roars of the audience and the excitement could be contagious. The shouts echoed in the original grandstand, and it seemed that the whole stadium was about to shake. The loud roars brought up the atmosphere of the race. The surging blood, caused by the speed and passion, was incomparable to watching the live broadcast at home. The waving flags, the flashing screens, the fans hysterically shouting the names of their favorite racers, completely venting their emotions. As long as it was the audience standing in the grandstand, they would be infected by this atmosphere and could not help but roar. Tang Xiaoqiu was obviously one of them. She held the loudspeaker and began shouting, "Yudo's go!" Because she could not directly shout Yudo's name. That would bring trouble to Yudo's, who was a substitute. Yudo's had told Silen about the flying car of the Chexing he was substituting, so when the dazzling red flying car appeared, the atmosphere reached a climax. The Chexing was quite popular. Of course, Chexing's face and Yudo's face combined were the idols in the eyes of the audience. It should be known that in the grandstand, even if you wanted to speak, you had to use a loudspeaker. Otherwise, you would not be able to hear each other clearly in the crowd. So Tang Xiaoqiu had been holding the loudspeaker the whole time. The funny thing was that there was also a big man shouting into a megaphone a few rows ahead of her. When he heard Tang Xiaoqiu shout, he turned around and asked, "Who's Yuda Duo?" Tang Xiaoqiu shouted with a loudspeaker, "Yudo's is a real man." Silen was speechless. Someone at the side tugged at Tang Xiaoqiu's sleeve. "Little girl, which car is Yudodo?" Tang Xiaoqiu blinked. "I don't know, I just think it's fun to shout like this." Then she started shouting again. What made Silen want to cry the most was that Hui Mao, who was on his shoulder, was holding the loudspeaker with both paws. When Tang Xiaoqiu shouted, it also roared. Thus, such a sound was heard. A childish baby voice. "Yudo's!" Then there was a strange cat's cry. "Meow." Then there was the baby voice. "Pure man." Then there was the cat's cry. "Meow," and so on. As he roared, Silen noticed that more and more people around him had joined his camp. For a time, the sounds of Yudodo, real men, and people who looked like they had been possessed by a cat demon filled the air. When someone heard this, he asked the person next to him, "Who is Yudo's?" "Fuck, how would I know?" "Then why are you shouting?" "Didn't you hear it? It's fun to shout like this." Why did so many people join in? First, they didn't see the name Yudo's in the contestants list. Therefore, based on the cat's cry at the end, they naturally thought that Yudo's was a modal particle in a certain sector language. Second, this pure man was too versatile. Anyone could shout it. Third, the strange and cathartic cat's cry was very suitable for venting one's emotions. Therefore, Tang Xiaoqiu and Hui Mao's roars became widespread. Inside the flying car, Yudo's was sweating profusely. When he heard Tang Xiaoqiu and Hui Mao's strange roars, he was still thinking, who taught these people? Then, as the majority of the people joined in, Yudo's felt the urge to cry. From a number of people on Tang Xiaoqiu's side to 1/10 of the audience, then 1/3 of the audience, and in the end, people from all over the grandstand were joining in. Moreover, they were shouting in unison with a rhythm. Other people might not know what Yudo's meant, but Yudo's himself did. This was the first time so many people were shouting him. Even if these people didn't know that Yudo's was referring to his substitute hiding in the dark, even if they couldn't shout out his full name, it was enough. Yudo's was satisfied. The wind grew stronger and sand flew everywhere. Very good. Yudo's closed his eyes and felt the slightest movement of the car in the wind. Beep! A long whistling sound rang out. More than 50 flying cars took their respective positions at the starting line, arranged from bottom to top according to the distribution of the spaces drawn before the race. Bam! A hurried explosive sound officially set off this wave. Amidst the screams of the audience, the flying cars scrambled to fly out of the starting line. The ancient earth, the young wind, the soaring passion, the hot blood and sweat, listening to the cheers of the audience, set sail like a warrior fighting for his life. In the sandstone region, there were rows upon rows of sand dunes, disorderly mountain rocks, and unbridled sandstorms. Under such circumstances, the fiery red flying car was like a leader, advancing forward with an indomitable momentum and flying forward at a rapid speed. Was he chasing the wind, or was the wind chasing him? The car seemed to melt into the wind, even flipping with the wind, but it could always neatly avoid the obstacles. Yudo's shining point was his ability to predict and judge. Although he didn't have the ability to drive a high-end flying car, he always drove that old, worn-out car that seemed to be on the verge of death to dance with the wind. That way, he became more and more proficient in controlling the wind. The worn-out car couldn't automatically balance the airflow like an official racing car, so the driver had to drive, control, and judge. Because of this, Yudos understood the temperament of the wind better. He used the wind to complete difficult maneuvers, and he could also predict the obstacles and make decisions in advance. Because he could always make decisions before the other racers, many times if they encountered a difficult situation, many racers would refer to the movements of the red flying car driven by Yudos. Bang! A racer miscalculated the height of the stone eaves, and the car scraped against the stone eaves. The flying car flipped a few times in the air and fell into a sand dune. The other racers wouldn't stop because of this unlucky fellow, even if the person who fell into the sand dune was on the verge of death. The spectators in the stands wouldn't sympathize. They would only pay attention to the other cars still in the race. The media wouldn't give the eliminated cars a shot because they were losers. The projection in the center of the grandstand was divided into 3 parts. The best view was reserved for the cars running at the front, and the worst view was for the cars at the back. In the best view, the fiery red flying car outshone the others, leaving the cars behind it farther and farther behind. The driver of the car in second place had originally wanted to refer to Yudo's reaction, but he couldn't reach Yudo's skill. He couldn't use the wind to flip and pull out a super maneuver like Yudo's could. The red silhouette of the car was like a stroke of genius. In that narrow passageway, it almost followed the perfect center line, passing through the abnormally difficult corners at high speed. The grandstand was completely abuzz. Chapter 156. It was obvious who was better and who was worse. Some people in the stands were shouting the name of Xianxia, who was replaced by Yudos, and waving the floating image of Xianxia. Some so-called experts were commenting on the scene just now, and they were full of praise for Xianxia. The racers in the race were unaware of all this. They only knew that they had to focus all their attention on the race, because the slightest bit of carelessness would result in their deaths. The sandstone circuit was almost over, and the next circuit was Lake Chilian. As usual, the red flying car was the first to plunge into the lake. The underwater monitors recorded the race's situation accurately under the lake. Some media outlets also had workstations under the water, analyzing and reporting the race's situation in more detail. Although there was no wind or sand in the lake, factors such as resistance, buoyancy, and water pressure would affect the flying car's speed, and they also had to ensure that the car's oxygen supply system wasn't damaged. In every circuit, the racers had to consider the problem from different angles and adopt different responses. "Look, a water monster!" a child shouted, pointing at a long anaconda that looked like a long anaconda. Yes, the lake wasn't just filled with clingy aquatic plants. There were also all kinds of creatures living in the lake. If one was careless and got entangled, it wouldn't be easy to get rid of them. In the worst-case scenario, one might even become food for these aquatic creatures. However, the racers were clearly used to this, and only a few were plotted against or made small mistakes and ran into trouble. Yudos was still in the lead. Outside, he could rely on the wind to make judgments, and in the water, he could use the flow of water. The water of Lake Chilian wasn't completely still, and the aquatic creatures and flying cars could cause quite a bit of movement. There were also passages connecting the lakes, where the flow of water was faster, and all of this could be used well. Many people couldn't imagine how the racer in the red flying car could do this, just as they couldn't imagine that the person driving the flying car was actually a 17-year-old boy who had been banished to the edge of the city and only relied on an old, broken car to train. Day after day, he trained harshly to live up to his own talent. He used all the external forces he could use to create more miracles. The critics looked at the time. In the previous records, the shortest time to complete the sandstone region was 5 hours and 21 minutes. But Yudo's did not even use 5 hours. He was 20 minutes shorter than the record holder. Even a second would make people go crazy, let alone 20 minutes. Now, everyone was waiting for him to break the second record, and the result was not disappointing. He finished the Chilean Lake stage in 16 minutes less than the record. When the car emerged from the lake, people even thought that the red flying car would directly fly into the sky, and no external force could stop it. The third segment, Stone Forest. The wind in the stone forest wasn't much better than in the sandstone area. Perhaps it wouldn't be as fierce as the sandstone area, but it definitely wouldn't be any less strange than the sandstone area. The undirected wind could even blow from somewhere in the stone forest when you weren't paying attention, affecting the balance of the car and causing it to crash or fall. It made sense that inexperienced players weren't suited for Acerella's game, because that was no different from asking for death. The red car contrasted sharply with the white stone forest. In this last segment, it was almost the red flying car's solo performance. The cars behind had been left far behind. On the 3 projections in the center of the grandstand, the red figure was the only one with the best angle. It was like the soul of an era. Flipping through the stone forest, it seemed like he couldn't find his balance. Every time the audience thought he would crash, they saw him successfully dodge the stone pillar in the next second. The distance between the car and the stone pillar was perhaps only a few centimeters. Even as spectators, people felt unusually nervous. Many people's foreheads were sweating, not from fear, but from excitement. Later, many people could see that the driver of the car seemed to be in a difficult situation, but in fact, he was doing it with ease. The cheers grew louder and louder. The Storm team had already begun to promote the car star, selling souvenirs. All the big images were of the car star. Compared to the bright and dazzling car star, the body double looked incomparably sad. Tang Xianxia wasn't as excited as before. She felt that Yudo's was very pitiful. Because the 2 segments were on the same latitude, after 1 lap, they would return to the grandstand, which was both the start and the finish line. When the red flying car crossed the finish line and entered the grandstand, the audience erupted. They stood up and shouted Che Xing's name. The flying car entered Storm's special workshop. Yudo's got out of the car and gave his seat to the car star, who was already fully equipped. Ignoring the director's nonsense, "Good job. I'll give you a raise." He changed out of his jacket, put on casual clothes in the changing room, threw away the clothes that didn't belong to him, and walked out of the race. The race continued to heat up. The crazy fans' cheers could be heard from afar. Letting out a long breath, Yudo's raised his head and walked away. But when he saw the debit card in Silen's hand, Yudo's gloomy mood improved a lot. Silen waved his hand. "Today's harvest is not bad. Go and transfer the money." "Okay." Yudo's moved his arms to relax his tense muscles. "Yudodo, you won a lot of money this time," Tang Xianxia said with a smile. This time, she also invested some of the money she earned from completing the mission, and the harvest was very surprising. 300,000. It's enough for me to run many races. Yudo sighed. "No, you underestimated it by an order of magnitude." Yudo's movement froze. He turned around stiffly and looked at Silen. "Didn't you bet on that car to win?" "Yes, but I also bet on that car to break the record," Silen said with a smile. That means..." Yudo swallowed his saliva. He was so nervous that he almost bit his tongue. He wasn't this nervous even during the race. "That means it increased by 30 times. Tang Xianxia gave the answer directly. 30 times. In other words, the final amount of money was 3 million. Yudo's panted heavily for a long time. Then he suddenly squatted down on the spot and began to cry. Silen, Tang Xianxia, and Hui Mao. Silen knew that they couldn't understand Yudo's feelings. All the grievances, all the unwillingness all the unreachable dreams the day before, when he had almost sunken in numbness and darkness, he found that there was actually sunshine on his back, a hope that he could touch just by turning around. Even when he crashed into a mountain rock and was seriously injured and almost killed, Yudos didn't cry. At this moment, he suddenly felt that everything was worth it. There was no reputation, no trophy that belonged to him. All his efforts were brushed off by some nonsense from the team leader. So what? After crying, Yudos raised his arm and used his sleeve to wipe his snot and tears. "It's my treat today. Don't fight with me." "Of course," Hui Mao said in a matter-of-fact tone. Yudos smiled like a fool all the way as he followed Sillin to the center of Windy City. There, Sillin transferred Yudos' portion to him. Because it was through Sillin, even if the officials checked Yudos' account, they wouldn't find out that he gambled. This was something that Yudos was sure of. Yudos stared at Card for a long time, as if he was staring at a lover. No, it was more like staring at a lover. When he came back to his senses, he still had a smile on his face. Suddenly remembering something, Yudos scratched his head and said to Sillin, "It's still early. I'll bring you guys to a good place tonight. But before that, I have to visit someone." "All right, maybe I can introduce you guys to him. He's a pharmacist." "Pharmacist?" Sillin asked curiously. "Yes, he's an amazing pharmacist." Yudos' face was full of admiration. "Let's go too. Let's see the amazing pharmacist you mentioned." Sillin was very interested in the person Yudos mentioned. Sillin and the other two followed Yudos to the other side of the city. It was an inconspicuous house that was on the outskirts of the central area. Compared to the many alloy building materials in the central area, this house was the same as Yudos' house. It was made of stone, but it was much bigger than Yudos' house. After Yudos pressed the doorbell, the door to the yard opened automatically. There were some unknown flowers in the yard, and some medicinal herbs were exposed to the sun on the platform. Celine's footsteps paused when she stepped into the courtyard. Her eyes were filled with deep thought as she looked at the house. This place was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Tang Kikikiu wrinkled her nose. What a strong smell of alcohol. After walking into the house, there were empty bottles everywhere. This made Tang Kikikiu frown even more. "Brother Lycrape, sorry to disturb you," Yudos said. Creak, the door opened. A man in his 30s wearing a nightgown that hadn't been washed for a few days appeared. His eyes were half open, and his hair was messy. Coupled with the dispirited stubble, he looked like a drunkard in dire straits. At this time, this drunkard was leaning against the door, holding a bottle of wine in one hand. After drinking a mouthful of wine, he looked at the people who walked in. However, when his eyes swept over Sillin, his pupils constricted slightly. "Neurotoxin." Lycrabe's voice was low and hoarse because he hadn't spoken for a few days, but it was very certain. "Enhancement drug?" Sillin looked at Lycrabe. "Good eye. Same to you." Yudos didn't know what the conversation between Sillin and Lycrabe meant, but Hui Mao knew. Sillin had a dagger on him, and the dagger was smeared with neurotoxin. Riculab's body also carried the scent of a potion, a type of strengthening potion. Whether it was the neurotoxin on Sillin or the enhancement drug on Lycrabe, they were all made by themselves and had never been announced. However, when both sides met for the first time, they were able to detect the drug on each other and identify the effects of the drug. Even some professionals might not be able to do that. Twitching the corner of his mouth, Lycrabe turned his gaze to Yudos. Yudos seemed a little nervous. He handed the 10,000 star coins worth of wine to Lycrabe. "Thank you for your help all this time." Lycrabe didn't have the slightest bit of courtesy. He took the bottle and looked at it. "Yo, you made money from the competition?" "Ahem." Yudos continued to scratch his head and said embarrassedly. He believed that Lycrabe wouldn't sell him out, but it wasn't easy to say it out loud. Lycrabe didn't have the intention to continue asking. He waved his hand. "All right, I'll accept the wine. You can go now. I still need to continue sleeping." Lycrabe yawned as he said this. He took the wine bottle and walked into the room. "Brother Lycrabe, are you going to dance night tonight?" What answered Yudos was the sound of the door slamming shut. However, Yudos didn't care. Instead, he smiled and led Sillin and the others out. "That's a drunkard. After leaving the room, Tang Xiaoqiu said with certainty, "Brother Lycrabe just likes to drink, but he's still a good person. At least he doesn't look down on us locals." "He's not from planet Acerella?" Sillin asked. "No, he came here more than 10 years ago. He'll lend money to the poor. Although he charges interest, it's not high. He's also very humane. He'll buy medicine on credit, unlike the hospitals in the city who always have to check the money first. Also, when my mother and I were drunk, Brother Lycrabe helped us. Once, my mother was seriously ill. At that time, my skills weren't that good. Life was hard and I didn't have the money to see a doctor. It was Brother Lycrabe who helped us. It seems that the drunkard uncle is a good person." Yudo's smiled mysteriously. "The place I'll take you to tonight, you'll be surprised." "Tisk, you're still keeping us in suspense." Tang Xiaoqiu curled her lips. "I suddenly remembered that that place isn't suitable for children," Yudo said with a bitter face. Tang Xiaoqiu glared at him. "I want to go." In the end, he couldn't bear Tang Xiaoqiu's angry stare. When night fell, Yudos took Sillin and the other two to a place in the center of the city, Dance Night. Dance Night was a nightclub, a place for people to entertain. It was always overcrowded. People who came here for the first time would be a little timid, like aliens who barged in recklessly. The entire place was filled with an unparalleled madness and ambiguity. It was definitely not a quiet place, nor was it a place for people to drink. Coming to Dance Night, it seemed that something had to happen for people to be satisfied. If it wasn't an animal with strong heart and lung function, or an animal that could only dance with the help of drugs, it was best not to come here. Walking into Dance Night, the evil aura that hit them in the face made them fall into a trance for a moment. Inside, the booths were mixed with the dance floor, making it convenient for guests to fantasize about the twisting dancers on the dance floor at a close distance. It also made it convenient for people to freely play when they were drunk. Inside, as far as the eye could see, everyone was gorgeously dressed. Here, no matter how bright, sharp, or exaggerated one's appearance was, it wouldn't attract too much attention. There were a lot of handsome men and beautiful women in every small circle, dazzling the eyes. People who liked excitement or those who wanted a vent could sway on the dance floor to their heart's content, wantonly twisting. The extreme craziness was even greater than the craziness of the car fans in the grandstand. Among the ear-piercing explosive music, most of them came from the many races outside of planet Acerella. People dressed in strange clothes twisted their bodies. It was really a group of demons dancing. Some young women even wore leopard fur, sexy with a little bit of playfulness and cuteness. Every one of them made people want to make mistakes. Depression could only turn into complaints or roars, and only the vast space could accommodate roars. The spacious venue made the people who came here roar wildly, dragging out their voices as if they were possessed. The venue played the essence of various races and cultures, with an aphrodisiac energy, like a spell that would sweep you into a psychedelic tide, turning you into an irrational animal. Therefore, under the influence of the music and alcohol, everyone's eyes turned red as they greedily scanned everything in the venue. Then they twisted their bodies and scuttled through the crowd. They were playing a simple game of pray and pray. In such an environment, it was almost impossible to sit down and drink quietly. Different styles of music at different times, a passionate and unrestrained music feast, fully provoking one's passion. Whether it was blues, sensational, dynamic, psychedelic, or passionate, all challenged one's ears and self-control. There was also a slightly quieter place in Dance Night. It had a retro style, a soft and comfortable long sofa, and psychedelic incense. When people finished hunting on the dance floor, they would come here to enjoy their prey. Thus, leisurely music reverberated in the ears, pure wine, and tempting desserts were sprinkled on the long, lazy sofa. Your body, your prey, couldn't help but become restless. The story about this psychedelic place was both simple and wonderful. It was a place of debauchery and debauchery, a night of music and a night of sensual pleasures. It was so wonderful that people couldn't stop. Whether it was good or bad, from this narrow and crazy world. It would make you feel as if you had gotten everything you wanted, and it would also force out the magic in your bones, turning you into an animal that constantly pursued excitement and primitive desires, making you feel that you were born for the nightlife, and you couldn't wait to get more drunk. Sillin and the others found a small private room on a high floor a little farther away from the dance floor. The transparent partition allowed them to see the scene on the dance floor outside, and they could hear the music clearly enough. Tang Xiaoqiu didn't like it here and always felt awkward. Sillin didn't let him see the scene outside and ordered some desserts for Tang Xiaoqiu, and Tang Xiaoqiu was also happy to do so. Looking at the crazy people on the dance floor outside, the people dancing to cater to each other, and the people kissing wantonly, Sillin sighed, "I really shouldn't have brought Tang Xiaoqiu here." However, just when Tang Xiaoqiu was sleepy after eating the desserts, the light in the room suddenly blurred, and then the whole dance floor showed a kind of suppressed excitement and forbearance. Then, with a bang, it was completely boiling. At that moment, the lights were moving, the music was moving, and every part of every area was moving. The whole visual effect was like a feast of the rich. The lights crisscrossed on a point, and there stood a person with a flamboyant and reserved look, and at the same time, they all blended into this demonic place. If a love song and a bouquet of flowers could conquer a woman, then for this person, he could conquer a dozen with just one move. Along with the music under the illumination of the lights, he walked rhythmically, mixed a glass of wine for himself, drank it in one gulp, put down the glass without hesitation, and stepped into the dance floor step by step, like a king descending. The people on the dance floor spontaneously made a way for him, giving the Wolf King of the dance night his stage. Chapter 157. Unlike the decadent scene he saw in the stone house during the day, the current Rickulab seemed to have changed into a shiny shell. His hair had been rearranged, and although it wasn't neat, it felt a little wild amidst the messiness. A few protruding ends of his hair gave off a mysterious feeling under the illumination of the lights. The endless confidence hidden within Rickulab was revealed. The atmosphere of the night of dance was pushed to a new peak because of the arrival of Rickulab, the alpha wolf. Stepping to the beat of the music, he waved his arms with wildness and laziness. He felt like a wolf king strolling on a grassland, dangerous and vivid, ignoring the scorching eyes of many dancers around him. When he stepped on a round platform that slowly rose in the center of the dance floor, Lycrabe's domineering aura instantly dispersed the impetuosity, and he looked particularly dazzling on this stage that belonged to him alone. Under the round platform, people on the dance floor screamed, shouted, and shouted crazily. The next moment, all of this was buried by the exploding music again. Throwing off his coat, his shirt looked messy with the dance. The top 3 buttons of his shirt were missing, and the open lapel showed his masculine charm. Only his dancing posture could be seen clearly. His eyes were always mysterious, and his body was twisting. Under the dazzling light, he seemed to be dancing casually but stylishly. Under his feet, under the round platform, were his fans who were almost crazy because of the music and alcohol. The women screamed and shouted under the circular platform. Their hot bodies were attached to the flaming red lips, and they blew a charming kiss. Their twisted waists, seductive arcs, and sexy bodies swayed as flexibly as a demon. They all had intoxicated smiles on their faces. Their hair flew with the swaying of their bodies and passed by other male dancers around them. But they didn't care whether the people next to them would be aroused by the hair that scratched their skin and stimulated their nerves, because their eyes were always on the person on the high platform who didn't look anyone in the eye. The women only felt that the vague impulse suddenly attacked their insides. This kind of obsessive following was more like the product of the atmosphere under the full release of hormones, which instantly covered the rationality hidden under the body and let the sensibility go boldly. His hormones were about to explode. In a small private room a little further away, Yudo's unconsciously swayed to the music. Tang Kikikyu originally wanted to wear the big earphones to block everything outside, But when her eyes swept over the high platform that had not been there before, her eyes widened. That is, Uncle Drunkard? Celine gave her a yet-to-be-thinkable look. Why does it feel like you've changed your skin in just a few hours? However, he did become more handsome after taking care of himself. This shows how important personal hygiene is. Tang Kikikiu commented with a serious expression. However, as she watched, Tang Kikikiu also had a tendency to fall into this bewitching realm. She was still holding the big earphones that Celine found for her, but she had no intention of putting them on. This place was a pool of dye, and every newcomer would be dizzy with it. Celine turned his head to look at Hui Mao, who was squatting by the transparent window and twisting his body to the rhythm. He was a little surprised. This cat can dance? As if to prove Celine's thoughts, Hui Mao was very dissatisfied with the atmosphere in this small private room. He turned to Celine and said, "I'm going out for a while." After that, he rushed out of the room and disappeared. "Where's he going?" Tang Kikikiu asked. Looking at the dancing floor below, Tang Xianxia was sure that she did not like this place, but the atmosphere was very stimulating. Just as Celine and Tang Xianxia were guessing where Hui Mao was going to steal food, Celine suddenly sensed something and looked at the high platform. A gray figure slid down the reflective pole under the high platform and slipped on the circular high platform. Celine, "Master Cat, please take it easy." Riculab had always felt that he was born to live in this place. He didn't need too much alcohol or drugs. All he needed was to walk into this deafening arena and step onto this platform that belonged to him alone. And that would be enough for him. He seemed to be numb, drunk, and muddle-headed. He only moved according to his thoughts and sweated wantonly, as if he wanted to make his cooled blood boil in this way. This was his paradise. He didn't need to say a single word. At this moment, no one would care about his background or his past. He needed to vent and go crazy. He didn't care about the passionate kisses of the strangers below him. He didn't care about the fiery gazes of his followers. He only wanted to be happy. It was simple. He just needed to be happy. As long as he was happy, Lycrabe did not seem to be tired. He was like a beast that suddenly woke up and struggled out of its cage. He crazily inhaled fresh air and greedily enjoyed his freedom. He was not willing to look back. Suddenly, Riculab sensed that something was amiss. Like a king whose territory had been invaded, his eyes immediately turned sharp and fierce. However, when he saw that the person he was sharing the stage with and twisting his body to the rhythm was actually a gray cat that looked pretty ordinary on the outside, he slowly withdrew his sharp gaze and shot the gray cat an interested glance. When the gray cat saw Riculab's gaze that looked like it was looking at a juggling animal, it immediately bristled. Unlike the way he used to settle things with force whenever he got angry, Hui Mao looked at Lycrabe without showing any weakness. His eyes were very provocative and even a little disdainful and contemptuous. "Oh, this cat is interesting. Violent dance? Well, since you want it, I'll play with you." Lycrabe raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With this action, the music in the venue changed. The style of the music was extremely dazzling, with a distinct sense of rhythm. The sweeping lights changed, and the largest projector in the venue showed the scene on the circular high platform. A man and a cat, both fighting with their dance without showing any weakness. Although it was just a cat, the people who saw Hui Mao felt that this cat was more enchanting than a human. Every gaze, trembling ears, the bending of the body the humans could not compare with, the teasing tail, and the rhythmic steps gave people a different kind of rhythm. It seemed indifferent, but with a lazy and arrogant gaze that seemed to despise everything. With the beat of the music and the dance, it beat the hearts of the audience under the circular high platform bit by bit. Celine rubbed his forehead and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. While Tang Xianxia was cheering him on, he looked at the cat on the high platform that had forgotten everything and was twisting its fat butt. He sighed in his heart. "Master Cat, you are really omnipotent. You are indeed an enchanting product of a half-mechanical, half-living body." The music was full of rhythmic sense, the agile movements with skills, the contraction and relaxation of the dancing body and the rhythm, and the dance steps that could not be replicated, and the free swaying of the heart. This special combination attracted all the attention of the entire dance night. The atmosphere of the scene soared with their dance. Now, no one was dancing on the dance floor. Everyone was looking at the high platform and the projection. The applause and roars that broke out seemed to be able to overturn the roof of the auditorium. Whistles, screams, and the fiery atmosphere impacted every new pole, and also pushed the atmosphere of the entire dance night to a climax again and again. It heated up, and heated up again. Now, Riculab was no longer dancing alone and immersed in his own ego. In this circular area, he felt a power that rivaled his own, a unique charm that didn't lose out to any other dancer. Before this, who could imagine that a cat could show the charm of dance? The person, like a king, led everyone. Occasionally, he looked at the audience, faint, lazy, and slow, but with a fatal charm, making people unable to move their eyes away from him, almost immediately worshiping him. The flowing rhythm of the cat, with a trace of affection, intimacy, and alienation, like a paradox, impacted people's rationality, the intensity of an irresistible force. Sillin suddenly frowned. The wonderful performance of the person and the cat on the circular high platform and the music had gradually formed a hypnotic effect. He turned his head and looked at Tang Xianxia, whose breathing rhythm had begun to show abnormalities. He took the headphones from Tang Xianxia's hand and put them on her. After putting on the headphones, Tang Xianxia slowly came back to her senses with confusion and puzzlement. Her memory seemed to be a little chaotic, just like those people who had a hangover described in the books. "Brother Sillin, what happened?" Tang Xianxia asked. When speaking of this, Tang Xianxia still felt a little out of breath. She was still thinking, could it be a problem with the food here? Sillin shook his head and pointed to the person and the cat on the circular high platform. "You've seen too much, and you've lost your mind. Just listen to some soothing music to relieve it." It was the first time that Tang Xianxia had been to this kind of place, and her resistance was certainly not as good as those old foxes. Oh, although she didn't quite understand why such a situation would happen when watching a performance, she glanced at Yudo's, whose breathing was gradually becoming unstable next to her, and decisively adjusted the music in the player. But in her heart, Tang Xianxia thought, this place is really terrible. Although she didn't hate it as much as when she first came in, she still had a lingering fear. Sure enough, as Yudo said, was this a place for adults? The people outside the high platform didn't know that the inside had been distorted and strange, and they were still cheering enthusiastically. On the dance floor, people's eyes were glued to each other. With the movements of the person and the cat, their heartbeats were almost synchronized. The rhythm was syncopated, and every change in the beat was grasped by the two dancers on the circular high platform. When the strong beat in the rhythm fell on the unexpected, syncopated rhythm, the movements of the person and the cat became very exciting and exciting. It was obviously a seemingly random movement, but there was a kind of complexity in it. It was a combination of hardness and softness, but it was unpredictable. It was impossible to guess the next movement, and it was impossible to keep up with their rhythm and unconsciously follow closely. The people who focused on the movements of the two on the high platform felt that they were gradually out of breath. At first, they thought it was an illusion. After all, they had been in the dance night for so many years. What kind of craziness had they not experienced? But such a situation had never happened before. But as time passed, someone couldn't breathe, fell down, and fainted. Then the second, the third, and the fourth, the flow of blood seemed to be speeding up, but when it reached the first turn, it was suddenly cut off. The circulating body fluid was messed up and out of control. They couldn't control their emotions according to their own thoughts, so they were slowly dragged into the darkness by the pair of invisible psychedelic hands. In the past, there were dancers who fainted because their heart and lung function couldn't keep up with the overly excited rhythm, or because they were too excited. Dance night especially had a group of guards to pay attention to the situation on the scene. If there was a fight, they would come out according to the circumstances, and, once they found a fainted person, they would immediately take action. Fainting was not something that could be treated casually. No one knew what caused the fainting. But after all, compared with the weaker physical fitness of the audience on the dance floor, the guards were much better. At least when the audience on the dance floor fainted one after another, none of the guards had such a situation. At most, they felt that their breath was a little unstable, but the atmosphere would cause such a situation, and no one would think too deeply about it. Of course, because of the fainted people on the dance floor, the guards who were originally paying attention to the two performances on the stage were forced to shift their attention, which allowed them to escape the same fate as the audience on the dance floor. The two on the stage were still oblivious to everything else, as if they wouldn't stop until the end. Below the stage, the audience that fainted were sent out one after another. When the managers noticed, they suddenly found that unknowingly 1/3 of the people in the middle had been reduced, and the remaining people, looking at their abnormal breathing rhythm, knew that they couldn't hold on for much longer. But they couldn't suddenly stop the dance of the two. It must be known that such a situation was rare in 1,000 years. Perhaps no one had seen it in 10,000 years. At least no one had reported it in official publications. Business opportunity? Wonderful theme. Behind this nightclub, there were businessmen from another planet, as well as well-known managers of electronic publications. Therefore, there was almost no discussion. Both sides unanimously ordered everything on the dance floor to continue, and the fainted people were sent to the emergency room. All the cameras were aimed at the man and the cat on the circular platform. They didn't care about the people below who fell because of them one after another, or rather, they didn't care about the people below at all. They didn't even know whether the people below had fallen or not, and they continued to dance to their heart's content. Time unknowingly came to midnight, and then they continued to move forward. Less than half of the people on the dance floor were left. Another hour passed. Only 1/4 of the people on the dance floor were left. When the sky began to blur on the dance floor of dancing night, only 1/10 of the original people were left. This 1/10 of the people were indeed people with strong physical fitness. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to last until now. Lycrabe had never felt so happy dancing. The regret of standing here in the past turned out to be a sigh of not being able to find an opponent. However, Lycrabe seemed to have gradually forgotten that his opponent was a cat. Although it was a different cat, it was still a cat. The music had gradually lost its meaning. There was no need for words. The man and the cat decided to end this contest as if their hearts were supernatural. Therefore, when Lycrabe was preparing for a perfect curtain call, something happened that made Lycrabe want to spit out blood. There really is a fucking cat out of a person. A cat's meow that gathered all kinds of emotions and extreme disturbances of people's nerves. Meow instantly killed the remaining 1/10 of the people on the dance floor. Sillin looked at the people who had fainted on the dance floor and really felt sorry for them. Look, they didn't faint earlier, and now they were instantly killed by this cat's meow. It was much more serious than the people who had fainted before. Maybe when they woke up, they wouldn't remember what happened that night. Maybe there would be sequelae. One day, when they heard the cat's meow, they would reflexively twitch. Of course, it would be fine after a few years, but how many years? Yudos had long since been knocked unconscious by Sillin's palm strike. This would at least protect his brain from some of the poison. Before leaving, Sillin looked at the man and the cat who were playing a curtain call on the circular platform. He curled his lips, 2 scourges. Many people were destined to be at a loss that night. When Sillin dragged Yudos and Tang Xianxia back to the residence, the lights on the first floor were still on, and the lights in the front yard were also on. Mrs. Wentz was not asleep. She was sitting in the room, sewing a puppet while waiting for them. Although he had told Mrs. Wentz that he would play outside tonight, he didn't expect that Mrs. Wentz would sit here and wait. Yudos was very lucky. He had a great mother. This was something that many people would never get. Seeing Sillin and Tang Xianxia coming back, Mrs. Wentz put down her work and smiled gently. "You're back." She stood up and was ready to take Yudos. Sillin shook his head with a smile and pointed to Yudos. He was too excited today and drank some wine. "He's quite heavy. Let me take care of him." Mrs. Wentz led Sillin to Yudos' room and took out some soothing soup for Sillin and Tang Xiuqiu to drink. She also prepared some hot water for Silin and Tang Xiuqiu to wash up and rest. She would take care of Yudos. Seeing that Mrs. Wentz had made up her mind, Silin didn't refuse. After thanking her, he went upstairs with Tang Xiuqiu. Not long after he went upstairs, he saw the gray cat returning from outside with a smug look on its face. It raised its head and looked like it had just won a battle. Coupled with Tang Xiuqiu's compliments, Hui Mao's tail was almost up to the sky. Someone tried to follow me in dancing night, but I got rid of him. Hui Mao stroked his whiskers and looked at Xianxia. You ate him? Asked Silin. Although it was a cat, it could still eat people. Hui Mao shook his whiskers disdainfully. Of course not. I just knocked him out. Silin was silent. Being knocked out by this cat was even more miserable than being killed by the cat's meow. He wondered if those people would still remember this cat when they woke up. After thinking for a while, Silin asked again, What about the recording of Dancing Night? Of course I destroyed it. Now there were some things that didn't need Silin to say. Hui Mao could do it on his own. Not bad. Silin rarely praised Hui Mao. That's... Thinking of something, Hui Mao suddenly looked serious, but his eyes were bright. Silin, I have an idea. Back home, Lycrabe was still in a trance. Before, he wandered in the city of desire, dancing contentedly but lonely. Now, the excitement had cooled down. It was like the desolation after prosperity. Lycrabe threw himself on the bed, feeling stuffy. After such a long time of dancing, his body was very tired, but the nerves in his brain kept stimulating him and he couldn't fall asleep. With his eyes open, he was like a seriously ill insomniac. He suddenly felt a little desperate. Lycrabe felt that he was like a fruit that was left on the ground. No one paid attention to him, and then he fell into the darkness and slowly rotted until the core was gone. When would the core re-enter the new land and take root? What Lycrabe didn't expect was that the new students would come so soon. Chapter 158. Just as Silin expected, the people who fainted on the night of Dance Night all had chaotic memories or memory gaps. The memory of the man and the cat dancing on the circular platform on the dance floor was too vague, or they could not remember it at all. Maybe they would remember some vague shadows when they woke up soon, but it was just a vague shadow. Whenever they were dancing, some hazy things would flash through their minds until they forgot about them. Of course, there were also people who remembered what had happened. Although their memories weren't complete, they knew that Riculab wasn't the only one dancing on the circular stage that day. A gray cat was present as well. Some people might think that the gray cat was a monster or some kind of special species, but that had nothing to do with Silin or Wheeze. After that night, the senior management of Dance Night checked all the video recording equipment. All the records were messed up and could not be restored. If they were forced to restore it, all the records would disappear automatically. They guessed that there might be high-tech people who did not belong to Dance Night, hacking into the system and tampering with all the recording programs. They also reported this matter, but the reply they got from the planetary government was that this matter was over. The senior management of Dance Night smelled that there must be someone involved that they could not afford to offend. Compared with the crazy dancing that night, they were more worried about their status and career. So since they received the secret message from the top, the senior management of Dance Night collectively lost their memories. There were also some media that continued to investigate, but in the process of the investigation, they were forcibly obstructed by the non-government and the strong intervention of the government. In the end, they had no choice but to give up, because if they continued to investigate, even if they knew the truth of that night, they might not be alive to report it. There were countless wronged souls on this planet, and the wailing souls in the sandstorm were a constant reminder of some hidden eyes on this planet. Riculab only went to the night of the dance once in a while, so after going there last night, he went back to his usual decadent style, lying on his bed and sleeping, not even eating breakfast or lunch. However, when Lycrabe got up to drink water, his hand holding the cup suddenly stopped. He opened the door and saw Silin sitting on the sofa in the living room, reading a paper version of a medical book. Hui Mao was walking around, sniffing some medicine cans from time to time. Seeing Lycrabe, Mao raised its head and proudly greeted him with its tail wagging. "Yo, you're up, loser." The corner of Lycrabe's eyes twitched. He thought of the last moment of the curtain call and the ecstatic meow of the cat that made him realize that he had lost to this seductive cat. He pulled up a chair and sat down, finished the water in the cup, put down the cup, and then looked expressionlessly at Sillin and Mao, who was proudly circling next to him. "I remember that all the doors were locked. How did you get in?" Lycrabe asked. In fact, it was not just the doors. Every time after Lycrabe went to dance night and returned to his residence, he would close all the doors and windows tightly, and the defense system would be fully activated. Even if a bug got in, it would be immediately eliminated. Even if it couldn't be eliminated, it would still sound the alarm. Lycrabe thought that even if he slept, he would not be able to hear the alarm, which meant that everything was normal. So, under normal circumstances, how did this person and cat get in? Mao squatted on the high cabinet and looked down. Now it liked the feeling of looking down from a high place more and more. It glanced at Lycrabe with disdain and said quite proudly, "Humph, you want to stop us with this kind of weak defense?" Sillin didn't say anything. Since it was Mao's suggestion, it would let the cat try. Maybe the effect would be better. Hearing Mao's words, Lycrabe raised his eyebrows. The defense system of his house was not weaker than the planetary government's, but in this cat's eyes, it was weak defense. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Lycrabe asked in a deep voice. The last time Udos brought these two guys here, Riculab noticed that the man sitting on the sofa was very good at hiding his strength. Riculab even suspected that Riculab was able to detect the presence of the neurotoxin because the man in front of him went easy on him. "Hey, loser, do you want to change your living environment? Like hanging out with us? Don't worry, I will protect you. I am very strong," Mao said in a tone that said, "I am the big brother, and you're the little brother." Lycrabe twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Sillin, who had no reaction. However, he saw that Sillin didn't even raise his head. His eyes were on the open book in his hands. Not interested, Lycrabe said. "Huh, you refuse?" Mao's whiskers stood up, and he squinted at Lycrabe. Anyone could feel that the cat was in a very bad mood. After all, Sillin had guaranteed that it could persuade Lycrabe. Who knew that this guy would refuse so directly? "Yes, this is good. I am very satisfied with the current situation." Lycrabe poured a cup of tea to refresh himself. As for the guy in front of him, he didn't need to say anything. He had already finished a few cups. He even used the top-quality tea leaves that he treasured in the cabinet. It must have been found by that bastard cat. "This is good." Mao looked up and down at Lycrabe. He glanced at Lycrabe as if he was looking at Udo's broken car. "You look like a poor worm now." Poor worm. He hadn't heard that word for a long time. Lycrabe's eyes suddenly became sharp. The instantaneous murderous aura made the temperature in the room drop a few degrees. However, Sillin and Mao didn't react. "What? You want to kill the cat after being exposed?" "I can kill a cat like you with one paw." Before Mao could finish, a knife was inserted deep into the cabinet next to Mao's paw. Sillin raised his head to look at her before returning his attention back to the book. The hairs on Wheeze's eyebrows twitched a little before it let out a snort. Then it lifted its seemingly meaty feet, spread its claws, and cut the scalpel into strips like it was tofu. Moreover, there was no shrill sound when it cut the scalpel. If Riculab wasn't familiar with the material of his scalpel, he would have thought that it was made of wood. After cutting the knife into strips, Mao didn't stop. As if he wanted to show off his power, he bent his paw and picked up the knife that was cut into strips. He opened his mouth and bit on it. He ate it bit by bit like biting biscuits. After eating all of it, he muttered, "Not delicious." Bah! A metal ball was spat out. It looked like it was melted by high temperature. Lycrabe's pupils shrank. He suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. No wonder he was defeated by this cat. This cat was not something that humans could fight against. Sillin let out a sigh. He knew that he was no match for this cat in terms of martial strength, and he wasn't confident that he could beat them even if he used medicine. The living room was covered in medicine to begin with, and many of them were colorless and odorless. The longer someone stayed in the room, the more they would show their effects. It was obvious that they had been in the room for a while now, but they didn't feel any discomfort at all. This was also the first time that Lycrabe felt so powerless in so many years. The day before, he was defeated by this cat. Now, he couldn't even fight back. The potions that he had always been confident in didn't have any effect. What Lycrabe didn't know was that it wasn't that his potions didn't work. It was that the physiques of Silin and Huimao were too special. There was no reaction at all. Seeing that Lycrabe was silent, Huimao was angry. It seemed that he had to change his method. He pretended to clear his throat and said, "Lycrabe Van, I came to planet Acerella 18 years ago. Although I don't know what relationship you have with the people of the planet's government, I believe that you have a good relationship. If you are worried that they will make trouble for you and won't let you leave, I can help you solve it." Lycrabe wasn't surprised that Huimao knew about this. He just needed to look into it. Many people in the upper echelons of Acerella knew that he was involved with the people of the Acerella planet's government. Many things were settled by the government. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the 10-year-old Lycrabe to gain a foothold on this harsh planet so easily. Shaking his ears, Huimao began to become impatient. Shaking its ears, the gray cat began to grow impatient. "All I know is that you're a pretty good dancer, and you're the only one I've found pleasing to my eyes ever since I left this place. Silin said that your herbology is pretty good, and that your talents are buried in this place. But I don't care about that. You humans just love to overthink things, drag things out, overcomplicate things, and self-harm. Never mind, this cat doesn't know how to convince people. I'll give you 2 days to think about it." After saying that, Huimao jumped down from the cabinet, glanced at Lycrabe, and walked out without looking back. Silin put down the book and stood up. Opportunities are meant to be grasped. The universe is vast. After putting a small bottle on the table, Silin also left. Just like when they came, they didn't alert the defense system at all. Lycrabe looked at the small bottle on the table with an unreadable expression. This bottle contained the neurotoxin that he had sensed on Silin last time. Based on the information he knew, it was highly likely that the raw materials needed to make such a neurotoxin would cross several star zones and not be concentrated in one place. Although Lycrabe had stayed on this planet since he was 10 years old, he had read books and electronic publications. He definitely knew a lot of information. But no matter how much he knew, it was a fact that he didn't have the raw materials. Many times, he had inspiration but couldn't implement it. Walking to the bedroom, Lycrabe took out a book under his pillow. It was a record of all his inspirations that couldn't be implemented. After leaving Lycrabe's residence, Huimao was very angry. Persuading people really wasn't suitable for it. "If his answer is no in 2 days, are you going to give up?" Silin asked. "How is that possible? I'll come back stronger. I'll let him know the consequences of offending a cat." Huimao revealed his fangs and smiled sinisterly. Returning to Yudo's small house, Tang Xiaoqiu helped Mrs. Wentz prepare dinner. Compared to the previous dinner, today's was much more abundant. But there was a new member, a 2-year-old boy, Yudo's cousin, Taller. Taller was the child of Yudo's aunt, but his aunt passed away not long after giving birth to Taller. His uncle married a second wife a year ago, so he directly ignored Taller and sent him to an infant care center. He only paid a small amount of money every month. Now, because of business problems, his uncle was already in debt. He wanted to pack up and run away when no one was paying attention, but his flying car was blown off and he died. When Taro's upkeep was not met, the people at the foster center contacted Mrs. Wentz because no one related to Taro was willing to take on the burden. How much money did it take to raise a child? They could not even afford to raise their own child, let alone someone else's. In the end, it was Mrs. Wentz who took over custody of Taller. Yudos didn't know how to tell Mrs. Wentz that he had won 3 million. Later, when Mrs. Wentz took Taller and sighed that they had to live a tighter life, Yudos couldn't help but tell her his plan. Now that he had money, he could leave planet Azarella and find a peaceful planet with a better environment to settle down. The two of them would have to pay a fee of 1 million, and if Taller was included, it would be 5 million. The remaining 5 million would be enough for him to live for a long time without working. After thinking for a while, Mrs. Wentz agreed. To express her gratitude to Sillin, Mrs. Wentz specially prepared a sumptuous dinner. When Sillin and Hui Mao returned, they saw a table full of all kinds of dishes. Yudos was playing with a 2-year-old Taller, and giggles could be heard in the house. At night, Mrs. Wentz took Taller to bed. Yudos sat in the old car parked in the yard and stroked the old rudder that was about to be retired. Hearing the knock on the car hood, Yudos looked up and saw Sillin outside the car. He smiled and opened the car hood to let Sillin in. After Sillin sat in the back seat, Yudos said, "Are you interested in going for a run?" "Okay." The old car jolted in the wind out of the city and flew toward the sandstone area. Stopping behind a large rock, Yudos looked at the sand outside that covered the stars and was silent. He had decided to leave this planet, but he felt a little empty. After leaving, he wouldn't have a chance to race like this again, right? "When are you going to complete the procedures to leave Azarella?" Sillin suddenly asked. "As soon as possible, in case something goes wrong." Although there was some regret, Yudos was still very determined to leave this planet. Sillin nodded. "Okay, maybe I can leave with you when the time comes. We should also leave this place." "Right, Sillin, what do you do?" This question had been in Yudo's heart for a long time. He always felt that Sillin's background was not simple, and people with a talking cat were not ordinary people. And that little sister, Yudos had seen Tang Xiaoqiu play with a gun. It was a real gun. "What do you think?" Sillin did not answer and asked back. Yudos tentatively said, "Is it a hunter?" Sillin nodded. "Wow, it really is a hunter. Didn't you join a hunter group?" Yudos said excitedly. He had always been envious of hunters. When he was a child, he fantasized about being a hunter, but later he was forced to race. "We joined a hunter regiment," Sillin said calmly. "Which hunter regiment?" Yudo's eyes lit up. "I know a lot of hunter regiments in Sector F." "I see." Sillin calmly took out a dagger-shaped emblem. "Do you recognize this?" After seeing the dagger emblem, Yudos blanked out for a moment. Then he said shakily, "Can I take a closer look?" Sillin handed the emblem over directly. Yudos wiped his hands on his clothes and accepted the emblem. After a long time, he finally said, "This isn't fake, is it?" Seeing Sillin looking over, Yudos immediately said, "No, I mean cough, about that. I've collected pictures of the 4 great hunter regiments' emblems before, but they don't look like this. It's a little different." "Oh God, I'm so nervous." Yudos felt like he was saying each word shakily. "Oh, this. Maybe it's because you're looking at a normal member's emblem." His tone was still calm. "Then this is the vice commander's." Bang! Agitated, Yudos abruptly stood up and kowtowed to the ground. He ignored the bump on his head. Really? Yes, Chocho also has an emblem. That's a normal member's, so it should be the same as what you said. If Carrie was at the side, he would definitely rush up and beat Sillin up. Keep pretending. You're obviously trying to poach him, but you're acting like you don't have any ideas at all. After reluctantly returning the emblem to Sillin, Yudos drove the old broken car back dizzily. He almost slipped away halfway and crashed into a mountain rock. After the old broken car flew away, a small figure appeared behind the mountain rock. It was Hui Mao, who came out to forage for food. This Sillin guy is really sinister. At the same time, in an office on the top floor of the planetary government building, 2 people were sitting. One was Lycrabe, and the other was a man who looked to be in his 40s. "Have you really decided?" the man asked. "Yes, if this continues, this place will really rot." Lycrabe pointed at his heart. "Then have you decided?" The man seemed a little worried. Lycrabe nodded, but he had no intention of revealing his plan. He changed the topic and said, "The favor you feel you owe me has been repaid after so many years. Don't blame yourself, and don't feel wronged anymore. There will be a new election next year. With your ability, it won't be difficult for you to get promoted. You have enough experience and achievements." 4th young master. No matter what, he was the one who failed to protect Shi Huajing back then. Lycrabe made a stop gesture. 18 years ago, Shi Huajing was already dead. He was brought down to the hell by my dear mother, so the name Fourth Young Master no longer exists. Seeing that the man in front of him was still hesitant to speak, Lycrabe sighed. Back then, my mother didn't even want to live. Even if you saved her in the end, she would still find an opportunity to drag everyone around her to hell. She can't blame anyone. Then, Fourth Young Master, will you go back? No, I'll send a message to the old man. If he interferes again this time, I'll destroy all his children. Lycrabe's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. After Lycrabe left, the man finally relaxed and lay down on the chair. His back was already wet. He touched his face and smiled. Fourth Young Master is still the Fourth Young Master from back then. He always thought that Fourth Young Master didn't know anything, but it turned out that he was just lying to himself. Chapter 159. Right now, Yudos was feeling very conflicted. Ever since Sillin told him about their identity as a member of Vanguard Division's 600 regiments, Yudos had been thinking about the same thing even in his dreams. But he couldn't let go of his mother and his 2-year-old cousin, so he couldn't help but feel conflicted. Although he was conflicted, Yudos still couldn't stop himself from showing Sillin, Tang Xianxia, and the others the pictures of the Hunter Regiment's emblems. However, he didn't know how to express his thoughts. Yudos felt a little inferior when he heard that the 4 great Hunter Regiment's recruitment requirements were pretty high. Mrs. Wins knew her son best. She saw that Yudans had been struggling for the past 2 days, and his mouth was full of blisters. She called Yudans into the room and talked to him for 5 hours. 5 hours later, Yudos came out with red eyes, but his eyes were shining with hope. When he finally mustered the courage to tell Sillin that he wanted to join Vanguard Division 600 regiments, Sillin finally nodded while Yudos twirled his fingers nervously. However, he said that he could only recommend him. Whether or not he could gain the approval of the B squadrons depended on Yudos' own performance. In response, Yudos floated back downstairs with a silly smile on his face. In Hui Mao's own words, he was even more foolish than when he found out that he had 1.3 million. It's been 2 days. Sillin flicked Hui Mao's ear. Hui Mao kicked Sillin's hand away, arched his back, and stretched. All right, let's go look for that loser. When Sillin and Weiss arrived at Riculab's house, Riculab was already sitting in the living room waiting for them. When he saw that the medicine jars on the table and the display cabinets had been cleaned up, he knew what Riculab's decision was without saying. Riculab had cleaned himself up quite well today. Although he wasn't as flashy as he was at the night of the dance, compared to his previous decadent appearance, he gave off a much more refreshing feeling. He had also shaved his beard. When he saw Sillin and Hui Mao come in, Lycrabe pointed at a chair beside him. Sit. Hui Mao jumped onto the table and proudly walked toward Lycrabe. What do you think? Instead of answering Hui Mao directly, Lycrabe asked, First, I want to know where you guys are from. Of course, I'm not asking for much. As long as you're not from the military or the government, I'm fine with it. Hui Mao raised his chin. All right then, kid. Listen up. We're hunters from Vanguard Division 6. Sillin is the vice captain of the division. Lycrabe raised his eyebrows. Although he had guessed that this guy was a hunter, he didn't expect him to be from Vanguard, one of the 4 major hunter regiments. Actually, even if Sillin and his team were from a small, unknown hunter regiment, Lycrabe wouldn't have rejected them. Compared to Yudo's agitation, Lycrabe was much calmer. He nodded and asked, Aren't you going to investigate my identity? This question was not answered by Hui Mao, but by Sillin. Our captain said that as long as you don't betray us, we don't care about where you come from. However, there's one thing I have to say in advance. As the vice captain, I have the right to recommend you, but whether you can become an official member or a corps member depends on you. Of course, with your abilities, I don't think it'll be difficult. You're quite confident in me. Lycrabe smiled. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have let you join. Sillin spread his hands. Right now, the 6th Division was in a period of development and was in urgent need of talented people. Before they parted ways with Schotten and the others, Schotten had told Sillin to not let go of any talented people, lest they be poached by others. So you agree? Hui Mao said as he squatted in front of Lycrabe. Yes, we're teammates from now on. Lycrabe stretched out his hand. Hui Mao looked at Lycrabe's outstretched hand and lifted his foot to pat Lycrabe's palm in satisfaction. When do we leave? Lycrabe asked. There's a flight to Transit Planet at noon tomorrow. Let's meet on the plane. Sillin said. Okay. Understanding Sillin's intention, Lycrabe agreed without hesitation. They needed to get rid of some small problems, so they had to prepare a fake identity. However, with Hui Mao, even if they registered with their real identity, when they checked the records, they would find out that it wasn't their original identity. The next day, when Yudo saw Lycrabe on the passenger plane, his jaw dropped. After knowing that Lycrabe was also joining, Yudo's was even more excited. Looking at Yudo's sparkling eyes, Mrs. Went smiled. Yudo's had grown up and there was a bigger world outside. He shouldn't be trapped. Acerella Government Building Office. Did fourth young master leave? Yes. I don't know which flight he took, but none of the flights showed fourth young master's information. The people you asked to follow him didn't record him either. They're not simple people. Fine. Since fourth young master doesn't want people to know, then there's no need to investigate any further. My mission is almost done after I report these things to my superiors. Speaking of which, after Sillin and his entourage arrived at Sector F's transit planet, they searched for some information and found a decent planet. Then, they applied for resident certificates for Mrs. Wentz and Little Tower again. There was a nursery, an elementary school, a good public order, and the neighbors weren't xenophobic. In fact, they were quite friendly. It suited Mrs. Wentz and Little Taller quite well. By sending Little Taro to the nursery during the day, Mrs. Wentz was able to find a more leisurely job. It wasn't much money, but it was easy. Moreover, they had more than 1 million credits in savings. It was more than enough to get by. Yudo's didn't bring a single cent with him. He left everything he had to his mother and little cousin brother before leaving the planet with Sillin. Since he had brought Yudo's and Lycrabe with him, Sillin did not continue to play around with Tang Xiaoqiu. He would bring the 2 new recruits back and deal with them first. He would come out again when he had the time. Sector K, also known as the King's Sector by the Hunters, was a treasured land in the Hunter Circle of the League of Stars. It was the gathering place of the 4 great Hunter regiments, and the only sector in the League of Stars dominated by Hunter regiments. It was said that the deterrence of the military on this planet was far inferior to that of the 4 great hunters. There were 4 kings here, and they were the 4 great hunters. The closer they got to Sector K, the more nervous Yudo's became. Of course, there's also excitement. The 4 great hunters. They used to be a distant fantasy, but now they felt like they were within reach. He wondered what their fleet would be like. Sector K's transit star was located at the outermost edge of Sector K. From this transit star onward, it would be the world of the hunters. There were various hunter regiments' communication departments on the transit star, and the communication departments of the 4 great hunters were buildings even grander than the government buildings on this planet. To the hunters who came to this planet, no one dared to cause trouble in front of the communication department of the 4 great hunters. This was because even if the 4 great hunters killed someone on this planet for no reason, the government would not pursue the matter. As long as the 4 great hunters did not destroy the planet, the government would not even bother to intervene. Neither the military nor the political organizations cared about the matters between hunters. However, people from the business circle came frequently. After all, there were a lot of partnerships between merchants and hunters, especially between some big business families, such as the Duance family. After Sillin checked the location of Vanguard's communication department on the navigator, he led the group there. There were no restrictions on firearms on this planet, so it was not strange to see a lot of people carrying standard firearms on the streets. There were even people carrying shoulder cannons and quivers. Unlike other planets, anyone who came to this planet would feel a strong aura of toughness. After all, most of the hunters were hunters, and the aura they exuded was very strong. Don't be fooled by those who looked kind and easy to bully at the bar counter of a small restaurant, or those who were so thin and weak that they looked like they could be blown away by a gust of wind. Those people might be your seniors, but they had toned down their aura after they retired. There was a saying called returning to one's natural state, and this was the principle behind it. If you really provoke them, your throat would be crushed before you could even pull out your gun, and you might even die without a complete corpse. Although they had decided to eat at Vanguard's communication department, the logistics department of each Hunter Regiment's communication department had excellent preferential policies for their members. Tang Xianxia saw an ice cream cup displayed on the display window. Although the name ended with the word cup, that cup was more or less the size of a small bucket. Moreover, it looked very good and attracted a lot of sweets lovers. Tang Xianxia was one of the people who was attracted by it at first glance. Because of her own savings and the money she won from the racing competition, Tang Xianxia could be considered quite wealthy now. After buying an ice cream cup, Tang Xianxia bought a glass of fruit juice for Silin and the others and a milk tea for Huimao. In this place, many shops did not like to use service robots, preferring to use human labor instead. After all, robots were not as useful as humans when it came to handling disputes. Once a fight broke out, it was still broken, and it was expensive for robots to repair it. In order to save money, it was better to use human labor. The owner of the dessert shop was a woman. Since the shop was not big, there were not many customers. Although it was unknown if the owner had hired other waitresses, at least she was the only one at the moment. The owner looked like she was in her 30s, but no one knew her real age, and no one would ask. After all, it was very impolite to ask a woman's age. The owner liked Tang Xianxia very much. She specially made a big cup for Tang Xianxia and added some fresh fruits and honey juice. Tang Xianxia did not forget to thank the owner. This was basic courtesy. Moreover, Tang Xianxia did not dislike this charming and friendly owner. Since they were not in a hurry, Silin and the others just sat in the shop and drank it before leaving. Xianxia, how do you feel about this planet? Silin asked. It's pretty good. I can shoot freely. Tang Xianxia was very satisfied with this. Silin was speechless. Yudo's nervousness was greatly relieved by the glass of fruit juice, but the excitement and nervousness in his eyes were unmistakable. This is a hunter's paradise, Yudo's exclaimed. Many hunters like to wear their clan's emblem on their bodies. The members of the top hunter regiments would be even more arrogant when they saw the members of the weaker hunter regiments. The act of wearing an emblem had gradually become a trend, and it was also a way for hunters to compare themselves with each other. Because of this, a rule that did not need to be described in words was formed. If my hunter regiment is stronger than you, I'm superior to you. Bullying the weak and the strong was a common thing here. There were many conflicts, but no one would get involved. They just surrounded and watched. The hunter regiments had their own standpoints. As they were talking about the situation on this planet, Silin saw a familiar figure. The person also felt his gaze and turned to look at him. Yo, it's you, kid. The people behind Bart saw their respected senior rushing to the dessert shop as if he was seeing an old friend, not a junior. Senior Bart. Silin stood up and pulled a chair for Bart. Bart did not stand on ceremony. He sat down and patted Silin's shoulder a few times. He laughed so hard that his beard was shaking. The people who followed him saw Bart's reaction and re-evaluated Silin. He looked like a young junior. Why would Senior Bart have such a reaction? Could he be a descendant of the A-Team? That could not be right. Even if he was a descendant of the A-Team, Bart would not act like this. Eskeri, my dear, please give me a glass of sweet wine with ice. Bart waved at the female owner of the shop. From their tone, it was obvious that the two were familiar with each other. Eskeri glanced at Bart and took a bottle of sweet wine from the counter and threw it at Bart. Don't put it on credit this time. Hee, I won't. I'll just put it on this kid's tab, Bart said as he pointed at Silin. Eskeri leaned on the counter, and her voluptuous chest was almost pressed against the counter. She raised her slender finger and pointed at Tang Kukikiu, who was busy digging into her ice cream cup. She smiled and said, "This little girl is paying the bill this time. You, an old man, still need a little kid to pay for you?" Bart blushed. Just when he was about to speak, Tang Kukikiu raised her head and said, "How much is a bottle of sweet wine?" "Ahem. No need. 1,000 galactic credits." Eskeri interrupted Bart and said with a smile while holding her chin. Tang Kukikyu tilted her head and bit her spoon as she pondered. She nodded and said to Eskery, "It's not too expensive. Let's add it to Grandpa Bart's tab." "Io, Tang Xianxia, sweetheart, you're so cute." Bart grabbed his beard and swept it across Tang Xianxia's little face, causing the people behind Bart to shudder. However, before Tang Xianxia could brush Bart's beard away, Hui Mao leaped up and grabbed Bart's beard to swing on it. Little Wheeze, you've become heavier again," she said as she raised her hand to stroke Hui Mao's hair. The mouths of the people behind Bart turned into O shapes. Eskery narrowed her eyes and looked at Sillin and the others with a meaningful look. One had to know that Bart treasured his beard very much. No one should even think about touching a single strand of his beard. Whoever touched it would get angry. However, not only did Bart use his beard to tease Tang Xianxia, he was also caressing the cat that was swinging on his beard. What was going on? Not only that, there was still some milk tea stuck to the corner of Hui Mao's mouth after he drank the milk tea. He rubbed it directly on Bart's beard. Bart only smiled and said, "You're really naughty, little guy." The people behind him were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Bart held the sweet wine in one hand and stroked Hui Mao's hair with the other. He glanced at the restless Yudos and the calm Lycrape. "A newcomer?" Sillin nodded. "I brought him here to recommend him. Would you like to inspect him, sir?" "Io, Sillin. Can a person you recommend be bad?" Bart had a high opinion of Sillin. He then asked, "What are your names, little guys?" Normally speaking, those who were not officially recognized as members of the hunter regiments were not qualified to be introduced to the seniors of the regiment. That was why Sillin had not introduced Yudos and Lycrape until now. But now that Bart had taken the initiative to ask, it meant that he, Bart, had acknowledged the duo's identity in advance. The decision-makers of the B squadrons would have to think twice if they wanted to object. They would not go against a senior like Bart. Of course, Yudos and Lycrape did not know about this hidden rule. However, the people who came with Bart were looking at Sillin with even stranger gazes. Just who the hell is this kid? Yudos and Lycrape briefly introduced themselves. Yudos said that his original class was Flying Driver, and Lycrape was Apothecary. Yudo's flying skills are amazing, Tang Xianxia said while licking her ice cream spoon. Tang Xianxia had long since regarded Yudos as one of her own, and Tang Xianxia was very protective of her own people. "Amen. Lycrape may not be as good as me, but he's still passable," Hui Mao also said proudly. Bart hummed in satisfaction. Tang Xianxia looked at the people standing behind Bart while digging her ice cream. They should all be Vanguard's people, right? Although they couldn't be counted as one of their own, they were still related to each other to a certain extent. She asked, "Why don't you sit down?" "That's right. It's so stressful to just stand there," Bart said with a blaming look. Those people cursed in their hearts at the same time. Who would dare to sit down without your permission? Seeing that they had sat down, Tang Xianxia asked again, "Do you guys want to drink anything? As long as it's not too expensive, I'll pay." "No need, no need. We're not thirsty. I don't really eat sweets." The few people waved their hands. What a joke. How could they ask a child to pay? They were not as thick-skinned as Senior Bart. Ignore them. Bart reached out to rub Tang Xianxia's head before looking at Sillin. "The regiment is looking for you. There's a mission, and it's pretty difficult. I think your vacation is about to be over." "Mission?" Sillin frowned. What kind of mission could it be that even someone like Bart would need it? "Amen. I'll contact the commander as soon as possible." Seriously, Shotten doesn't have the right to ask about this. "You'll know when you get back." Bart finished the rest of his beer in one gulp and put down the bottle. "I'm heading over there. I came back for an urgent matter this time. If I don't go over now, Big Hat will start babbling again." Scylla knew that Bart was talking about the planet at Sector Z where few types of energy ores were mined, and the Big Hat. He was referring to a Somboleruo who was wearing a wide-brimmed hat. "Is everything all right over there?" "Yes, it's pretty good. You'll even get a bonus this time." "All right, it's time to go. You better think about this mission carefully, kid." After blowing Eskery a kiss, Bart left with his men. Sillin swirled the juice in his glass and pondered. What kind of mission is it? Judging for Bart's tone, it's not going to be easy this time. Chapter 160. After finishing their cold drinks and resting for a while, Sillin and the others bade farewell to Asheri. Asheri even gave Tang Xiaoqiu 2 boxes of biscuits and a discount card so that she could visit again in the future. After leaving the dessert shop, Sillin launched his hoverboard. Before this, Yudos wasn't familiar with hoverboards. After all, there were just too few places on planet Acerella that were suitable for hoverboards, and Wind City was a place where sandstorms often filled the sky. Riding on a hoverboard was a suicide mission. Therefore, to Yudos, he had never touched a hoverboard before he left Acerella Sector. However, since he had good balance and learned quickly, it didn't take long for him to get used to it. Lycrabe, on the other hand, often came into contact with hoverboards before he arrived at Acerella, so it wasn't much of a problem for him. After activating the hoverboard, the group flew up to the hoverboard passage and headed towards Vanguard's liaison department. The liaison departments of the 4 major hunter regiments were located in 4 different locations on the planet. They were practically the dominant forces in these 4 areas. Around these 4 liaison departments, there were also some smaller hunter regiments that had a good relationship with the hunter regiment's liaison department. The communication department of the Vanguard Hunter Group had a projection of the dagger-shaped emblem floating in the air, indicating the direction and distance. There were also some other Hunter Group AI road signs around, but compared to Vanguard's AI guidance, they were much smaller. This was the advantage of a large group. There was no need to search the map or ask around. They could easily find the magnificent building by following the AI's directions. The building could be seen from afar. It was roughly shaped like a dagger, just like the Hunter Regiment's insignia. There were also a few low-rise buildings around it that were used for other matters. Tang Xiaoqiu took out her own insignia, and Sillin did the same with his vice commander's insignia. This was a common practice. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain if they were accidentally injured. When the 2 of them took out their insignia, the expressions of the people around them softened a little, but it was mixed with curiosity. After all, Tang Xiaoqiu was too young as an official member, and Sillin was too young as AB Squadron's vice commander. The crowd couldn't help but express their suspicions. There was a reception desk in the middle of the lobby on the 1st floor of the Vanguard Liaison Department. The lobby was filled with hunters, and most of them had the Vanguard insignia on them. When Sillin and the others walked in, no one paid any attention to them at first. But later on, someone inadvertently caught a glimpse of the emblem on Tang Xiaoqiu and Sillin's body, and gradually began to whisper to each other. Although it was a whisper, their voices weren't exactly soft. Even in a noisy environment, people 10 meters away could hear them. These people directly voiced out their suspicions. However, when they saw that it was the 6th Division, they had a strange look in their eyes. After all, the 6th Division had been in the limelight a while ago. The reward for the home team had already been announced. Although some people were not convinced, they could not say anything about the final reward for the home team. They didn't say it out in the open, but they didn't have to be so taboo in private. As long as there weren't any big shots from the home team present, they could say whatever they wanted. At most, they would just fight. If you win, fine, you're capable, I'm convinced. If you lose, I'm sorry, I just don't like you. I'll beat you up every time I see you. The higher-ups of Vanguard only thought of the squabbles between the B squadrons as nothing more than squabbles between the B squadrons. Squabbling was healthier, and competition promoted progress. Therefore, as long as it wasn't too big of a ruckus, they would turn a blind eye to it. This was especially true for the B squadron leaders who had promised their own squad members that as long as they won, they would bear all the consequences. As a result, there were a lot of people in the hall who couldn't stand the sight of Sillin's vice commander badge, no matter how they looked at it. A couple of people who had vice commander badges from other squads were even rubbing their palms together. Motherfucker, it took me more than a dozen years to climb up to this position. How is this stupid kid worthy of this badge? As they thought about it, some people walked up to them. They didn't hide their thoughts on their faces. They might be smiling, but their smiles were asking for a beating no matter how you looked at them. Yo, why is there a little girl here? Little girl, you're at least 10 years old, aren't you? A brawny man more than 2 meters tall said loudly as he walked towards them. Beside him was a slightly shorter person who also looked difficult to deal with. He was twirling a boomerang in his hand with great vigor. When he saw that Sillin and the others were ignoring him and continuing to advance, the brawny man pursed his lips and swept a disdainful glance at Sillin and the others. Then, he rolled his eyes and took out a big lollipop. He said, "Little girl, here's something delicious for you. Do you want this bang?" The brawny man's words came to an abrupt halt. The people who were about to laugh out loud heard the brawny man's words suddenly froze in their throats. The big lollipop that was originally in the brawny man's hand had snapped from the spot where the brawny man's fingers were gripping. The brawny man's fingers weren't harmed at all, and the lollipop with the lollipop was thrown high into the air by the force of the snap. It spun towards Tang Xiaoqiu and finally landed accurately on Tang Xiaoqiu's hand. The bullet finally shot into the trash bin in the corner and didn't hurt anyone else. Tang Xiaoqiu held the lollipop in her hand, tore open the wrapper, and stuck her head out to lick it. She smacked her lips and commented, "It tastes pretty good. This is really just a 10-year-old girl." Many people were shocked by this scene. First, this little girl actually dared to open fire in the lobby of Vanguard. They had never seen anyone who dared to do something like this before. Even if they had heard of a few cases, this was definitely not a bad example. Furthermore, not everyone dared to act so recklessly. If something happened, it would implicate the vice captain. The people in Vanguard could fight and settle things on the spot. They could also compete in marksmanship, but most of them would go to the shooting range of the liaison department. But for a person who didn't even have the rank of vice captain to open fire in a place like the first floor lobby without even thinking, where did she get the courage to do so? And with so many people present, not a single one of them felt a murderous aura. No, they didn't even feel the aura locking onto them in the instant before the shot was fired. Second, this little girl's marksmanship was too good. Not only did she break the stick, but she also didn't hurt anyone else. In the end, she was able to shoot into the trash bin. Such marksmanship was indeed very good. Furthermore, after shooting the stick, she was able to let the lollipop fall into her hands. Not only did she intimidate the other party, but she also received her own benefits. It had to be said that this move was quite beautiful. Third, and also what many people were conflicted about, Tang Xiaoqiu's bullet ricocheted. This meant that the bullet bounced off the target after a few ricochets. Such a small child could actually shoot a ricocheted bullet so easily. What a strike! Tang Xiaoqiu couldn't achieve the effect she wanted by shooting in a straight line. Even if she could shoot in a curve, the curve was very limited and still not enough to meet her needs. So in the end, Tang Xiaoqiu chose to shoot a ricocheted bullet. According to what Sillin had said before in the Vanguard's liaison department, the building materials would definitely be different. After walking into the hall and observing the situation here, she had some thoughts. Not bad. She shot a ricocheted bullet and got a lollipop. Tang Xiaoqiu was very satisfied. In fact, in addition to the amazement of the surrounding people, Yudos and Lycrabe were even more amazed. The Tang Xiaoqiu that they usually saw was just an ordinary little sister. She would complain, be a little awkward, and be as excited as other children when she saw new things around her. She was just a little girl who liked to eat sweets. But now it seemed that those who could match that emblem were not ordinary people, even if she was a little girl about 10 years old. "Thank you, Uncle." Tang Xiaoqiu did not forget to express her gratitude after licking the Bang Bang Tang. This was purely a polite formula. She did not really mean to thank him, but no one cared about this. Haha, it seems that I have underestimated you. No wonder you can become an official member at such a young age. Very good. The brawny man was stunned for a moment before he laughed. He no longer looked down on them and continued to walk towards Sillin's group. The person next to the brawny man walked directly in front of Lycrabe and glanced up and down at Lycrabe. From the beginning, he could not bear to see Lycrabe like this. "Are you trying to act cool?" The person spun the boomerang in one hand and patted Lycrabe with the other. He said with a fake smile, "But this person doesn't seem to have an emblem. Could it be that he is not a member of Vanguard? Sigh, don't be discouraged. Although a little girl who is so much younger than you is also very capable. Don't be too discouraged. The person patted Lycrabe's shoulder a little hard, and it made a loud sound. However, Lycrabe stood firmly and did not move a single step. Seeing that Lycrabe was able to withstand such a force, the person was about to praise him. However, when he saw that Lycrabe was still too lazy to care about him, he suddenly became angry again. He put more force on Lycrabe's shoulder and said, "You are a new reserve member, right? When you see a senior, you should know the necessary manners of a hunter." Sillin curled his lips. What was the necessary manners of a hunter? In summary, it could be summed up in 4 words. The strong are respected. Although the brawny man looked much stronger than the person, in fact, in terms of strength, the brawny man was definitely no match for the person. Many people's first impression of the person was that he was an agile type, but the truth was that the person was a strength type. Therefore, people were already certain that Lycrabe could withstand the person's strength just now. However, they did not mind watching Lycrabe's reaction after the person increased his strength. The reality was out of everyone's expectations. Lycrabe did not have any reaction at all. Even his expression did not change. The one who had a reaction was that person. The person's hand on Lycrabe's shoulder began to expand rapidly. What was clearly a strong and well-defined palm became a big, meaty palm that was thicker than a bear's paw in a few seconds. The 5 fingers were no longer what they used to be, and the meaty palm looked very comical. Most importantly, the person did not feel any pain at all. The nerves in the hand seemed to have become numb, or the nerve conduction was blocked, and it could not transmit the real feeling of the changes in the palm to the brain. The change in the palm was just the beginning. As the palm expanded, slowly, the wrist also began to thicken, and then the arm, as if there was an inflator pumping air into it. When the swelling expanded to the shoulder, the person gradually lost control of the arm, and it drooped down powerlessly. Seeing such a scene, the surrounding people unconsciously touched their own arms, feeling the state of their arms, for fear that such a thing would happen to them. "Hey kid," the brawny man took a big step towards Lycrabe, but was stopped by Sillin's hand. The brawny man wanted to push away Sillin's hand in front of him, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not move the hand at all. The brawny man knew that this time he had really met a tough opponent. A person who could wear the vice captain's emblem was definitely not weak. Another thing he learned today was that whether or not he could have the emblem of an official member and whether or not he could hold the position of vice captain had nothing to do with age. Taking a deep breath, the brawny man looked up at Sillin and saw that the young vice captain still had a faint smile on his face. It could not be considered distant, nor could it be considered friendly. The good thing was that there was no malice or disgust towards their provocation. This was a good sign for the brawny man. "Brother, this time we made a mistake. It was our fault, sorry. I hope you can help solve this, my brother's problem." Sillin looked at Lycrabe, and Lycrabe shrugged. "It's okay, it will be fine in a while. It won't affect his body." Sillin turned back to the brawny man and said, "Then it's not a big problem, it's just a small prank. Don't worry." "Don't worry? Don't worry my ass. If your hand was in such a state, would you still be able to keep a straight face?" The brawny man and the other person felt bitter in their hearts. Was there such a prank? If they saw this guy in the future, they would definitely run as far away as possible. However, for Sillin, he had seen people with swollen arms who still had a playful appearance. For example, Andryra's eldest son, Lung. Indeed, as Lycrabe said, the swelling of the man's hand was limited to his shoulder and arm. After 2 minutes, the swelling began to slowly subside, and after 5 minutes, it had returned to its original shape. Although there were still some wrinkles on the skin, they would soon disappear. The man turned over his hand and looked at Lycrabe with a strange expression. "You can't be one of those high achievers who specializes in this area, right?" Seeing that the man's attitude did not have the resentment of the small eyes, but was rather calm, Lycrabe did not put on a face and smiled. "No, I haven't even received intermediate education." That was even more terrifying. Everyone thought, to be able to reach such a level by relying on himself, without even receiving intermediate education. He was either a genius or a freak. Wouldn't he be even more powerful if he received higher education in the future? Or if he didn't receive higher education, he might even be able to publish some results in electronic pharmacology journals with high contribution points if he continued to ponder. It seemed that the people from the 6th Division were quite capable. How did the 6th Division manage to find such a talent? Just when everyone was thinking about it, a woman in her 20s who had been watching the show from the front desk smiled and walked over. Her perky buttocks that were wrapped in a short skirt swayed rhythmically with her steps. However, when the other hunters saw this woman, they quickly looked away and started to talk about a random topic. It seemed as if they did not notice what was happening here at all. The burly man and his companions smiled awkwardly and ran away. Before they ran, they mouthed, "Be careful." It seemed that this woman had a special status here and would not be easy to deal with. However, contrary to what everyone thought, the woman who walked over said with a warm smile, "You are Silin, Wheeze, Tang Xianxia, Lycrape, and Yudos, right? Senior Bart just told me to treat you well. The restaurant has already prepared your meals. If there's anything else you need, feel free to ask. I'll bring you there." After saying that, she made a pleased gesture. The behavior of the female boss on the first floor of the liaison department, who looked like a beauty from afar, but was actually a ferocious bandit, made everyone's jaws drop. Since when did this female bandit become so polite? Someone counted with his fingers. The female boss had mentioned 5 names, so there were only 4 people in the group. Where's the last one? In fact, Hui Mao was sleepy after drinking his fill at the dessert shop. He had been sleeping on Silin's shoulder. As long as it wasn't a big deal, he wouldn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Silin felt that this woman was quite interesting. Even though she said that Senior Bar had informed them in advance, she still watched the people around them provoke them and only came out after watching the show. As expected, this was how hunters dealt with each other. The woman glanced at Hui Mao, who was sleeping on Silin's shoulder, and said with a smile, "We've specially prepared some fish. They're steamed, fried, boiled, fried, and braised. Yes, fish was a big deal." Therefore, Hui Mao's ears caught the right keywords. He slowly woke up, stretched, and yawned. "I'm hungry. Let's go eat." The woman covered her mouth and laughed. She said to Hui Mao, "What does Wheeze feel about this place?" "Feel?" Scratching his ear, Hui Mao said lazily, "I don't know. I'm asleep." Everyone, as expected, he was completely ignored. After the woman brought Silin and the others to the restaurant, she was pulled by someone when she came out. The person asked carefully, "Hey, boss, who are those people?" Even the first floor's boss didn't have to be so polite to the team leader. The woman shrugged helplessly. "I can't help it. Senior Bart has personally told me to treat them well. I can't cause too much trouble." The person who had come came to a realization. So it was Senior Bart. No wonder boss didn't cause any trouble today. He just watched the show. Speaking of which, after Silin quickly finished his food, he requested to speak to the people in the 6th Division. The person in charge of communication was clearly prepared. He directly contacted the main control room of the 6th Division and told Schotten that he had returned with 2 recommendations. Schotten was obviously very happy. However, there was still some worry in Silin's eyes, so he asked Silin to meet up with them as soon as possible. There were important matters to discuss. After ending the call with Schotten, Silin thought about the worried look in Schotten's eyes. It was clearly related to the mission that Bart had mentioned. After thinking for a while, Silin contacted the control room of his team starship. When the call was connected, the first thing that appeared was Carrie's big face. "Silin, I've missed you so much." "No, let's do it again." "Vice Captain Silin, we've missed you so much." Silin had the urge to kick him right now. Before Silin could say anything, Carrie continued to speak excitedly. "And my dear Wheeze, cute Xianxia, I've missed you so much." Someone was squeezing Carrie from the side, and it was Xiao Shang's voice. Do took the opportunity to jump in front of the communicator, but was flung away by Carrie by the tail. It clung to the entire communicator panel and refused to budge. He continued to shout excitedly, "Xianxia, your eggs have hatched." "Really? Tang Xiuqiu's face was almost completely covered by the communicator. She couldn't wait. Chapter 161. That's right. Hey, Yudi, hurry up and get that furball over here. Carrie turned his head and roared to the side. Not long after, they saw Carrie pick up a white fur ball the size of a soccer ball and pinch it. That fellow seemed to still be sleeping, curled up into a ball like a hedgehog. After being disturbed by Carrie and waking up, it slowly recovered from its ball shape. Its entire body was snow white, but its eyes were silver. Its mouth and nose were still a faint pink, probably because it was still in its infancy. It opened its hazy, unfocused eyes and let out a big yawn. It blinked at the projection on the communicator, and its originally drooping round ears perked up as it whimpered. Hui Mao's beard trembled. This fellow, at a glance, can sleep even more than me, and it's so fat. Tang Xiuqiu stared at the white and fat thing excitedly. She really wanted to return to the team right now. Xiuqiu, this little fellow might have eaten already. When you come back, you have to reimburse its food expenses. Also, buy more food while you're at it. This fellow eats everything. Beside them, Yudos and Lycrabe were speechless. How could such a fellow with such a wide appetite not be fat? Okay, I'll buy a lot of things. Tang Xiuqiu immediately agreed. Right, this little fellow hasn't given it a name yet. It's waiting for you, its real owner. But before it officially gets a name, everyone calls it Xiu'er. Tang Xiuqiu frowned. Why did it sound a little weird? Okay, I'll think about what to name it in the next 2 days. After the conversation, Sillin disconnected. Otherwise, with someone like Carrie, it would be possible for him to hoard the communicator and talk for an entire day. Hurry up, let's set off immediately. My egg hatched. It finally hatched. When Tang Xiuqiu had parted ways with Sillin and the rest of the team, Yudi had said that it might take more than half a year or more before the egg hatched. That was why Tang Xiuqiu hadn't brought the egg with her all this time, and had left it inside the incubation room instead. She didn't think that the egg would hatch before half a year was up. It was a pleasant surprise indeed. However, when Tang Xiuqiu came out, some people around her looked at her with a strange expression. They even looked at Tang Xiuqiu carefully, as if they were trying to see if this little girl was a normal human being. It couldn't be helped. Tang Xiu's words were too ambiguous. What do you mean by your eggs have hatched? Isn't this just making people think that you're a non-mammal? Due to Tang Xiuqiu's impatience and Shotten's request to Sillin to return as soon as possible, the few of them temporarily adjusted their arrangements to be more compact. They were not in the mood to stroll around. Tang Xiuqiu was not stingy with money. Only 1% of the money spent on missions and flying car bets was enough for her to buy a lot of food. The communication department had a starship that went to the stronghold. After registering, Sillin and the others boarded the starship that went to the spaceport. Yudos and Riculab hadn't spoken a word since the beginning. Yudos was probably just nervous, but Riculab didn't show it on his face, and Sillin could more or less guess what he was thinking. Yudos was probably just nervous, but Riculab didn't show it on his face. Do you think that Vanguard, one of the legendary 4 greats, is only SOSO? Sillin looked at Lycrabe with a smile. When Yudos heard Sillin's words, he also looked at Lycrabe. He did not think that way. But what did Lycrabe mean? Did he regret it? In response to Sillin's question, Lycrabe only shook his head and said nothing. Actually, these are just small squabbles to the people of Vanguard. They may look at us with disdain or contempt, but if they were facing other squadrons, it would be hostility and true malice. Moreover, these people are just the lowest level members of Vanguard, and they're only from the various B squadrons. The A squadron has no time to loiter around here at all. There are also a few veterans in the hall, but they did not fight. They just watched as bystanders. Otherwise, these people would not have ended with a small squabble. They would have dragged them to spar on the spot. Truth be told, after the scene in the hall, Lycrabe did feel that the legendary 4 greats were only SOSO. But after hearing Sillin's words, he understood Vanguard a little more. He thought of Bart. Even when she was laughing and teasing Hui Mao and Tang Kakikyu, she gave him a strong feeling. Although the woman in the hall on the first floor of the communication department also gave him a strong feeling, she was still a long way off from Bart. Maybe that was the difference between a squadron and a division. Silin, when are we going to join the A squadron? Huimao said while stroking his beard. Silin patted Huimao's cat head and said, "It's not that easy. We still have to accumulate merits." And Diaz was the one who gave up the position of vice commander. But speaking of Diaz, Tang Xiaoqiu's excitement subsided a little. "I wonder how Big Brother Diaz is doing." "He's fine." Carrie and the others seem to be in a good mood. "I believe that the treatment over there should be going well," Silin said. Tang Xiaoqiu finally smiled. "Amen," he said, that as long as Big Sister Asha is by his side, he will be fine. "How can you believe that kind of nonsense?" Before Huimao could finish, he was slapped back by Silin. Huimao was so angry that he jumped up and slapped Silin's head. Before they arrived at their destination, Silin told them some simple things about the Sixth Squad so that they could have a more accurate understanding of them. However, it wasn't very detailed, and some things couldn't be said for the time being because their identities hadn't been officially recognized yet. Only after they were officially recognized and given their badges would they be told some deeper things. This was a rule. Just like how Silin still did not have the right to know about certain things about the A Squadron. The A Squadron. Silin thinks that if Bart and Schotten were mentioned, could it be that this matter involved the A Squadron? Even as Silin's immediate superior, Schotten, did not have the right to ask about it. Did that mean that the decision was made by someone higher up? Vanguard Stronghold was located on a planet, Planet K, J100. One could tell the importance of this planet just by looking at its code, and the planet that served as their stronghold was called Planet Vanguard. In reality, the entire J sector of Sector K was Vanguard's territory, and Planet K, J100, was the core of the planet. After a starship arrived at the spaceport outside of Planet K, J100, it would take different spaceships depending on the planet's destination. Planet K, J100, was mostly the A Squadron's territory, and the B Squadrons were not allowed to enter this area without notice or permission. Outside of this area was the other B Squadron's territory, and the B Squadrons were free to move around in their own territory. Silin was going to take the spaceship to the 6th Division with Tang Xiaoqiu and the others, but he was stopped the moment he got off the starship. It was the people sent by the A Squadron. They were here to pick up Silin and Huimao and bring them to the A Squadron. Perhaps it was because their superiors had instructed them to treat Silin fairly well. At the very least, they did not look down on or provoke Silin because of his age. Instead, they looked at him with curiosity. Left with no choice, Silin had no choice but to let Tang Xiaoqiu take Yudos and Lycrabe to the 6th Division. After all, only Tang Xiaoqiu had an emblem among the three of them, and sometimes an emblem was a very effective pass. Otherwise, two undocumented people like Yudos and Lycrabe would be caught, thrown into jail, and tortured before they could even explain themselves in Vanguard Stronghold. Silin followed the group and landed at the A Squadron's alleyway. The moment he got off the spaceship, he saw Schotten waiting for him. There wasn't much joy on his face, and there was even worry in his eyes when he looked at Silin. "Captain." Silin raised his hand in greeting. Schotten smiled. "I heard that you've recruited 2 good rookies to the team this time." "Very good. You're quite efficient." The few people who had sent Silin there bade farewell and left. Another group of people took Silin and Schotten to a modified flying car and brought them to a building. Schotten said that it was a rather special place that was specially used to discuss matters. Even in the A Squadron, those who did not have certain qualifications could not enter. Silin curled his lips in his heart. In that case, he was really indebted to those people. When they walked into the building, Schotten sighed and said softly, "If you don't want to, don't accept this mission." "I know." Silin gestured for Schotten to rest assured. When they arrived in front of a conference room, Schotten was stopped. Only Silin and Huimao could enter. Schotten said that he would wait in the lounge around the corner. Silin nodded. When he walked to the door, it opened automatically, and he stepped in. Seeing the closed door, Schotten had mixed feelings. It wasn't easy to have such a talent in the team. It wasn't easy for the 6th Division to have such an opportunity to develop. He really didn't want anything to happen to this talent, especially to Sillin. Diaz had said that Sillin would bring the 6th Division to a glorious peak. Therefore, even though Shadun didn't fully understand the situation this time, he could guess where the mission was from. Was that a place that a vice-captain of a small team could go? When Sillin and Huimao walked into the conference room, their eyelids twitched. What's this idiot doing here? Standing on Sillin's shoulder, the gray cat stared with its mouth wide open at the neatly dressed man who was drinking tea on a chair with a serious expression. The man looked a little gentlemanly, but didn't lose his tough edge. It seriously suspected that the hooligan it had met before was actually a twin brother. When he saw Sillin enter, Lung, who had a serious look on his face, nodded with a perfect smile. Sillin and Huimao felt their hairs stand on end. This idiot must have done something wrong. There were a few unfamiliar people sitting at the table in the conference room. However, from the emblems they were wearing, it was obvious that they had a lot of power in the A Division. You're Sillin and Wheeze, right? Sit. Don't be nervous. One of them smiled kindly and pointed to an empty chair. This time, it wasn't like the time when Bart and Sombaleruo tampered with the chairs. It was obvious that not everyone in the A Division was as bored as Bart to gamble on the performance of their juniors. Sillin and Huimao weren't nervous. After Sillin bowed to the elders, he calmly walked over to pull out a chair and sat down. Meanwhile, Huimao jumped onto the table and sniffed the tea in front of Sillin. He stuck out his tongue and licked it. After savoring the taste, he felt that it was pretty good. He ignored the people around him and finished licking the tea in the cup. When he was done, he raised his head and looked around. Is there any more? I haven't even had a sip of water on the way here. The members of Vanguard laughed and asked someone to fill it up. They then took out another cup and placed the entire pot next to it. From their expressions, it seemed that they valued Huimao more than Sillin. Sillin said that he didn't mind. The more they valued him, the more secure Huimao's safety would be. At the very least, Vanguard would be able to put up a strong front against the military and some crazy research organizations. After all, Sillin's current abilities were limited. He couldn't influence the entire Vanguard hunter group. He couldn't even get some of the information he needed. Sigh, there's still a long way to go. Young Master Lung didn't say anything. He just twirled the cup in his hand in a mysterious manner. A person who seemed to be the person in charge of Vanguard gave a brief explanation and then passed an electronic notebook to Sillin. The relevant mission introduction and explanation were all listed in it. Sillin took the electronic notebook and swiped his finger across it. The speed at which he changed surprised the people around him. They didn't expect this kid to be so capable. In reality, they didn't know that Sillin had slowed down his speed. If they were to look at it at full speed, they might be so shocked that their front teeth would fall off. When he saw the words Sector S on the electronic notebook, Sillin immediately recalled the things mentioned in Enji's diary. Yes, it had been 50 years. Sector S was a prison sector that everyone in the galaxy would pale at the mention of its name. All the notorious criminals in the galaxy were imprisoned there, and many of the prisoners were once famous figures in the sector. Since Sector S was synonymous with cages and criminals, Sector S was known as the darkest place in the League of Stars. Sector S wasn't big, and it had very few habitable planets. However, every planet was a hellish place. Some people said that ghosts wailed and wolves howled all year round, and there were countless vengeful spirits and wraiths. Sector S was a place where prisoners from various sectors were imprisoned. Among these prisoners were hunters, merchants, government, and military officials. The army station, there was actually another form of army. The League of Stars' military had a much smaller influence on them. Sillin remembered that Knight once said that these people couldn't even be considered soldiers. The reason why so many innocent people died in prison was because of the direct actions of the people stationed on the prison planet or the prison guards. Cold, numb, and murderous. It was all too common to describe the people who guarded the prison. The reason some big forces, big business groups, big families, influential politicians, and military bigwigs were able to survive after being sentenced to prison at Sector S was because these forces had infiltrated and taken care of each other in Sector S. One of the main reasons why Sector S was said to be special was because of its complexity. Someone once said that they saw a man who was sentenced to prison a few decades ago become a prison guard straight away after his sentence was over. There were also some people like this in the military station there. It was common for the forces to take care of their own people, suppress other forces, and even assassinate them countless times. Everyone there was powerful and experienced in the battlefield. They all had their own abilities. Those without strength would only die if they went in. It was no wonder that Schotten would be worried. Even Schotten himself wasn't confident that he could guarantee his own safety in that place. However, what surprised Sillin after reading through the information was that the Andryra family was the one who suggested this mission, and they specifically asked Sillin and Huimao to accept it. If Sillin accepted it, then the deal was done. If he refused, then Andryra wouldn't look for anyone else in Vanguard. The people imprisoned in Sector S were about to be released, weren't they? The A Squad should have made their decision already, but they were definitely elites. They wouldn't let Sillin go. Come to think of it, it made sense. Their own men would definitely send a highly trusted squad elite to the Vanguard imprisoned at Sector S. There was no way they would let Sillin, who was still a young sprout in their eyes. They were still skeptical of Sillin's abilities, but this matter was extremely important. There was no way they would let newbie go. The A Squad had a different opinion about Andryra's matter. Although they wouldn't give this mission to Sillin, Sillin could accept missions from others. There were pros and cons to this, but since Sillin's position in Vanguard wasn't high yet, there weren't too many objections. They also wanted to take this opportunity to see just how capable the person recommended by Bart and Sombolero was. Sillin didn't agree immediately after returning the electronic record book. Instead, he said, "I'd like to talk to the Andryra family alone about this mission before I decide whether or not to accept it." The person in charge of Vanguard didn't object either. This large conference room was connected to a small conference room, and it was specially prepared for those who needed a separate discussion. Seeing Lung nod, the person in charge of Vanguard pressed a button, and a small door appeared on the wall that looked similar to the surroundings. Sillin Helong walked in, and Andryra's other men were stopped by Lung. Brzett was one of them, and although he didn't go in, Brzett shot Lung a look before he closed the door. "Don't be too sloppy, and pay attention to your image." Lung pretended not to see it. The moment the door closed, Lung immediately revealed his true form. He kicked off his shoes and threw his coat aside. Half lying on the chair, he huffed and sighed. "I'm so tired. Look, my toes are about to get blisters. Slippers are still the best." Lung didn't get down to business right from the start. He vented his belly full of grievances for more than 10 minutes, but he still looked like he was going to continue. Sillin kicked him. "Hurry up and get down to business." Lung scratched his head. "Didn't we talk about business outside already?" "Talk my ass." All right. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Lung sat cross-legged on the chair without a care for his image. "Someone from your family is locked up there too?" Sillin asked. "Yeah, a senior who was locked up there 50 years ago. This young master volunteered to go rescue him, lest he be plotted against by some people even before he left the sector. It was also 50 years ago." Sillin frowned. Just how big a thing had happened 50 years ago to actually involve so many people. Lung rubbed the soles of his feet, looked at Sillin, and said, "That incident 50 years ago was too big and involved too many people. The 4 great hunter regiments, a few great business families, military personnel, and politicians were all dragged into it." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Haven't you noticed that your life as a hunter can still be considered peaceful until now? Even a newly risen poison fong that you guys have eliminated, and some other unpresentable but arrogant fellows. None of them were able to cause much of a stir. The reason why all the great forces and even the military did not take any forceful measures was because these fellows were too weak in comparison. They were left to be seasonings, and the experts did not make any moves at all. For example, haven't you noticed that you've only seen 3 of the 4 great forces, and the last one has always been keeping a low profile? Chapter 162. You can't say that they're the only ones keeping a low profile. Actually, everyone is keeping a low profile. It's just that their people are keeping a relatively low profile. For the past 50 years, there haven't been any major conflicts between the four major hunter regiments or between the four major hunter regiments and the military, business, or political circles. This is also a buffer period for everyone, Lung continued. Sillin didn't make a sound. Ever since Sillin joined Vanguard, he had often paid attention to the movements of the four major hunter regiments. Basically, the general trend of the hunter regiments in the League of Stars was toward the four major hunter regiments. The four major hunter regiments served as a symbol. However, as he learned more about them, Sillin realized that the four major hunter regiments weren't as flashy and flamboyant as recorded in history. It could be said that they were much more low-key than recorded in history. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed due to the events that took place 50 years ago. If he hadn't read the contents of the diary given to him by Enji, Sillin probably wouldn't even know about the events that took place 50 years ago that affected the entire League of Stars. However, what Sillin still didn't know was what exactly happened 50 years ago that caused the four major hunter regiments to retract their edge. In the League of Stars, be it the electronic network or the physical records, there was no mention of the events that took place 50 years ago. Perhaps some of the older members of the League of Stars had heard of it, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. Did you go to Lon Hudy's liaison department when you were on the transit planet? Lung asked. Lon Hudy was the low-key side of the four major hunter regiments that Lung mentioned. Lon Hudy was rather special among the four major hunter regiments. Their numbers might not even be 1/10 of the number of Vanguard and the other two major hunter regiments, but their average strength was much higher. In the ranking of the hunter regiments in the League of Stars, the overall strength of the four major hunter regiments was about the same. However, Lon Hudy's average combat strength was publicly recognized as the strongest in the League of Stars. Furthermore, they didn't have a B squadron. This was what made Lon Hudy special. The members of the Lon Hudy Hunter Group would have butterfly-shaped tattoos on their bodies. There were ghost butterflies, phoenix butterflies, and other different types of tattoos. Among these major types of tattoos, everyone had different tattoos. Upon hearing Lung's question, Sillin shook his head. Back then, after finding the coordinates of Vanguard, he headed straight there and didn't pay attention to the other hunter regiments. Lon Hudy's liaison department has always been empty. Even if you go there, you will only see some low-level members. However, no one knows where the other core members of Lon Hudy's team are. They disappeared more than 40 years ago. At this point, Lung snickered. However, this time, even the most low-profile Lon Hudy will return, and it will be a strong return. Do you know what happened 50 years ago? Sillin asked. Lung made an apologetic gesture and said, I only know a few things related to my family, and I only have a rough idea about the other powers. Even though everyone was involved back then, their goals and needs were different. Didn't the people of Vanguard tell you? Come to think of it, it's a publicly acknowledged secret. If I wasn't the young master of the Andrira family, I wouldn't have a right to know what happened to my family back then. Then forget it. Sillin expressed that he didn't care. Let's talk about this mission. What do you mean by it? What do I mean? Didn't I say it very clearly before? I'm asking you to help me complete the mission. Speaking of which, this mission is beneficial to Vanguard. That electronic notebook only mentioned a mission at Sector S, but it didn't say what exactly it was. Lung scratched his head with the hand he used to rub his feet just now. Well, to put it simply, that core mission of our Andrira family will definitely not land on me. And my old man won't let me charge and break through enemy lines right now either. He said that I'm not capable enough right now, and I didn't leave behind a seed to continue my line. It will be tragic if I never returned. That's why I requested an additional mission from my old man on my own accord. Arson. Arson? Yeah, they're fighting fiercely in the front yard, and we're setting fire to the backyard. It's a way to divert some attention and give ourselves a chance to train. There are no hard and fast requirements for the mission's success or failure, and there's no absolute goal. The degree of freedom is very high, and it's purely for entertainment. The place you chose for pure entertainment sure is special. You'll lose your life if you're not careful, and it'll still be tragic. Lung said excitedly, "It's fine. My old man didn't turn down the mission, even if the difficulty was lowered. It's a rare opportunity, and I have a feeling that Sector S will be very chaotic when the time comes. We'll take this opportunity to muddy the waters a little more, and we'll just be bystanders." Sillin thinks for a moment. He had nothing better to do anyway, and he wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Sillin didn't want to turn down the mission the moment he saw the words Sector S, but there were some questions that were better answered first. Why 50 years? It happened 50 years ago, and a large number of people were sentenced to 50 years. That shouldn't be the case. Originally, other than the heavyweights, the small fries were either dead or caught and sentenced to 10 to 50 years. There have been people who returned one after another in the past few years, but the ratio of people released from Sector S to those who returned safely is more than 1,000 to 1. In fact, some people who were released during that period were completely annihilated, and the rate of safe return is too low. This is also one of the reasons why everyone made preparations to protect the heavyweights' return this time. As for why the mission was only sentenced to 50 years, it was thanks to the fact that the military and the political groups were not united. As for the influential figures in the academic world, they had also reached some underground deals with everyone, so under the joint efforts of everyone reduced their sentences to 50 years. I see. Sillin thinks recalled something. It wasn't that there were no hunter regiments results in glory and code, but that the results that belonged to the hunter regiments had all been exchanged for someone else's. Those were all deals. So, Lung moved closer with sparkling eyes. Let's go cause some trouble. Sillin looked up and glanced at Lung. You didn't volunteer to apply for such a mission from your old man because you're tired of what's going on at Sector H, did you? You guessed it. Go, I'll tell you some of the secret from back then in secret. I didn't say I'm not going. Haha, then it's settled. Lung jumped up and ran towards the door. He was about to open the door when he suddenly paused. He turned around and put on his shoes with a bitter expression, tidied up his clothes, and tidied the few tufts of hair on his head that were messed up. He cleared his throat and opened the door with a solemn expression. When they returned to the big conference room, both parties carried out further negotiations, discussed the remuneration and other matters, signed a contract, shook hands, and parted ways. However, because Sillin was going to rest here for a few days, Lung and the Andrira family also stayed at Sector KJ. Vanguard had arranged a temporary place for them to stay. Of course, it was impossible for the Andrira family to stay on Vanguard forever. Instead, they were arranged to stay on a nearby planet. However, Lung couldn't hold it in after a day and flew directly to the transit planet with his men. He told Sillin to look for him at the transit planet after he was done resting and taking care of his business. Xianxia didn't say anything about Sillin's choice. He only told Sillin to rest more in the 6th Division for the next few days. After leaving the A Squadron zone, Sillin and Xianxia boarded the space plane and departed towards the 6th Division zone. Hui Mao lay lazily on Qin Lai's shoulder and wagged its tail every now and then. Hui Mao didn't interrupt Sillin Hulong's conversation earlier. It didn't think anything mattered, and it was fun no matter where it was. Of course, it was more than willing to go to a strange and dangerous place. It would be best if it could turn the world upside down. I feel like you're in a good mood. Sillin flicked the fur on Hui Mao's ears. Hui Mao flicked his ears and slapped Sillin's hand away with his paw. He snorted, "The weapons in the A Squadron zone are pretty good, and their information maintenance is better than ours." But Sillin raised an eyebrow and played along with the guy's words. "I'll let this guy sublimate himself a little more. As expected. But I have the ability to turn that place into a mess, hee meow." Hui Mao raised his chin and said smugly, "All right, you'll have a chance to make a scene at Sector S later. That is, for the mission later. I'm going to eat more for the next few days." Actually, your main point is the last sentence, isn't it? Although it was the first time he came to the 6th Division Stronghold Zone, he still felt a lot more relaxed. Maybe the big 6 emblem on it could soothe his emotions a little. With Xianxia leading the way, Sillin and Hui Mao were unimpeded. In the past, the 6th Division used to operate on the starships, but now they had all moved back to the base. The buildings were connected like a fortress. Let's go. Everyone's accommodation area is over there. Shotten led Sillin towards one of the buildings. However, before Sillin could enter his room, Carrie stopped him and gave him a bear hug. Then it was Xiaoshang, Yudi, and the others. Tang Xiuqiu came over with a white fur ball in her arms. It was the thing that hatched from Dan. But why did it look a little like a bear other than its slightly bigger ears? However, bears were viviparous, and this fat bear really did jump out of an egg. Sillin searched through the information in his mind and confirmed that he had never seen such a species on that planet. Big brother Sillin, I named it Xiuqiu. Tang Xiuqiu said crisply while holding the little fat fellow. Xiuqiu. Not bad, Sillin said. It's not bad. They all have the word ball in their names. Unlike Hui Mao. Hubelu? Didn't they call him Wheeze now? It looks like this name was made up of people. No matter how much they disliked the name, they would get used to it after a while. Sillin carried Xiuqiu, who was in Tang Xiuqiu's arms. Because there were too many people here, this little fellow woke up from his sleep. According to Yudi, this little fellow spent 80% of his time sleeping. The rest of the time, he was looking for food and excretion. After that, he was rolled around like a ball. Little Xiuqiu opened his silver eyes and looked around in confusion. He didn't struggle. His little nose twitched. Then he narrowed his eyes and yawned. He turned his gaze to Hui Mao, who was squatting on Sillin's shoulder and patting him with his paw. He whimpered as if he was acting coquettishly. Hui Mao's beard trembled, and he put on a serious look. This guy seems to be older than me. The people who were talking and laughing around them suddenly quieted down. Wheeze, this little fellow hasn't been out for long. It hasn't even been 30 days. I can guarantee that. There are witnesses from the 6th team as well, Carrie said. Hui Mao stroked his beard and continued. What did you guys start calculating age? When the zygote was forming. Egg? Or when it hatched? For these little fellows that popped out from the inside. Of course we start counting them from the moment they hatched. Oh, I see. That's nothing then. Hui Mao raised his paw again and touched Xiuqiu. His mood was much better now. So it's still a baby. If this little fellow were to be calculated according to the time when the egg was born, this little fellow would have become a demon by now. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Xiuqiu, the Miantuan who was watching from the wall could no longer stand it. He ran towards Sillin with all 4 of his legs and climbed up Sillin's pants. He climbed all the way to Sillin's shoulder and leaned against Hui Mao. He even hugged Hui Mao, which was quite different from his body size. Yo, the Miantuan is here. Sillin petted the Miantuan with one hand. You seem to have grown up, little fellow. Upon hearing Sillin's words, the Miantuan became even more proud. He opened his mouth wide as if he was laughing. Hui Mao glanced at the Miantuan beside him and then looked at his body that had not grown up at all. He lifted his leg and kicked. Sometimes, cats were really petty fellows. At the very least, the Miantuan was kicked off Sillin's shoulder by Hui Mao out of indignation. However, with the Miantuan's ability, he would be fine even if Carrie grabbed his tail and threw him against the wall. The few of them gathered together and talked about what happened during this period of time. Tang Xiuqiu had already shown the video taken by the camera to everyone and distributed some souvenirs to everyone, especially the trip to the little garden. Xia and Xianxia, who replaced Asha, also expressed that they would definitely visit the little garden when they had the time. It was really a good place. Honey was used to nourish one's beauty. The price of the honey sold in the little garden had increased by several times over here. This made some of the women in the team decide to form a group and go to the little garden for a vacation. Sillin asked about the situation on Dia's side. Diaz and the others who went to Sector E for treatment hadn't returned yet. It was said that they were progressing well and were undergoing rehabilitation. They were all hunters after all, and no one wanted to have a lingering illness. In a battle of life and death, a lingering illness was like an invisible bomb that could explode at any time. However, it was said that they would be able to return in half a year's time. Diaz would often send back videos, and everyone's complexion in the videos was good. This lifted the spirits of the 6th Division by a lot. Where are Yudos and Lycrape? Sillin looked around and did not see the duo. They've gone to handle the admission procedures. Akai and Lieutenant Commander Lu Suo are in charge of that, Carrie said. Sillin was a little surprised. After all, it was the captain and the lieutenant commanders who voted for him to join the team back then. Now that he, the lieutenant commander, was not here yet, and Schotten was at the A-team side, why was the decision made so quickly? But when he thought about it, he felt relieved. Even Senior Bard had agreed to it, and Sillin was the one who brought them here. No one would have any objections. Although Schotten was handling business at the A-team side, he should have been approved a long time ago. Therefore, the voting for Yudos and Lycrape to join the team was much simpler. Carrie grew excited the moment the newbies were mentioned. I heard from a brother in the second squad that you guys performed very well at the first floor hall of the Transit Star Vanguard's liaison department. What do you think of them? Sillin looked at Carrie. He did not believe that Carrie did not show his strength when Yudos and Lycrape came. It was just like when he and Carrie first met. When this guy wanted to shake hands, he had to test the other party's skills first. Before Carrie could say anything, Xiaoxiang laughed and interrupted that Yudo's guy's piloting skills are pretty good. In any case, Carrie lost. Yudi also added, just like when you fought him on the virtual platform. Carrie had also trained his skin to be thicker. He only chuckled and was not that embarrassed about losing 5 out of 10 matches. He had to admit that Yudo's piloting skills and adaptability were very strong. Of the 10 matches, the first 5 were won by Carrie, and the last 5 were all lost. Moreover, each match was lost faster and more decisively than the last. With a talent like Yudo's, they would be able to play a big role in future battles. As for Lycrape, the medical team said that he spent a lot of time talking to him. Sometimes, when they started talking, he wouldn't even eat, Carrie said. It seemed that the two of them had integrated quite quickly. After resting for 2 days, Sillin prepared to go to the Transit Star. During these 2 days, he competed with everyone in drinking and sparring. At the same time, he also threw a welcome party for Yudos and Lycrape. The one who ate the most at the party was Hui Mao, and the second was that fat Xianxia. As expected of someone who jumped out of an egg. He did not even have a breastfeeding period. Although he drank milk, he ate more of other things. After that day, the 2 biggest gluttons of the 6th Division became famous. When they heard that Sillin had another mission, Carrie and Xiaoxiang were pretty disappointed. They were even planning to drag Sillin to a few famous entertainment spots in Sector K. It seemed that Sillin could only go out with them after the mission was over. When he heard that Sillin had another mission at this time, Yudi's eyes flashed. When no one was looking, he passed a note to Sillin. Sillin destroyed it after reading it and made an okay gesture. He did not need to worry about Yudos and Lycrape. Right now, Yudos could come into contact with and receive fighter training every day. Although it was boring and tiring in the eyes of others, Yudos found it enjoyable. Meanwhile, Lycrape also began to try to realize a few of his inspirations with the help of the medics who were skilled in pharmacology. After bidding farewell to the people of the 6th Division, Sillin and Hui Mao stepped onto the starship that was heading towards the transit planet. Although he hadn't officially departed yet, he could clearly sense the unusual atmosphere in the stronghold planet over the past few days. The B squadrons were fine, but the main problem was the A squadron. The tension and restlessness in the atmosphere was spreading uncontrollably to the surroundings. It was a few days later when they stepped onto the transit planet again. Sillin purposely went to the Lon Hudi Hunter Regiment's liaison department to take a look. It was just as Lung had said, it was pretty quiet. However, that was not the case under the surface. Instead of going to Vanguard's liaison department, Sillin went straight to the place Lung mentioned. When he arrived, Lung was still sleeping. He was still wearing the same singlet and beach pants. His slippers were thrown to the side irregularly, and his saliva was dripping all over the bed. When Sillin saw the process of Brzett waking Lung up, he lamented, as expected of someone from a large family. Their actions are beyond imagination. However, what Sillin did not expect was that Brzett, who had been staying by Lung's side like a nanny all this time, did not follow them. It really was just Sillin Helong, Brzett, and a cat. Even if it was a small starship, there was still a lot of space. However, other than 2 humans and a cat, the rest of the starship was filled with machines. Xianxia suddenly felt that this trip was going to be very difficult. Chapter 163. The starship that Andrira had arranged for Long could be considered a miniature model. It was much smaller than the average starship and was shaped like a shuttle. It looked very harmless on the outside, but this starship was installed with the most advanced Sentinel defense system in the League of Stars. Cannons, high-density energy particle beam launchers, and so on were all hidden under this harmless exterior. The quality of the energy blocks used was also of the highest quality. Once they encountered danger, the attack system on this starship would curl up like a hedgehog and raise all the spikes on its body to attack enemies from all directions. The starship's interior was not ostentatious, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that every detail had been carefully designed, installed, and arranged, giving it a low-key sense of extravagance. Inside the starship, there was a weapon storage room not far from the control room and the resting area. All sorts of weapons were stored inside, ranging from cold weapons to thermal weapons. In order to prevent any accidents from happening and not being able to react in time, the control room had been specially modified so that one could rest here directly when they were tired. Because there were only 2 people, Xianxia Long and a cat, and no hot beauties, Long had specially set the appearance of the starship's service robots to be in the form of various beauties, which was pleasing to the eye. Inside the starship, Long was sprawled on the recliner in the control room, eating the barbecued meat served by the service robots, and sighed out of boredom for the 56th time today. Xianxia did not even raise his eyes. He was used to it. This guy had applied for the mission himself, but now he was so bored that his stomach hurt and sighed all day like a resentful wife. Long looked at Hui Mao, who was jumping up and down on the table, and said faintly, "See, how nice it is to be a cat. It can happily play with its own tail for half a day, eat when it's hungry, sleep when it's full, and play with its tail again when it's bored." Xianxia raised his eyes to look at the 2 fellows. "Actually, you're pretty much the same as it, except that it plays with its tail while you play with your feet." Long put his feet down from the recliner and swayed. "How boring. Then sleep. If you can't sleep in your natural state, then go into a sleeping pod and wake up if something happens." "How could I possibly do something so boring?" Long said disdainfully. After thinking for a moment, Long's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to Xianxia, "Do you want to hear some gossip?" "Whose?" "Of course it's from 50 years ago." Long maneuvered the recliner over to Xianxia's side. "How about it? Do you want to hear it?" Xianxia glanced at Lung's expression, which seemed to be begging him, and then shifted his gaze back to the book in his hands, not saying a word. Lung scratched his head. "Fine, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes." When Hui Mao heard that they were going to talk about some secrets, he stopped playing with his tail. He jumped from the table to Xianxia, climbed onto his shoulder, and pricked up his ears to listen. In the end, Long couldn't even fart for a long time. "Hey, tell me," Hui Mao urged. "Well, everything is difficult at the beginning. I'm thinking of where to start that would be more attractive." Long Yixing said, "You've been thinking for almost 10 minutes. Have you made up your mind?" "It's about time." Cough, cough. Lung cleared his throat and immediately got into the zone. He asked mysteriously, "Do you know about Olilo's cage?" Hui Mao tilted his head. He really didn't know about it. Xianxia asked uncertainly, "The one from the myth of creation?" Lung nodded. The myth of creation wasn't some profound reading material, but rather a story for children. The stories inside were easy to understand, and they weren't long either. Olilo's cage was one of the many stories in the myth of creation. In this story, the god of creation, in order to test humans, imprisoned 5 things that could help them realize their dreams. This cage was one of the god of creation's hands. Each of the 5 fingers was a lock, and only the corresponding 5 keys could open it. And the thing imprisoned by the god of creation's 5 fingers was called Olilo. In the ancient language, it meant dream. Olilo was a synonym for dreams. Find the key to open the cage and obtain the Olilo inside, and your dreams would come true. Although a fairy tale is a fairy tale, no one knows if Olillo can really help people realize their dreams. But if there's a chance to find Olillo, many people would rush to it. And the incident 50 years ago was caused by a dispute over a key, Lung said. Hearing Lung's words, Silin suddenly remembered that in Communidan's diary, there was a drawing of a key at the end of the poem on the last page. Silin didn't pay attention to it at the time, but now that he thought about it, it seemed like this was the meaning. There's really a god of creation? Hui Mao was shocked. Silin and Lung were speechless. Lord Cat, you're looking at the wrong point. Silin scratched Hui Mao's cat head. What god of creation? That's just a fairy tale. It's not real. Also, the main point of this story is Olillo's cage, and not the god of creation. Oh, is that so? Then if the god of creation isn't real, why does Olillo's cage exist? Hui Mao continued to ask. Silin and Hui Mao both looked at Lung. Lung shrugged. But I don't know. It seems like there's a saying about Olillo's cage a long time ago. It should be 1,000 years ago. This saying suddenly appeared 1,000 years ago, and then a few large forces joined together to seal off the news. That's why there are very few people in the League of Stars who know about Olillo's cage now. So that's how it is. Continue. Silin and Hui Mao waited for Lung to continue. Lung proudly crossed his legs and gestured for the beautiful robot beside him to go get some juice. Speaking too much would make him thirsty, and then he said, Every key has a special star atlas mark, and in these 1,000 years, the 5-star atlases have already been broken down into a few fragments. Only by finding all the fragments and piecing them together will we be able to find a location of the key. A jigsaw puzzle, huh? Hui Mao mumbled. That sounded troublesome. Actually, the puzzle wasn't troublesome, but finding the fragments was. Actually, as long as you have one of the fragments, if you travel around, you might be able to find the other fragments on the same star atlas. The fragments of the same star atlas can all sense each other. Don't compare the fragments of a star atlas to other glass shards. There are at most 5 fragments of a star atlas, and the smaller ones can have 2 or 3, Lung explained. That should be fine. Isn't it easy as long as there's one fragment? Hui Mao was eager to try. Lung rolled his eyes at Hui Mao. The difficult part is that many people don't have a single fragment. Otherwise, why would there have been such a huge commotion 50 years ago over a single fragment? 50 years ago, some people gathered all the fragments of a star atlas and obtained the complete star atlas, obtaining one of the keys. However, the news was leaked, causing many disputes. What do you mean by some people? Silin asked. Who else? Isn't it those 3 old foxes from the League of Stars' Parliament? The 3 of them obtained a fragment each and pieced them together to form a jigsaw puzzle, but the news was leaked. This caused a commotion from all sides. However, Lung rubbed his chin. I suspect that those 3 old fellows leaked it on purpose so that they could watch the tigers fight and reap the benefits. What do you mean? Did you know that after every star atlas is pieced together, the location of the key and the name of the key will appear? However, in the star atlas those 3 old fellows pieced together, the name of the key is White Knight. White Knight? Silin frowned. In the myth of creation, one of the Olillo represented courage, and White Knight could turn darkness into light. White Knight, one of the 5 Olillos. In the myth of creation, it is said that it can bring light to people in the darkness, and in reality, White Knight means energy. In the star atlas, it is best described as an all-purpose energy source. I don't know how much energy this energy source can provide, but since it can make so many people fight to the death, it must not be a small amount. Moreover, those 3 old fellows from the Parliament don't have much interest in energy sources. In comparison, I think they prefer to see others fight to the death. Therefore, 50 years ago, there weren't many people involved with the government, but there were a lot of people involved with the army and hunter groups. Silin now understood why Lung said that everyone wanted different things. Different people had different goals. Among the 5 Olillos, some were suitable for hunters, some were suitable for merchants, and some were suitable for people in the military and academia. They might be the same, or they might be different. As he was speaking, the scanner suddenly gave an alert. There are energy waves ahead. There are energy waves ahead. Lung turned his chair and immediately became excited. Activate invisibility. Invisibility activated. Deep scan. 5 minutes later, an image appeared on the screen. It should be a battle between two forces. There was a huge starship, and there were many aircrafts and fighter jets around it. There were wreckages everywhere, and the firepower was very fierce. Great, there's something to do. Lung rubbed his palms together. After watching for a while, Xianxia also noticed some problems. These people should have been caused by internal conflicts or a battle between spies and traitors. A large hole had been blasted out of the side of the starship, and fighter jets would fly out from it from time to time. There were people from both sides, and it seemed that the battle had already begun inside the starship. The battle inside might not be any weaker than the one outside. What are you planning to do? Xianxia looked at Lung. This guy seemed to be on steroids right now, full of vigor. Are we going to charge in as well? Hui Mao moved his claws, very expectant. However, Lung shook his head. The other side is too strong. Compared to that starship, our starship is practically a harmless child that hasn't fully developed. Harmless child. Bullshit. Although there was a huge difference in size, in terms of combat strength, Xianxia was absolutely confident that this starship would be able to deal with that big guy. Can't you see that they're having a good time fighting? What we need to do now is obviously to watch the show. Lung snapped his fingers, and the beautiful robot brought over tea and freshly baked biscuits. However, watching the show wasn't something that didn't use his brain. After watching for a while, Xianxia already knew which side was the rebel side on the battlefield. Lung chewed on the biscuit, not even bothering to wipe off the crumbs as he said, "Xianxia, I have an idea." After hearing Lung's idea, Xianxia didn't object. As long as you're not afraid that those fellows will destroy the things here, it's fine. Then it's settled. Lung turned around on his recliner and ordered with his voice, "External appearance change, spherical form." External appearance change activated. Following the AI system's voice, the entire starship's external appearance began to change, changing from its original shuttle shape to a plump spherical form. Even the color of the exterior had turned into an arrogant white. In this darkness, a white ball flashing with white light should be very conspicuous. Because there were also people flying over from the other side, the distance between the two sides quickly shortened. Deactivate invisibility. Lung ordered. Deactivate invisibility. The AI system's voice had just sounded when the transformed white spherical starship appeared in front of the people on the other side. The technology of the Andrira family was publicly acknowledged in the League of Stars. To be able to avoid being discovered by the other side's anti-reconnaissance system at such a close distance, it could only be said that this starship's invisibility system was too good. Meanwhile, the people on the other side were obviously shocked by the sudden appearance of this white spherical object. At that moment, both sides were a little distracted, but as the words displayed on the surface of this spherical flying object appeared, the people on the other side began to react to this fellow that had suddenly appeared. The words that appeared on the spherical starship were, "Come on up, we'll take you away." The side that was originally being chased and was almost making a final struggle immediately adjusted their direction after seeing this, flying toward the spherical flying object. "May I ask which side you're from?" "We're from a Sky Prison Hunter group, and we're currently cleaning up internal traitors." "Everyone, please don't interfere." Xianxia stared at the words that came from the starship on the screen and pretended to be deaf and mute. The Sky Prison Hunter Group. He had heard of this name before. It was a hunter group that often operated around Sector S, and they were closely related to the people of Sector S. Seeing that the other side didn't reply to their message even after a long time, the people on the Sky Prison Hunter Group starship grew angry and ordered all forces to attack. However, when the attacks hit the spherical starship, they were all blocked by the energy shield of the spherical starship. It wasn't damaged in the slightest. At this time, the 4 fighters and 1 space plane that fled to the front had already arrived near the spherical starship. 5 corresponding passageways had opened up on the spherical starship, and the energy shields where these 5 passageways opened up were partially extinguished. A person in the starship's control room punched the table with a loud bang. Which force are they from? Are they here to receive them? Someone said. Sector S had grown more and more chaotic as of late. A couple of local hunter regiments had been heavily damaged by unknown outsiders, and the reason traitors had appeared in their regiments was also due to the interference of these outsiders. In the past, the local hunter regiments had always been the tyrants of the local hunter regiments, but now they were all being pushed to the brink of mental exhaustion. What on earth happened? What do we do now, Captain? Pursue them with everything you have. Yes, sir. However, when the 5 fighters and 1 space plane had entered the spherical starship immediately accelerated and entered stealth mode. It didn't take long for them to shake off the pursuers. The people on the 5 fighters and space plane that had entered the spherical starship walked out of their cabins. At first, they thought that they would be met by reinforcements, but they soon discovered that they weren't. All they saw were robots, and none of the robots were holding guns. They also gave off a very friendly feeling. The leader of the group was a bearded man with a slightly crooked back and a bloated body. However, the way he walked gave off a very live feeling. The bearded man looked around and motioned for his subordinates not to panic or act rashly. He did not take out his weapon even when a robot approached him. These robots looked very friendly, and many of them were in the form of beautiful women. They looked no different from the average human, but it was a very simple matter for hunters like them who often roamed around Sector S to distinguish between robots and average humans. There would always be some people with wicked interests in Sector S and their high-end robots that were set in the form of beautiful women. The leading female robot walked in front of the bearded man and gave him a sweet smile. She said politely, "Greetings, guests. Welcome to this place. My master would like to invite you over." Oh, I wonder what the master of this place looks like. The bearded man didn't seem worried at all. The master will treat everyone well. The master said that all visitors are guests, and we must treat them well. All right, we would like to thank the master of this place for saving us. Haha. The bearded man and his dozen or so subordinates followed the female robot out of the passageway. Inside the control room, Lung looked at the image on the screen and sneered, still putting on an act. You look calm, but you're actually nervous as hell. Lung pointed at the bearded man's abdomen on the screen and continued. That guy doesn't have just one pair of hands. In fact, he has several pairs of hands, and they're all tucked inside. Every hand is probably holding a weapon, and they'll fire at the slightest anomaly. How did you know? I guessed. The bearded man was truly shocked when he saw the 2 humans and a cat in front of him. At the same time, a plan formed in his mind. A big smile appeared on his face. Thank you for saving me and my subordinates. My name is Bell, and we used to be part of the Sky Prison Hunter Regiment. We left the Sky Prison Hunter Regiment due to some conflicts, and we got into a fight because we thought that they wouldn't let us leave. Thank you for lending us a hand, or we might not have left this place alive. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Bell. We just happened to pass by and lend a hand. That's all. There's no need to be so courteous. Come, have a taste of our Beauty Lisa's freshly baked cookies. Lung said like a hedonistic rich kid. Bell and the others could tell that the wine on the table was of the highest quality. Even the glasses were made from the best materials. The young master of a wealthy family didn't look like he'd ever been through any hardships. He was nothing more than a loafer who loved to enjoy life. Who are you, little brother? Bell asked. Lung winked at them while holding his wine glass. Let me tell you a secret. My little friend and I snuck out of Sector S. We heard that something big was happening here, so we couldn't hold back our curiosity and came over to join in the fun. As expected, we found you fighting the moment we arrived at Sector S. You call that a fight? That was clearly a fight to the death. Bell and the others cursed silently. After listening to Lung's explanation and considering the layout of their surroundings, Bell and the others were starting to believe that these 2 people had snuck out of Sector S. There are no servants, no guards, only robots. and there were only two of them in Sector S. Should they say that these two were ignorant and didn't understand the cruelty of the world, or that they were idiots with brain damage? Either way, it was beneficial for Bell and the others. Although Bell secretly despised the idiotic young master of a rich family, he still patiently chatted with Lung and tested the waters. Sillin sat there and stared at the book without saying a word. It had been a long time since Elder Lung had tricked someone, so he gave him all he wanted. Huimao lay on top of Sillin's shoulder and licked his lips from time to time. Chapter 164. Lung was very happy right now. Sillin and Huimao knew this, even with their eyes closed. In short, young Master Lung and Bell hadn't stopped laughing ever since they started fooling each other. The robots had delivered a lot of drinks, but none of the alcohol young Master Lung had kept in his collection. Most likely, they thought that it would be a waste to give good stuff to these people. As Sillin flipped through some information about Sector S, he noticed that Huimao was licking his lips more and more frequently than before. In order to prevent the guy's gaze from being too obvious, Sillin told Huimao to close his eyes and pretend to sleep. He looked as harmless as a pet cat. The more Bell talked with Lung, the more certain he was that he had run into an idiot rich young master who had come out on an adventure. His subordinates were pretty much the same as well. They looked at Sillin Helong and didn't feel like they were dangerous at all. One was an idiot rich young master with a simple mind, the other was an honest and unsociable hothead, and the other was a gray cat. They really weren't much of threat. Right now, young Master Lung was enthusiastically explaining the advantages of the starship, its attack and defense. He looked very pleased with himself. Bearded Bell listened to Lon with a smile on his face and made a seemingly careless gesture with one hand behind his back. Several of the others at the table, who were drinking their wares, exchanged glances with one another. Bell's smile grew more and more sinister, but Lung didn't seem to notice it at all. He continued talking to himself, completely unaffected. It was only when Bell pulled out a gun and pointed it at Lung's head that Lung stopped and blinked at Bell. It was as if he was asking him what he meant. The moment Big Beard Bell pulled out his gun, the rest of the group did the same and pointed their guns at Sillin and the robots around them. They thought that the robots would react, but they just smiled sweetly and didn't carry any weapons in their hands. The robot holding the plate didn't put it down either. TSK, what should I say to you, young master? Bell kept his gun pointed at Lung the entire time. He sneered. It's such a waste to give such a good starship to two ignorant brats. Ugh. Sir, what are you doing? We saved your lives after all, Lung said innocently. Huimao, who was squatting on Sillin's shoulder, rolled his eyes. Keep pretending. That's right. Thank you for saving our lives. For the sake of gratitude, you can forget about your lives. This starship only listens to my orders. Lung declared his value. However, Big Beard Bell didn't plan to let them live. Just as he was about to fire, a barrier suddenly rose from the ground and trapped him inside. The others were also trapped inside the barrier. Sillin didn't move at all. This was a game Lung had come up with to kill time out of boredom, so Sillin just let him play by himself. However, after the barrier was raised, Huimao jumped down from Sillin's shoulder and started running towards the tunnel. There was still a prey hiding there. Since there were so many people trapped here, it was enough for Lung to play with. There was no need to fight over the last one. Watching Huimao run out, Lung waved his hand, and the robots started moving on their own. They didn't seem to be a threat at all. Lung stood up from his chair and stretched lazily. He put on his slippers and looked at the people trapped inside the barrier. Someone had fired at the barrier, but the energy rebounded and hit them instead. 3 of them were killed by the rebounding energy. Bell had obviously seen something like this before, so he didn't fire his gun recklessly. When he saw that his 3 subordinates were dead, he gave up on the idea of firing and tried to think of other ways to deal with Lung while he tried to talk to him. When Bell and the others got off the space plane and passed through the tunnel, the scanners had told them to put down their powerful weapons like grenades. They could only carry guns and other small tools. It seemed that the young master had come prepared. Lung wasn't as easy to talk to as they thought. He walked up to one of Bell's subordinates and smiled innocently. He took out a control and pressed a button. The barrier began to fill with water up to the man's neck. Along with the water, a few small, blood-sucking worms entered the barrier. The worms seemed excited when they smelled the fresh blood and quickly latched onto the man's body. No matter what they did, they couldn't get rid of the worms unless they peeled off a layer of skin. As the worms latched onto him, the man's resistance gradually weakened. His face was pale and drained of blood, and his skin was showing signs of drying up. The worms were now several times thicker than before, and they were now glowing red. The other people trapped inside the barrier panicked, but no matter what they said, no matter how loudly they begged or how much they offered, Lung didn't change his mind. After the first man was sucked dry, the second, the third, the fifth man started to tremble the moment he saw Lung standing in front of him. When the barrier started to fill with water, the man shot himself right away. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well die a quick death. He didn't have to experience the fear of his life being slowly sucked dry. However, the worms didn't let the man go even after he committed suicide. They continued to suck his body dry. When Lung stood in front of the sixth man, he didn't press the button right away. Instead, he said, "I'll give you a chance. If you can make me happy, I'll let you go." This young master will never go back on his word. What do you want me to say?" The man asked shakily. "For example, some small news about Sector S. It's my first time coming to Sector S after all, and I heard that it's pretty lively this time." The man told him a lot of things he had heard, but not a single piece of truly valuable information. "Sigh, I'm really sorry." Lung pressed the button. After testing a dozen or so people, he realized that the information he obtained was far too little. All he knew was that they had turned against the people in the Sky Prison because of a box. Someone had paid a high price for the box, and had even paid half of the price in advance. This was also the reason why Bell was able to lead so many people in rebellion. However, Bell was the only one who knew who the buyer was. Everyone else was just following Bell's orders. As for the box, Bell was the one who had been holding it all this time. "Where's the box?" Lung asked while standing in front of Bell's barrier. "It's on a space plane," Bell answered in a low voice. When he saw the look of disbelief on Lung's face, Bell tore open his jacket to reveal a ring of tentacles wrapped around his torso. When the tentacles unfurled, Bell's bloated body suddenly shrunk, revealing his original body. There was nothing there at all. That being said, it seemed like the box wasn't on him. Sillin stared at Bell, another non-human that he had never seen before. He might not be a specific race, though. After all, there were all kinds of strange people in the galaxy. But what made Sillin feel strange was that he had a feeling that there was something on Bell's body. Lung glanced at Bell's tentacles and sneered. "How dare you show off your low-level tentacles? You'd better tell me the truth, or you'll die a horrible death." "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Bell's eyes darkened. Lung toyed with the controller as he walked outside. He was probably heading to where Bell's spaceplane was. As Lung walked out, Bell glanced at Sillin, who was still sitting in his chair and not paying any attention to them. He hesitated for a moment, but quickly made up his mind. His eyes were filled with viciousness. Two tentacles protruded from his trousers, each holding a tube-shaped object. When they came into contact with the barrier, the tips of the two tubes suddenly emitted a red light. It was the light of high-intensity, cutting energy. Bang! The barrier was broken, and Bell quickly pounced towards Lung. But before he could fire a shot, he was shot in the head. The beautiful robot was still smiling, but one of the gun barrels on her arm slowly retracted and returned to its original state. Lung didn't stop walking. He didn't even turn around to look at Bell. Sillin frowned as he looked at Bell, who was lying on the ground. Bell had arranged for one of his subordinates to stay on the space plane, but that guy was quite unlucky. Huimao was toying with him like a mouse. When Lung arrived, all he saw was a hole in the space plane. The space plane's door was obviously heavily encrypted, and Lung didn't bother trying to decrypt it. He just had the robot forcefully cut the door open. An ear-piercing alarm sounded from the space plane. By the time Lung saw Huimao and the other man, the man was already going crazy. He was curled up in a corner and kept spouting nonsense. Seeing that Hui Mao had lost interest, Lung had the robot drag the man out and dispose of him. Then, he started searching the spaceplane. What are you looking for? Hui Mao crouched on the back of a chair and licked his paws. Something good. Something good? Hui Mao scanned the area again. Apart from energy blocks, there really wasn't anything worth his attention. But these were just regular energy blocks, and they couldn't be compared to the special energy blocks the 6th Division could find. So, Hui Mao just yawned and said lazily, "Then take your time." Lung paused when he heard Hui Mao's words. He looked at Hui Mao, who was walking away with his tail wagging, and stopped looking. He followed Hui Mao out of the spaceplane. "Why aren't you looking?" Hui Mao asked. "It shouldn't be that valuable." By the time Lung and Hui Mao returned to the control room, the people who had their blood drained were launched into space along with the barrier. Then there was a dazzling explosion. However, the dead Bell was left behind. "What's wrong?" Lung asked. He had ordered the robots to get rid of everyone here, but why did he leave Bell alive? "I told her not to touch Bell for now." Sillin put down the things in his hands and walked over. "What did you find?" "I don't know. I just think we'll find something." The moment Sillin said this, Hui Mao exclaimed in surprise and moved closer to Bell. He sniffed carefully and said, "Something's here." While saying this, Hui Mao plunged a claw into Bell's abdomen and pulled out a small black ball the size of a pigeon's egg. "What on earth is this?" Sillin asked. "I don't know." Lung looked left and right at the object. Then he took out a scanner and scanned it. It showed that it was a type of stone unique to Sector S. Bell wouldn't have made it so discreet if it was just a rock like this. "Is there something inside this thing?" Lung picked up a table knife from the table and cut it. There wasn't a mark on the black ball at all. "It's hard." Lung looked at the chip on the table knife and threw it away. He was about to switch to a high-energy cutting knife when Hui Mao snatched it back. He bent his feet and held the ball in place with his claws. Then he opened his mouth and bit down. Crack! The little ball shattered at the sound. A small piece of dark blue light fell to the ground. Hui Mao twitched his nose. The smell was even stronger now. That being said, it would be much easier to find it in the future, even if they sealed it with rocks or something else. Earlier, Hui Mao didn't pay attention to the smell at all. That was why he didn't notice it. "An Olillo fragment," Lung exclaimed. "An Olillo fragment?" Lung picked up a small piece and gave it a look. Then he passed it to Sillin and said, "Here, this is good stuff. I'm sure it'll be of great use to you when the time comes." Sillin looked at the small blue piece in his hand. "So this is the legendary Olillo fragment." As he said that, Sillin looked at Lung. "You don't want it?" Lung didn't care at all. "This Olillo fragment is useless to me. If you ever find a fragment that I need, please don't be stingy. I had a hard time looking for it." "Then what do you need?" "One of the 5 Olillo fragments, the tier of gods." Lung's eyes flashed. Sillin didn't know what the tier of gods Lung was talking about. But if that was the case, the piece in his hand clearly wasn't a fragment of the tier of gods. Otherwise, Lung wouldn't be so careless. It also wouldn't be a fragment of the White Knight. The White Knight had already been collected. The piece in his hand was one of the other 3. "Keep it. No matter what it is, it'll be useful to you hunters when the time comes. The Andrira family is only interested in the tier of the sea. The other elders have said that we shouldn't spend too much time on other things. If we can't find the tier of the sea, then we shouldn't think about anything else. Besides, if it weren't for your beard, he would have been blown to smithereens a long time ago. All right, I'll keep this for now. If I find an Olillo fragment next time, I'll show it to you and see if it's what you want." "Hey, good brother." Lung patted Sillin on the shoulder and had the robot take care of Bell on the ground. Sillin didn't expect to obtain an Olillo fragment so quickly. He flipped his hand and put the fragment into his ring. "But Sillin, this fragment in your hand isn't easy to collect. From the looks of it, there should be at least 3 fragments, maybe even 5. It's going to be troublesome." Lung smiled and extended his fist. "I won't let this news out, but if I do find the other fragments, you'll have to give me something in exchange." "Okay." Sillin raised his fist and punched Lung. Although Lung's personality was strange and capricious in the eyes of outsiders, he was a good friend to people he acknowledged and wanted to get to know, such as Sillin, night, ci, Jinsheng, and so on. In the words of his old man's old man, the Andryra family has their own brainless way of doing things. Lung did an investigation based on the genetic information he collected. Bell, a level 2 prison inmate of Sector S. His subordinates were all level 1 prisoners. This is Sector S, all right. Even prisoners have become hunters. Lung joked. The prison atmosphere of Sector S was divided into 5 levels. Level 1 was the lowest level, and almost all level 5 prisoners were influential figures. This was why all forces had come to Sector S this time. Hunter regiments were not allowed to openly enter most of the places in Sector S, but it was in this small remaining area that a large group of tough and cruel hunter regiments had appeared. Many of these hunter regiments were related to the guards and prison guards of Sector S, and many of their members had once stayed in Sector S's prisons. In fact, there were even some low-level prisoners who hadn't completed their sentences yet among them. In reality, 4 hunter regiments were not allowed in Sector S. If you were to report them, they would say that they were just doing a labor reform mission. It was a form of indulgence in disguise. In order to make full use of the resources available, Sillin had modified Bell's space plane and fighter a little. This way, they didn't look the same as they used to, and it also made it easier for Sillin Helon to move about later on. After all, he couldn't just fly this starship everywhere in broad daylight, and it was better to use these local space planes and fighters for certain things that required landing on planets. The space plane and fighter the Andryra family had equipped on this starship looked a little different compared to Bell's. It was better to keep a lower profile. Of course, some of the hidden equipment were Andryra's stuff. They were high-end goods after all, so it would be a waste not to use them. After the modifications were done, Sillin returned to the control room and lay down. It didn't take long before the system notified him that there was a planet with detailed coordinates in front of him. It's Hell, Lung said excitedly. The planet Hell was shrouded in some gray, blurry things. Hell was an abandoned planet. In the past, this planet wasn't called Hell, but due to various reasons, a catastrophe had occurred. At the same time, the planet's crust had become active, making it uninhabitable for long periods of time. Legend has it that Hell is red, the color of blood. Lung said in a strange voice. Poison Fang's planet is also red. Hui Mouse said stubbornly. It was as if a red planet was nothing to him. But Wheeze, this planet wasn't red in the past. It was dyed red by blood. Lung said in a tone that sounded like he was telling a ghost story. Hui Mao glanced sideways at him. You actually believe such a retarded lie? It can't be helped. I heard that this planet experienced the apocalypse catastrophe, and ever since then, this planet has lost its former vitality and slowly turned into this ghastly state. You should know that this planet used to be a rank A planet. What about now? It's showing signs of going from rank B to rank C and maybe even rank D. Why did it become like this? Hui Mao asked. Just how much power would it take to turn a planet from rank A to rank BCD? The reason this planet became like this is all thanks to its inhabitants. There used to be a huge research institute on this planet, a research institute that specialized in using prisoners for human research. Later on, things slowly spiraled out of control, and the planet seemed to have become angry. Earthquakes happened all year round, so maybe you'll see a mountain peak one day, and a plane the next, Lung said. So cruel. Yeah. Lung smiled mysteriously. Let me tell you a secret. From what I know, there are Hell Guardhounds inside Hell. I just don't know if they're still around. Are you interested in taking a look? Of course. That you're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.